Alright, you bleeding tossers, where are you then? I'm sitting here. We're going to be talking about different types of trees. So get on here. Where are you? Wankers and tossers, all of you. Come on now. Don't be afraid. Just come in. Just come in. It'll be fun. I'll sit here and I'll sing songs to you if you don't come in and say something in the chat. All ears. I'll have none of it. I've got my shillelagh ready for y'all. Come on now. Bunch of Calvinists you are. If Big Clue comes in here, he's going to tell you a Calvinist joke. It's funny. Someone's lurking in here, not sure knowing why they're here. Come on now. Say hello now. It's not a bad thing. I will. I'm a minute from singing here. And I'll sing you a Norwegian sea chanty or something. I'll do it for the next hour, if you dare me. So you should come in so we can talk about trees and arbor-like things, yeah? Where are you now? I see one of you there. How are you? There's two of you. Oh, so we got two of you. So where's MV? We're waiting for our West Virginian as well. I've heard he's a Calvinist, and if he is, Big Clue's got something to tell him. Haha, come on now. I tell you all about Michael Collins, who had nothing to do with trees at all. He didn't. You're all... What is this? Come on now. Let's make the tree a bit bigger. Yeah. Ah, look at it. It's a grand thing it is. Look. Look. Oh, you left. Where are you, you bastards? Where are you? Get back in here. No. I'll not have it. I enlarged me Larch. Oh, someone's come back. An intrepid soul it is. I'll just sit here. I'll read a poem to you or something. Let me see. What would be interesting to read to you? Come in here. I could chant to you. I could do a Buddhist chant for you if you'd like. How about it? Shall be stumbling over the Japanese. Yeah. I better not do that either. Alright, I got a like then. We got one like. Look at you. There's two of you back. There, trees. Absolutely, there he is. Jackass, whiskey and pinto beans. A good Calvinist if I've ever known one. Where's Big Clue? Where's MV? Where are you, you tossers? Wankers you are. Bloody orangemen. Get your arses in here. We're going to talk about trees. Yeah, see? So, Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans, he likes trees. There's three of viewers now. Three. See, we've got... There! There you are. There he is. All right, so here we are. Now, I have to adopt a British accent, of course, for the whole bit. But here we are. We're going to... Trees. Now, the sharp-eyed among you, right, will notice the problem with this... Not two of you left, you bastards. It's not a pine tree. Actually, it's a Douglas fir, which proves that this stream needed to be done because you cannot spot a larch. Now, what if it was a snake and bit you? That is not a pine tree. It's a Douglas fir. Here, look at the... See, look right here. Are you looking? Are you looking? The bloody thing's probably not even showing up here. Hang on. Look, I'm moving my mouse around here. See the little puffy things at the end? That is a fir tree. It's a Douglas fir. With an F-I-R. Can't you spell, you Calvinist bastard? Look, I spell it for you in the chat. There you are. Fir. Douglas fir is not a pine tree. Look at you. Now, I will not have it. Alright. So, how to recognize different types of trees. Part 1. The larch. The larch. But you see, for all you tossers, I decided not to put up a larch to see if any of you noticed that it wasn't a larch. Richard Davis, how are you? So are you looking? What kind of tree are you looking at here, Richard Davis? Before we continue, I know you seem you come to a baseball channel, and that's going to happen. A dog's delight. Richard Davis wins the prize. He's definitely not a Calvinist. Then, well done, well done. So Big Clue and I were going to do the Spanish Inquisition, but nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. All right, now I'm going to behave myself. So here is what we're going to do tonight. We're actually going to do something baseball related and fun if MV ever shows up. So hang out as Richard Davis does win the prize. Jackass Whiskey, however, a dead parrot, indeed. He's so Andrew. He's pining for the fjords, right? He's pining for the fjords. He's gone to join the Choir Invisible. So Big Clue and I were on a we were on a Muddy Python kick today. So it was originally going to be the original title of this stream was going to be Confess, but I decided we get all the wankers and tossers on YouTube, so we're not going that way. I'd like to have an argument, please. There we go. So Christopher Slovik's got it right. He says part one, the larch, part one, the larch. You got it, yeah. Christopher Slovik in here with us. All right. So Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Bean says, I've got two or three Douglas firs in my garden. Well, good on you. Look at you, 90 in here, and you're trying to decide what the fuck is going on over here. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, you're saying, unless you're a Calvinist, in which case you'll not be saying Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, are you? Um, are we waiting on Steve? If we wait on Steve, we'll be waiting here till Wednesday, and you know that. You know that. All right, I turn back into an American now because this is baseball. All right, so now that we've got you in here, so Jackass Whiskey likes the Norway pine. All right, so Python fans unite. Ash Wednesday, exactly. And considering this is 7 July, we're pretty much fact, aren't we? All right. Anyhow, so Clue, do you have your bingo card up or whatever the hell it is? Because we're going to do something interesting and educational. Keep talking about trees. Jackass Whiskey is going to go through. We will intersperse trees. So Jackass Whiskey, without looking it up, what from what tree are baseball bats traditionally made? Hmm. So there we go. So we've already had one prize winner tonight. We've already had one. I love trees too. So did J.R.R. Tolkien. So Richard Davis won the prize, A Dog's Delight. And MV is paying it no attention at all, telling Christopher Slovik that he just bought Soccer Blast. We'll be doing some of that. All right, walnut. No, ash, 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 ash. Let me put this. There you go, ash. That is the traditional wood for baseball bats. There you go. Thank you very much. Bud Hillerick turned the very first baseball bats out. Right for Pete Browning, the Louisville Slugger. Ash. It was ash. All right. So far we've had one winner thus far. All right. So what are we doing here? We're going to talk about trees. Should, does Big Clue wish to come on this broadcast or not? Yes, he does. Big Clue, are you with us? There's one group that makes F-ball fans look intelligent. It's football. It's F-ball hooligans. Well, we can say football because we're talking about footy, so soccer. That works. That's the only time you can say that word in here. Yes, he does. All right, here we go. I'm going to ring up Big Clue, guys. So get ready. Get ready. Good Lord Almighty, I have Ash. That means that you could put, right? It could be the, yeah. Robbie Wartburg. Robbie, oh, wait, Robbie. I feel badly. You missed the first part of it. You missed the first part of it. All right, here we go. Going to get Big Clue on the line. Big Clue. Where's the bloody phone thing to do this? Oh, God. Oh, there it is. Are you
Big
there,
Blue
Big
on the line.
dude? We're live.
mute my YouTube.
Okay, I'll mute mine too. Oh, mine is muted. Everybody say hi to Big Clue. Ha-
I don't know
hashtag
what I'm listening for. Hi, everyone.
hi, hashtag Big Clue. Come on, guys. Don't be a bunch
uh,
of wankers. There. Andrew says hi. Robbie
for
Wartburg not paying attention. The
those of
Larch.
you older than 30, we call that the pound sign. But
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Richard Davis saying hi. Hey, people are digging this more than the baseball. So Bernard says, haven't magpie bats surpassed ash as the most popular wood? And Bernard also says hi. You know, Ernie Harwell in Baseball for Windows talks about hitters getting good wood. I would rather not hear that part. What say you? Right. So big clue. Should
uh,
we? Should we? Should
that's
we?
not what I saw when I visited the Louisville Slugger Museum. That's what I'll say.
It was. I hope you didn't say Goodwood. So, should we tell people why we're really here since we've done the clickbait now?
Yeah,
It
that
was either
sounds
that or I was
great.
going to put up a picture of Natalie, which I still could, by the way. Those of you in the chat that would like to see a picture of Natalie, just say yes, and I will do that, and then we'll get to the really fun stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Natalie is important.
As long as we're still on the topic of good wood. Yeah.
Oh well, I think the two are related. Let me take care of this for you, gentlemen. All right, Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Bean says yes. So prepare yourselves, gentlemen. And I am not responsible, by the way, for the condition of your immortal souls after this. Just so you know. All right. Oh my goodness, great. Oh my. Boy, you know what? I'm gonna have to go to confession. Let me see. I gotta find something here that's YouTube safe. All right. Talk amongst yourselves here, gentlemen. This is Robbie's next wife coming up here. Hmm. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Let's make sure this
You
isn't going
need
to.
some options. So,
Oh,
like,
there's an
Rock,
option.
like a
There's.
dating game.
Oh, there's an option. Oh, bless her heart.
Bachelorette number one,
All right.
Bachelorette number two.
Bachelorette number two. Let's make sure she's coming up in the old stream there.
Holy moly. That can't be real.
That is most definitely real. That is, her name is
Oh my God.
Natalie. No, that is no. That's a photo. She is. Look her up yourself. She's a Russian model.
I can't look her up. There'll be a record of the search on my computer.
That's why you do. That's why if you're on Chrome, you go to New Incognito window, and it doesn't save it in the search.
uh,
So, yeah, this is not one I created. I wish I had. Although the ones I create are kind of close, but this is the real deal. So now, speaking about wood, let us continue and trees. Um, you can see her hair. She has a kind of willow kind of thing going on with the hair. Nobody in this damn chat is looking at her hair, however. I mean, let's be honest, gentlemen. Let's be honest. Yep. Thank you, Christopher Slogan. I am not responsible for the condition of your immortal souls. It is now written. All right. You still have yet to find a first wife. I know, Robbie. I have more that I've done here. So
Robbie may not want to date a girl with a tattoo.
the
Yeah,
tattoo,
the tat has my
the
attention.
tat. Yeah, right. Can we make her bigger? Can we make? Oh, this is her
I think
Instagram.
she's big
Look,
enough.
just to prove, gentlemen, I've now gone to her Instagram page. So look. Oh my goodness. There you go. Come on. All right, no tattoo, but
I don't think she's advertising the hair.
um, probably not. Probably not. So yeah, yep.
Well,
Tats are a
growing up
no
in
go.
the 80s, I love the big hair, I gotta admit.
Great. So Ken Castro says her hair is long enough to pull. Absolutely. And so Jackass Whiskey is saying the tats are a no go. So you're telling me in this entire chat that this creature, now you can see there, can I bring this up a little bit more? Can I Viagra it? I guess not. That little tat on her right thigh, that's it? You would say no? Whoosh. Oh, there's even a, is this a better tat picture? We're going to get to why we're really here in a moment, gents. There. Well, not a good picture, but you can definitely see the tattoo. All right. Anyhow, one more picture for your viewing pleasure. And by the way, the creations I do are not AI generated, by the way. So, they're me own. Who's this? Saying I'm not doing anything, but punks and
As this
Palmyra.
young lady proves, no artist can beat God's handiwork.
Exactly. And so, in that respect, your immortal souls now are indeed saved. So, let me put her name into chat because somebody might want to do some tattoo studies later. There you go. All right. So, why are we really here? Well, to perv Natalie, of course. But am I allowed to say that on YouTube, by the way? Ken Castro says, I'm betting there's no one in here that can satisfy her. Gentlemen, shall we take umbrage at such a remark by the roguish
don't
Ken Castro?
don't blame Ken. It took him a while to type that out since he was doing it one-handed.
Oh, nice, nice. Oh my goodness gracious. Now, because this is a baseball related channel and most baseball players do play pool, please feast yourselves on the next picture. So we are kind of closing in now. Okay. Robbie doesn't matter. Yes, she does speak English, but Robbie doesn't matter. Does it
Yeah,
matter?
if she can't speak English, that is an asset.
It is an asset. That was good. All right, let me see. Let's go here. Okay, now she's hanging out. Look, and Jackass Whiskey says no to that tattoo.
Take her to McDonald's.
Take her to
Christopher.
McDonald's. What? Oh my God, who said
He,
what? He
he looks
said
like she
Christopher
needs a
Sloving
few
said the
Big
first thing to do is
Macs.
take her to McDonald's. If she can drink a milkshake through a coffee, sir. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Okay, so
Fatten her up before you take her to meet mom.
quote for quote, I have to do this. Oh my God, that's funny.
Oh, that's too funny.
Oh, this is great. There.
Robbie, but here's the problem with that, Robbie. Even when you speak the same language as women, you're not speaking the same language as women. So it really doesn't matter.
I mean,
And getting a non-Western woman, you're much more likely to get a woman with, what can we say, traditional attitudes about the male-female relationship.
so Robbie, and do consider this. Consider this next picture, and again, bearing in mind Big Clue's wonderful theological assertion that no created art can equal the beauty of God's creation. Now, Robbie, consider that you are on the other side of that pool table right now, and Natalie, in broken English, but yet in broken English, says, "But I do not wish to call balls. I just wish to hit them." Now, Robbie, are you going to argue with that, whether she speaks English or not? Behold, this, Robbie, this is even better than a 1908 replay on Baseball for Windows. You have to admit it.
Yeah. Fred Merkel never looked like that when he was fielding a grounder.
Not even close. Although I heard John McGraw back in the day. But no, this woman is worth, I think her net worth is something like $10 million. So you don't, she's like all over the world, well traveled.
Holy moly.
Oh yeah, she's actually, yeah. Phew. Now, again, Robbie, I submit, gentlemen, I submit that the language bar boy, am I going to get shut down on YouTube for this one? Anyhow, this is fair use, copyright. I claim the use of these images under the Copyright Act for academic fair use. All right. Make her say moose and squirrel, Andrew.
Andrew wins the chat for the night.
That's it, Andrew. Yeah, Andrew just blew up YouTube. All right. I am gonna be in such deep whatever, but I've seen worse things on YouTube. All right, now do you notice that we have 11 viewers? Watch what happens when we say why we're really here. Watch this plummet. Are you ready? All right. So, um, hope you enjoyed the show, gentlemen. I'm not always given to clickbait, but it's a Friday night, and damn it, I'm not above cheap ass tactics when I can help it. Moose and squirrel.
And you
Um,
mean that literally.
I do mean that literally, indeed. Now there's 13 people in here saying, "Wait, wait, wait." So she's gone now. She's gone. You have to, if you guys stay around, you will earn more Natalie picks. But until then, so Howie Shanks 2.0 is all finished. I don't know who the hell won. I think it was Hawaii won the playoffs.
Detroit,
Detroit did.
Eve, the
Figures.
evil empire outlasted everyone.
Bastards. That's all right. We'll get
Yeah.
him next time. Hey, there's Joe Murdy. All right. And, it's just, and Andrew says, "Where's Chuck Finley when we need him?" Chuck Finley could have never gotten her. Anyhow, I wish that Todd B was
Connie
in here
could
because
tell you
he's
she's
always going off about
nothing.
Morgana. I'm sorry, but if I was a pitcher, I'd rather have that run into me on the hill than Morgana. But that's just me. The problem is keeping her happy. What's it worth? What's it worth for any women? It ain't worth half my assets. You don't have to. We're just. Robbie doesn't get the moose and squirrel reference. And you know what? I can't type saber Robbie for this one. So, Robbie, um, go on YouTube and just look up Rocky and Bullwinkle. And you will run into Moose and Squirrel at some point. Boris and Natasha. Yeah. So it's a cartoon. Back when cartoons were actually funny, as opposed to very PC. It was back in the days when coyotes could, have anvils dropped in their head without any political repercussions. Am I right there, Big Clue?
I can't argue. Yep.
Okay. So Rocky and Bullwinkle there. So we're going to do a mock draft, and we would like you guys to participate. Doesn't mean you have to be part of the league. There go. One person left already. There we go. I'm watching
Yep.
this thing. So we're going to do a mock draft. Here's the idea. We just want to do a dry run to see how this works. And then later on, it's going to be 1907 Cubs, 1908 Cleveland Navs. But I wanted to do this, and I figured between Natalie and Trees, yeah, we got some people in here. Nice. You can tell a tree story as we go along. So what we're going to do is I'm going to bring up a random number generator, and we're just going to have somebody go whatever, and you have to do this as quickly as you can. So bring up baseball reference or stat head or whatever it is. Okay. This Big Clue had a great idea to add to the original Shanks idea. And that is not only do you get a random year, you're also assigned a team from that year, and you have to select a player from that year. And we just want to see how this will work. That's all. Really, really simple. And we'll just try with one or two people at a time. And again, that you're not making a commitment. You are not. This is not sort of like, shall I say, a Saul of Tarsus moment? Would that be fine, Big Clue, to say that? Kind of conversion.
Mm.
Bad analogy.
Tonight is just a practice run,
Practice
so
run. Okay.
yeah,
Okay. So, yeah. All right.
we're not establishing a league for the next 2,000 years tonight.
But what
So
about our soteriology, our eschatology, and things like that? Should we not consider that?
not tonight.
Are you sure?
No, but
God, you're no,
that's
you're no
yeah.
fun anymore.
I, I know.
Oh my God.
Steve's basketball heresy got me enough tonight. So.
Oh man, that was tough, right? Okay,
Falling
so
from the faith
we're doing 1880, right, to
through 2022. No, no, no,
2022.
no, no. Don't do it. Don't do it that way.
Oh,
The way Steve suggested of pulling a year and then pulling a team
hmm
will it muddies the results.
all right. So
If we
how are
want,
we doing this then, Your Holiness?
okay, what you what you want.
Yeah.
I have all the team seasons numbered.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just give me a random number between 1
Okay.
and 2937. 2937.
Wow. Okay.
And I will tell you the year and team associated with that.
Okay. All right. I've got that generator up. Hey, JT Dutch, how you doing? You missed the Natalie
So
picks.
whoever wants to participate, say something in chat,
Yeah.
and we'll just take turns one at a time, just going on picking it.
Yeah.
And we're going to give, let's say, 2 minutes to figure out for you to make your pick because we want this to proceed quickly. But all you've got to do really is type into Google the year and the team name, and you'll pull up the team's roster on some website, lickety split. You can only choose a player from that roster from that year. That's the rule. So
Okay.
the only other thing you need to know is if somebody before you calls, gets Babe Ruth, there's only one Babe Ruth. So
Yep.
nobody else can pick Babe Ruth from another year or team. That's it. Pretty simple.
Well, you said say something in the chat. No, it is not a dead ball league. Ken, we have there's a little something coming up that I'm going to talk about in only the most general terms. It has to do with the 19th century, but I'm not going to go into detail because it's not my idea. But I'm going to mention something about the 19th century at the end of this. So, and that's all. I'm not no specifics, no nothing. Um, all right. So, Robbie, do you want to go first? Just say moose and squirrel. Richard Davis says, "Let's go."
All right, Robbie, good job. All right,
All
so
right,
what's
here we go. The
holler out the number?
the number is 308.
All right, 308.
Yep.
Robbie, please pick somebody from the 1901 Boston Braves.
Ooh. Oh, thanks a lot, JT Dutch. Hey, Dwayne, welcome in. JT Dutch says the thumbnail of this video is a little sexier than the content usually is here. Oh, boy. Oh, that hurt.
Wow.
That was a nice looking fir tree. I should bring it back up again, huh?
Yeah.
Give people something to look at. Would they rather look at the fir tree or Natalie, do you think?
There's some really good there's a couple of really good players on that team.
The 1901 Braves?
Yeah.
Bees? Yeah.
Beatles, do you want to pull up the baseball reference page for people or something when I mean, since this
Yeah,
is
I
just
suppose I could do
casual?
that. I'd rather look at Natalie, but sure, I could do that. Definitely.
You can pull up her baseball reference page.
Oh my goodness, I saw a picture of her wearing like a Yankees cap and stuff. Oh, all right. So 1901 Braves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, there they are, the Boston Bean Eaters. Let's see who's Robbie gonna pick. Yeah,
I
there are
bet
some good
she's a
players
big
on
fan of the Yanks. Yeah.
there. Huge fan of the Yanks. All right, so Robbie, just yes. Again, we're not. Oh yeah, I see. Oh, I see who I'd pick already on this team. I can't. Oh, I
Uh-huh.
can't be moving my cursor there. You're right, boy. There's some good players, guys. You're not committing to a league. We're just trying something out here.
Yeah.
When we do the Shanks 3.0 though, we're not actually. We're gonna like do the draft and then sim it the season, like bam. So because we found that the draft is way more fun than playing it out. So, um, all right. Should we have somebody else go while Robbie's going at the same time? Can we do
Yeah,
two?
go ahead.
Because
Yeah, that's fine.
oh, he
Yeah.
took Slide Billy Hamilton. He took Billy
Awesome.
Hamilton.
Okay.
All
Billy
right.
Hamilton is. All right.
I'm sure she's good
Uh,
at triples, Dwayne. All right. Somebody else want to give it a go? So, yeah.
who's next?
Oh, that's a great album. It was the Who's second album. Who's next? Yep. Okay, we're down to 9. I better bring up a Natalie pick again. Or the Fir Tree. I don't know which. All right, how about Richard Davis? Richard Davis says, "Let's go."
Yeah, Richard. Let's have him go if he'd like. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
Richard, you want to try it? You put a lot of work into this one. Wow, that's a lot of numbers. Now
1 to 29.
everybody's shy. Everybody's shy. All right, that's it. You know what? Now I'm after. Okay, Richard Davis says okay. So generating the number.
2937.
This one is 378. And then Ken Castro will go next. So 378.
378. We have the 1905 New York Giants. My
Oh
goodness.
my God, that one's so easy. Okay, Richard, you have the 1905 New York Giants. That's the one. That's like one that Ken and I want really badly. And then it'll be Ken and then Andrew. Appreciate you guys helping us out with this, seriously. You will be rewarded handsomely by me eventually ending the stream. See? There's always a payoff. You won't have to listen to my prattling on. But I have Big Clue with me, so. So Jackass Whiskey says, planted around 30 wild cherry trees, wild cherry is a beautiful tree straight with full foliage. Sounds like a catalog, right? It also is hardy and a sought-after lumber tree. All right, Richard Davis taking, of course, Christy Mathewson. Well done, Richard. Okay, I'm hoping for Cousin Ken. Here comes his number. 382.
Is there something wrong with your generator?
Dude, lower limit is 1 and the upper limit is 2937.
That's just three numbers in the same group of 50.
I know, it's spooky, isn't it?
Yeah, all right. What do we have here for Ken?
382.
18.
He'll be in heaven with it.
This is right up his alley.
Yeah.
The 1886 Detroit Wolverines.
Oh, there you go, cousin. Nice. So do you see how what's really cool, right, is think about this, right? So Robbie selects Billy Hamilton, Hall of Famer, right? Richard gets Christy Mathewson, Hall of Famer. You know that pretty much. So it's going to be. I wonder, Big Clue, if these teams are going to be a bit more kind of all-time
Loaded?
greats than Shanks 2.0.
Maybe the names, but I don't think the performance.
Not necessarily. Well, 1905 Giants is a pretty safe bet there,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, that's just a fluke of the.
Right.
You're going to get some, yeah.
So Dan Bruthers for Ken Castro.
All right, there you go.
All right, and here comes Andrew's number. 1052. 1052.
1968 Houston Astros.
Oh, cruel fate. Because everybody heard
Maybe.
1968 and thinking, oh, Tigers, oh, Cardinals. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the baseball reference page up here. I should be doing that, huh? I have to do my...
If only other people had internet access, they would be able to look it up.
Right. I mean, I can look it up. I'm a nice guy, usually. All right, so I don't know what we have here. It went away again. Oh, no, there it is. It's right in front of my face. What was that, 1968? Oh, Jimmy Wynn, the toy cannon.
Andrew,
Nice.
all right.
Jim Wynn.
Good
All right.
pick.
All right. Anybody else want to give it a go? Come on, be a sport. Be a sport. I'll show you another Natalie picture if you do. Oh, so Jackass Whiskey says that Wild Cherry is also fast growing. And I know one of the band members to Wild Cherry, and they hate the song Play That Funky Music, by the way. He told me, he said, every time we had to play that blah, blah, blah song. Yep. All right, so Dwayne Martz is up.
All right.
Oh, yeah. So Dwayne Martz is up, and his number is, oh, my God, how about this? Oh, no, 822.
822.
Right.
That is the 1933 Philadelphia Phillies.
1933 Phils. Oh, I know who I'd pick from that one. I'm not even looking at Baseball Reference. Yes, Robbie, there is a band called Wild Cherry. And as I said, I know the guitarist from that band, the lead guitarist. Yep. And they had exactly one hit, but it's like it's still viral all these years later, apparently.
Yeah.
Play that funky music, white boy. You probably never heard. Robbie actually did a concert where Paul McCartney was playing, and it was his first time hearing some Beatles music and McCartney music. So I'm not surprised you wouldn't know Wild Cherry. So not picking on you, Robbie. It's all good.
No, they're a one-hit wonder. It was just a really popular one hit.
Yeah, it was. And they're still around. They play some gigs. My friend's not part of it anymore. He's doing his own thing now. But yeah. So 1933 Phillies. Hmm. Yeah, I know who I'd get from there. Phillies had some good teams, man. Especially offensively in the 1930s. I think they had some good teams. Pitching, not so much. But we appreciate you guys. We really, really, really do. And I'm gonna have a Natalie picture up here just while these things are taking, right? Or do we want somebody? Nah, Natalie. Sorry, got to. Let me see. Just because gives everybody some happiness. Here, I'm even going to bring over her entire whole gallery here on Google Images. Okay, Chuck Klein. That's exactly who I would have picked. Chuck Klein. All right, Dwayne Martz takes Chuck Klein. All
What
right,
are the Jonas Brothers, Bobby? I've never heard of them.
there we go. Oh, they're like a sort of. They started out as like one of these Christian acts or something, and they're like really popular with like chicks and stuff. So here's Natalie, gentlemen. More Natalie than you can shake a stick at. All right, who wants to go next? Nobody wants to go next now because Natalie's on the screen.
Oh, Beatles. Do you want to give it a shot?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, I'm distracted now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there. We'll put one there. She's a little bit more clothed here. There we are. Magnificent. All right. Okay, so Andrew would like another shot. I'm assuming he means the draft thing
What?
and not at
Yeah,
her.
let's go. Let's go back to the beginning, and we'll
But you gotta love
just
boobs, man. You gotta love those
this group.
boobs. All right, okay, I'll behave now. I promise. I promise. Where's my random
All right.
number
So
generator?
who was first? Robbie.
Robbie was first. All right,
Robbie
Robbie's.
was Robbie, then Richard, then Ken, then
All right. So Robbie, your
Andrew,
number
then
is
Dwayne. Right?
373. I'm gonna get so slapped by YouTube. I'm so gonna get killed by YouTube for this video, but nothing untoward, right? I guess. So Robbie, 300,
2000. Go ahead.
373 for you, Robbie.
2009
Ah,
Cleveland Indians.
that's in Robbie's comfort zone. There we go. Okay, while we wait for Robbie, let us consider. There we are. So, unless you guys would rather a picture of a larch, you know what? Somebody just said they wanted a picture of a larch. So, a larch it shall be. All right, just for anybody out there. And trees are beautiful things. Kind of a crappy small picture of the larch, but there it is, the larch. Oh, MV now says he'll take a shot. So, okay. I
We should
can't.
head down to the pub then.
Would you guys like a close up of the larch? Look at that. Ooh, beautiful, huh? Okay, Robbie is taking Shin Su Chu.
There you go.
All right,
See,
back.
in what all-time league? What other all-time league are you going to see Shin-Soo Choo show up?
You're not. You're
It's a
absolutely
damn fine
not.
player.
Right. Okay, I forget who was next, but because I'm in Egypt, I think wasn't it Richard?
Who was
If we haven't
second?
offended
Yeah,
him with the larch
Richard was
tree.
second. Yeah.
Who was?
Richard was next.
Richard was next. All right, hopefully Richard is still hanging out and not saying, oh, yep, all right, Richard is here. Ooh, I don't know how you have this set up, but the number is 94. Does this mean like the 1787 something or others?
No,
Okay.
it means the 1958 Kansas City Athletics.
Oh, all right. 1958, Kansas City Athletics.
Good luck.
No kidding, right? As Jackass Whiskey is continuing about chopping down wild cherry trees and. Oh, so we'll continue here. So a wild cherry tree he planted while growing straight, tall, and producing berries. This tree was far more beautiful than Natalie. A straight-line windstorm took it down. It devastated him. He cut it up and gave the pieces to woodturners before I knew how valuable cherry wood was. How about it? See, you come to this channel, you're going to learn stuff. You're going to learn things, man. And JT Dutch is saying there's only one guy to be chosen in the 1958 Kansas City A's. Just for completion's sake, I should probably put a baseball picture up here, huh? Bob Serve. He was also with the Yankees, so Bob Serve.
Hey,
Yeah.
yeah, very good.
There's
Bob
somebody you're
Serve.
not going to see in an all-time great team. And there he is, says JT Dutch. But in a run-of-the-mill all-time great team, you're not going to see him. All right. I think Andrew's next.
Okay.
Am I in Egypt? And we have to squeeze MV in somewhere.
Yeah, we'll squeeze him in.
Yeah, Manchester Red
Andrew,
Bulls.
what's his number?
The next number, this is 1692.
1692.
Oh, it's Ken Castro.
Oh, Ken, okay.
Yeah, that's what Andrew says. It's Ken.
1692. All right. Okay. In 1692, isn't that when Columbus sailed the ocean blue?
You're off by 200 years, but who cares?
I'm usually off.
Something happened in 1692. Wasn't that the Salem witch trials?
No.
This is the 1690s. Yeah.
I don't know. I thought the witch trials was my first divorce, but anyway.
Oh,
All right.
oh.
Ken has 1950
Okay.
New York Giants.
Ooh, that's a good one. 1950 Giants. If you would have said 1950 Phillies, he would have had a player right then. The Phillies are his favorite franchise.
Yeah. The Whiz Kids.
So Robbie's really way off. Remember when we were talking about Americans in history? He says 1892 Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Thanks, Robbie. Appreciate you, bud. Dude, we're down to 6. Can you believe it? All right, what do we do now? I can't show Miss July on here. So let's bring up a picture of some of these players, man. How about that? I know it's not as exciting as larch trees, but all right. So Bob Serve was our last dude picked. Let's have a picture of Bob
Beatles,
Serve.
good call. 1692, the Salem witch trials.
It was the Salem witch trials. Thank you.
Very good memory, yeah.
Okay, so there's Bob Serve, guys, who was just recently picked. There he is. And yes, it's Saber. So there's Bob Serve. Monty Irvin, nice pick. Cousin Ken Castro. How's about that? All right. Should we do another number? It'll be Andrew this time. Andrew's number is 1023. Continuing here, the tree had a daughter, and it's almost as beautiful as its mother, but not quite. J.R. Tolkien would love your account, Jackass Whiskey. Seriously.
All right, if you're ready.
Yep.
For Andrew, he's got the 1982 New York Mets.
Ooh.
Not sure who was on. I think that was one of their in-between years.
Mm-hmm. So the thing about this, guys, is again, there's not the only commitment if you would decide to do it. This is not the old bait and switch, because we're not playing these games out, is my understanding. That we're doing the draft. You know, you can do some trade, whatever, but then we're just going to sim it out. So your only commitment, I guess, Big Clue, would be just being part of the draft, and that's it.
Yeah, it's a show up on draft night, draft your team, and that's it.
And then we sim it out. Like, we actually sim it out, and it takes Action PC, what, like 10 minutes or something? I mean, it's pretty fast. Yeah.
MV had a good idea. If we get enough people, we can have like a 14 playoff and
Hmm.
maybe do the playoffs. Maybe show the playoffs on the channels,
I think that'd
but
be fun. Yep.
stem the regular season, yeah, for sure.
Andrew picked Mookie Wilson.
Mookie Wilson. Okay, see, once again, another player of that type. So
Right.
we're
Really
gonna get
does
all
make you
kinds.
dig deep into history. Now, McGreevy 2.0 is going to be coming up. That's not going to be like this. McGreevy's actually going to be played out. So McGreevy's a different animal altogether. Who's next, anyhow? Or at least 25% of McGreevy will be played out.
Dwayne, and then we can do MV.
Dwayne? Okay, so Dwayne's number is 2,751.
1898 Chicago Orphans.
Oh, you know Ken's wanting that one. 1898 Chicago Orphans. Wow. I might have to
Need
look
to have
that
a
up.
separate board that's just for Ken. Random 19th century
We
teams.
could I could actually bring up a random number generator just to yeah. You know what actually would be fun? How about now? I mean, maybe this is too much because some people are like, but that's not fair. If we did one for Ken, of course you'd have you wouldn't work with your number system, I guess, right? And then have Ken's 19th century team, it'd be all 19th century players take on whatever other teams people put up. That would be kind of funny, but
Yeah, that could, yeah.
I don't know how that would work though.
Like if you wanted players that were all pre-war, pre-World War II, or I could customize a list for each person and do it that way.
That'd be kind of interesting. I don't know whether what the you have three commissioners in this league, you, Steve, and MV. So I'm just the dude here showing pictures of Russian women and trees and Bob Serve. So
But and Bob Serve.
Bob
But
Serve.
do you have any pictures of Russian trees?
I can do that. I can do that. So there is definitely we have a theme going on here. So oops, that's Natalie. You know I didn't mean that, guys, right? Oops, no, I didn't mean that either. Okay, so trees in Russia. Should we call it that? Trees in Russia. Let's do that. There we go. Well, birch trees in Russia, which really look like birch trees like everywhere. But there you go. These are actual birch trees in Russia, and that actually looks like a little, yeah.
She's a multimillionaire. She must be.
She
Gee, she
is.
must be really smart.
Um, um, yeah,
If you're a millionaire, you must make or sell something. I wonder what that could be.
right. Oh, there's a beautiful tree stand right there. So Tolkien. No, I am not here to teach, Robbie. I am definitely not here to teach. And most people do not find me entertaining. Therefore, I'm just here to like put up like random pictures today. And
You are here to entertain and why would you be here to entertain and teach yourself? You could do that on your own time.
exactly, and I do. Thank you. And so, but
Just listen.
I might
Right.
give up going out doing music and drinking tomorrow night because I ordered a book that Big Clue said is an awesome book, but I ordered before I knew he was said it was an awesome book, and it's called The Baseball 100 by Joe Posnanski. Looks great. Essays about what 100 greatest players in baseball. And it's 880 pages, baby. So I'm ready. It's going to be delivered tomorrow, and I'm thinking Guinness or baseball. I think I'm going to stay in, and I have some Guinness in the fridge, and there we go. Clark Griffith says Dwayne Lawrence.
Ooh,
Good pick.
there
Good
you
pick.
go. All right.
All
Good
right.
pick. Okay.
No
MV,
top
you've got
20s here.
two because we want to give you a makeup pick.
Oh, so you get another one?
Yeah, we'll give well because he wasn't here for round one, so we'll
Who,
let him pick
MV?
MV since he's at the end of the round now.
Oh, that means we have to like. He's a tosser, let me tell you. All right. Anyhow, so for MV, formerly of the Manchester Red Bolts, his number is 894.
194.
Mm.
Why, that would be the 1993
Ah.
California Angels.
Ooh. Okay. I am not an excellent teacher, Robbie. In fact, when I was going to grad school, my professors told me to get a PhD because I wouldn't last a day in a high school. Because partially because I'd be too controversial. So yeah, 1993. Envy. West Virginians can't hear either. I think it has to do with going to family reunions, trying to find dates. I really do.
I think if anyone's here watches Ted Lasso, I think MV's trip to London vacation for holiday must have been something akin to Coach Beard's night out.
MV says he's back from holiday tomorrow, so he says he's back to baseball
Oh,
tomorrow.
you're still not back. Thank you for joining us.
Robbie, you don't know me that well. Yeah, I really would be. So um, I wouldn't because in school districts, right? You have to teach to the test, whereas in a university, I can actually teach students. So yeah, that's why I decided I wanted to be a teacher, and they said, "Nah, you should be a professor because you wouldn't last a day in a school unless it was super ultra whatever." We're not going to use
That's
any words here that begin with L or C. So there you go.
why Big Clue doesn't teach Sunday school anymore. Wouldn't stick to the materials.
Oh my God. I mean, come on, Robbie. You know how I do baseball games on here. We're lucky if we get 3 innings in an hour. Could you imagine me as a high school teacher? Could never happen. I do want to go back and get my PhD though. I do want to do that. I have my master's. Got take me. It would take me 2 years to get my doctorate if I decide to do it. So we'll see. Either going to be that or I'm going to be Natalie's agent. One of the two. We know the possibility of that happening. I'll bet you if I was her agent though, and I got a webcam, dude, I would be have a bigger channel than our Red Sox fan in like 5 minutes. It'd be amazing. Yeah. So MV says Tim Salmon
Such a good idea. You should start a Kickstarter for that.
sort of
Anyone
kicks.
want to see me be her agent? Send money.
That's it.
The access to the webcam.
Oh my God, I love it. I love it. That Robbie, there's finally something you and I do agree on. Yes, standardized tests are spawn of Satan. They should be gone. So MV gets another pick, really? All
Yeah.
right,
Oh,
I'm
Tim
loath to do
Salmon.
this.
Okay, thank you.
I am loath
Yeah,
to do this, Mr. Klazuski, but I shall do it. And that number is 740.
740.
Now, I like MV. He's all right.
Let me pull that up here.
It's just I used to
Oh,
play music. I used to play gigs in West Virginia, and that place used to make me nervous. Ooh.
oh.
But he survived many years there, so I'm just worried about playing gigs there. Pah. Glad I never did magic down there, man. They would have burnt me at the stake, though. So just went down there and played heavy
V,
metal.
are you ready, buddy?
We're ready. 740.
Yep, 740. MV, your team is the 1915 St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, that's before the Cardinals were good. Ooh, tough, tough, tough. They don't get to their first World Series till 1926, but they win. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a drag about like if you wanted to do like these, teams like when I was setting up this Ken Castro League, 19th Century Deadball, couldn't find a decent Cardinals team from the Deadball era. It was just like, oh my God, this is dreadful. So that's why they're not here.
1880,
1915.
the 1880s would have worked fine. That's
1880s would have worked great. Gus Herman and all that. Yeah. In fact, the Summer of Whiskey and Beer, he plays a prominent part in that in the St. Louis club.
oh,
19
you mean Chris Vondre.
Right, Chris
Vondre.
Vondre, I mean, yeah. 1915 St. Louis Cardinals MV, in case you didn't hear that. So, Robbie, you said that there was a time he's going back to Natalie here and women that do not speak English. Robbie says there was one time his dad and he ate at a fast food place. And the kid working the counter needed a calculator to figure out change. That's what those tests have done. Well, it's that, but some people suck at math. So, I mean,
Robbie, were you sheltered as a child? Your dad only took you out to a fast food place once? That doesn't sound right in America.
Bill Doak. He is taking Bill Doak.
Bill Doak.
Bill
Okay.
Doak. Yeah. How about it?
Righty.
Yeah.
There's another one that, yeah.
Another one. Yeah.
All right. So we are into round three, and it is Robbie's turn again.
It's Robbie's turn. All right. Hopefully, the guy that we get that Robbie picks would have been good with a calculator and doesn't speak Russian. 2,561.
Oh, he should find somebody good on this one. The 1965 St. Louis, also St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh yeah. There you go. Cardinals were good in the 60s.
For you, Robbie.
There you go. That one is a hanging curveball, Robbie.
Looking at him now. Good players. Again, that's one of the things about doing it this way. Your only chance to get a quote unquote name player, an all time great, it may not be one of his Hall of Fame seasons. It may just be a run of the mill, he may be an average player in that season or just above average or below average.
Well, Robbie with a
So it's
quickness
really up to you.
names
What
Mr.
do you,
Tim McCarver,
ooh, there you go. The late great Tim McCarver.
who could tell you everything about baseball. He did. Man knows baseball. Man knows baseball. So
All
I
right.
like Tim McCarver. I did. I don't know if that's a unpopular thing to say, but I like Tim McCarver. I liked him as an analyst in games. I did.
He was an, he was an affable guy
Mm-hmm.
who,
Definitely.
if you didn't know much about baseball, he could teach you a lot.
That. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Uh,
Um, was certainly better than Joe Morgan as an analyst.
yeah, he's like Harold Reynolds. If Harold Reynolds' IQ wasn't that of a shoestring.
Right.
So,
Andrew giving us some telling about Tim McCarver played in 4 decades. Wow. That's like hard to
he
wrap my
played
head
a
around.
long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, long time. All right, so we're back to after Richard.
Richard. Yeah.
All right,
Richard.
here we go, Richard. Drum roll, please.
944. How you ever came up with this is brilliant. Love it.
The 2014 Boston Red Sox.
Oh, come on. That's
I don't know who. Well, I can think of names, but
right. 2014 Red Sox.
some of these are surprising. I'm not looking up every team to see
Right.
who's available, but
2014 Red Sox for Richard. Jackass Whiskey says he liked Joe Morgan as an analyst. Well, I would only counter that since you don't like the Beatles, there's no accounting for taste. Anyhow, no, I'm just being ornery. That's cool. I mean, Joe Morgan certainly what a no one can deny what a great baseball player he was, huh? Whew. I miss John Miller. I miss listening to John Miller.
Jackass, you and I are the opposite. Joe Morgan may have been the greatest second baseman to ever play. He's certainly the greatest second baseman in my lifetime, but he's a crap analyst as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
Whew.
That's my personal opinion.
So Jackass Whiskey and I were having a gentlemanly debate earlier today in Legend Sports Universe broadcast, which guys go back and check it. Mets and Dodgers about Bill Mazeroski, Phil Rizzuto in the Hall of Fame, and I was saying that Rizzuto shouldn't be there and Maz shouldn't be there, and so yeah, and I brought up Rogers Hornsby, but certainly even more so, I would say Joe Morgan says, "Hold my beer." Maz was a very good player, but you talk about second baseman like Joe Morgan, Rogers Hornsby, and I mentioned George Grantham. George Grantham, not in the Hall of Fame, was a better second baseman. Um, who Legends mentioned somebody too. Who was it? It was a Houston Astro, I believe it was.
Rizzuto,
Billy
by the
Duran.
way,
He mentioned Bill Duran. Bill Duran, who had a higher who had a 280 lifetime average compared
oh,
to Maz's 260. John Lester,
with
Richard
Aaron Reed's beloved 90 Reds, Bill Doran.
Bill Duran. There we go. Richard Davis is taking John Lester.
John Lester. All right. Good pitcher.
Yeah.
All righty.
Ken Castro wants to know if he's
Then
up.
you're up.
Ken is up. All right. Ken hoping for a. I think it would be fun, even as a side project, to have Ken just select 19th century players, anybody he wants, and then boom. I think it would be fun. Let him pick
All right.
25 guys from the 19th century. I think it would be amazing. All right.
Let's get him a number.
I'm sorry.
Let's get him a random number for Ken.
I have one. 1932. 1932. And I hope Columbus didn't sail that late because.
And you have the 1918
Oh yeah.
Washington Senators.
Oh. Well, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. 1918 Senators, cousin. Just go ahead and type the name. Come on, you know you want to do it. Although, was that a good year? Yeah, of course it was a good year for him. Wasn't a good year for the Senators, but you
Yeah.
know who we're thinking of here, right? The group think here. Huh? Yeah, there it is. The big train, of
There
course.
you go, Walter Johnson. Yeah.
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 Nice.
All right. I think it's Andrew next.
It is Andrew next. It's going great, Steve. It's going great. It's Darth Tate is in the chat. Um, I can't show Natalie because Mrs. Tate might go by the screen. So we're done with Natalie now for tonight. It's going great, Steve. Yeah,
Miss Lee is the official ball girl for the Baseball Geek Squad.
She is. She is. So just really quickly, here's our mascot. There she is. Okay, now let's go back to this. We need a number for Andrew, right?
Yeah.
Copyright strikes all over the place.
Looks like a 10. That looks like a number 10.
1505.
All right, 1505.
Yeah, Johnson, a 1.27 earned run average in that year.
1941
Ooh.
Cincinnati Reds.
Good year and good team, actually. That's Cincinnati Reds were pretty good late 30s, early 40s, yeah? 1940 Reds were like, yeah, hell of a team. Yeah, Steve, we kind of explained that this time it's not going to be a season that's going to be played out, but rather simmed. And so we've asked people if they want to actually do the real thing. The only commitment they'd be making would be just draft night, and that's it. No having to keep up with stuff, and then we just sim it out. I guess that's the plan you and Big Clue and MV have. Is you guys are the commissions in this thing.
He's one of the options there, Steve. He's on the team.
Paul Derringer, yeah. I mean, who's picking though? I think it's Andrew's pick. He's taking Bucky Walters.
Yep, there you go.
Not a bad pick.
One of the all-time great hitting pitchers in baseball history.
Mm-hmm.
And the MVP in 1950, if I remember, the National League MVP.
Bucky Walters, really?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that. Richard St. loaded with pitchers. Ernie Lombardi, the schnoz. Huh?
Those Reds of that under Bill McKechnie. In fact, all of Bill McKechnie's teams were extremely pitching and defense oriented teams.
Which makes sense considering McKechnie's where McKechnie came from. I mean, he was kind of like, dead ball guy and all that. So I think that mindset probably still sticking with McKechnie. Yeah.
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 but routinely led the league in those categories or were among the league leaders, even when they weren't winning pennants.
Hmm.
Those types of teams.
All right. So,
We've got
Mr. Tate, are you
Dwayne.
going to hang
Is that
around to be part of this for a little bit?
Steve can draft here in a second. We
Okay.
can He can make a couple of makeup picks. That'd
Okay.
be fine.
He says, "Yup."
And I don't think we've come with it. Nobody has come. I don't think anybody's pulled up a team where somebody else even had another player that had been drafted on the roster as a possibility yet.
Yeah. So I wanted to
So
ask you guys. So as far as this draft goes, to speed it up when we do the actual draft, would it be everybody write down your number and then they get their year and then they go? So it's like the simultaneous draft that we did on Shanks 2.0.
I initially thought that actually, but the more I've reflected on this, because you're being given a list of some 20 to 30 players. It's a finite list.
Okay.
I think we can do it one at a time like this. And somebody just has 60 seconds
Hmm.
or 2 minutes tops to make the pick. And
Okay.
then we move on, and then we move on to the next person.
Hmm.
You know, if they don't make, and if somebody needs an extra minute or something, it's not a big deal because it's not like the next person is going to get. If I've got 1920, 1920 Yankees, it's not like somebody else is going to get the 1932 Yankees. What are the odds of that happening? Virtually nil. In fact, I've made sure in my mock-ups the same year is never consecutive and the same team is never consecutive from pick to pick to pick to from the overall picks. So
So Steve, gotta ask you a question. Because I'm gonna be at some point down the road on the channel, besides playing some music, doing some stuff like that. I'm going to be actually doing some live magic, disabling DVR and stuff. Hopefully she likes magic and she see there's another dimension. Because Steve says, he says he's on his PC now. He says, laugh out loud. My wife said, I don't want to listen to that baseball nerd stuff. Go in your office and put your headphones on, please.
hey, she said please, so she still loves him.
Yeah, I know. I told the particle today. Oh, so he's a fan of magic. Okay, her not so much. Damn. All right. Well, I can do some wife safe artwork that I've done. Does she like cute little tigers and stuff? Anyhow, never mind. We're just trying to win Mrs. Tate over to the baseball geek squad, and I don't think it's gonna happen. Anyhow, who's up? I'm sorry. I'm holding up the works here as
Oh,
usual.
Dwayne, I believe.
Dwayne Martz, if he's still here.
Dwayne, you still with us?
Yeah, I don't know. I should see because I think Robert's broadcasting now too. So
I
that
hear
means
you, Steve.
if I accidentally click on this, Mrs. Tate doesn't. Okay, cool. I'm sorry, but that's just such a look at the architecture there. Isn't that something? Wow. Okay. Anyhow, Dwayne Martz is here, and the number is.
Robbie, in all seriousness, you want to find you. It's probably best to have a wife that there's some things you guys like doing together, and there's also some things where you guys
Yeah,
have separate interests.
exactly.
So
E-
yeah,
every woman I've been involved with has either liked or loved baseball. So that was like something that we shared, but there are other things that we absolutely and yeah, because if you like everything together, you're doomed. You're dead. You're gone.
or
Uh,
same with nothing. If you like nothing together, then why are you guys spending time together? That's.
all right, we are the number here for Dwayne is 43, which is one
Number.
more than the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
That's
Steve,
43.
Steve,
19.
yep.
Go ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, no, no. I was just gonna mention after you do this, I'll tell you.
Dwayne, you have the 1989 Detroit Tigers.
Ooh. So Steve says that Dwayne Martz did a racing video the other day that got him thinking of adding a racing game to his shelf, which means Steve Tate is much like Rube Waddell. So we're trying to pull Steve back into baseball. Mm, now he's thinking about racing, and you know what's going to happen next, don't you?
He'll have every racer ever carded, neutralized, and have a little card jimmied up for him.
Oh man.
He's
Oh my
probably he's
God.
probably over there like I was sort of thinking along those
Well,
lines.
so now we love Steve. We love Steve.
Yeah,
So it was
he's
what was
awesome.
it? It was a few weeks ago or a couple weeks ago. MV is recreating the 1906 to 1910 Cubs in Super Mega Baseball 4, and Steve's like, a new project, a new project. And I'm thinking, I mean, Steve gets them done, but we're trying to draw him back, yeah, into the fold. And he says Richard Petty coming up. Didn't Richard Petty bat cleanup for the Cubs 1 year? Trying here, trying. Robbie, no. Oh, Dwayne Martz picked Alan Trammell.
Alan Trammell. All right. Was that one of his better years? I don't remember. So all right, that's good.
Robbie, not even
Now we're
God,
back to MV.
not even God himself has as many projects as you. So, look, I'm already going to hell, so I might as well just say it. So, Marty Robbins, Steve, see, Steve's already, he is Rube Waddell. He says Marty Robbins was a great singer and racer. He watched him in 1979 at a NASCAR event. Was he racing and singing at the same time, Steve? That is the burning question that you know we're all waiting for that answer. I don't know who's up next, but I'll give you the number.
Uh, I I got to tell you, Steve, I'm not a Marty Robbins fan, but his song El Paso is one of my all-time favorites. I could listen to that song for hours.
George Harrison was into racing. I don't know if any of you know that. George Harrison was very much into Formula One. So, and used to drive. What was his name? Who's the Scottish dude? Scottish racer from back in the '60s and '70s. What was his name? George Harrison was like really close friends with him and used to drive his car. McLaren? No.
I keep trying to watch. I don't know how you would play racing on the PC.
Jackie
I mean,
Stewart.
every time you press the F1 key, it's just going to open a help window.
Whoever is next is the number is 2,316.
2,300. Let me look. It's MV.
MV. Oh my God. Get it back
Oh,
here. Get it
an
back
MV. Let's see if he can spin a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
here.
He
Ooh.
has the expansion
Ooh.
1977 Seattle Mariners.
Oh. All right, MV. Good luck with that.
I
Good
have
luck with
no
that
idea
one.
who's on that roster, but
Damn. I love the biblical allusion there. Um, Robbie says I'm not going to hell, that God forgives me. Yeah.
I tell myself that at night also, Robbie.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, Steve's helping out MV here a little bit. He's Dan
Robbie's a
Meyer,
good
Willie
guy.
Horton, ex Tigers. See, you're making it so easy on this West Virginian.
Willie
See,
Horton, was he on the Mariners?
wow. Well, where's my amidst all this here? Let's find Baseball Reference.
Yeah.
There it is. Let's look up Willie Horton.
No, he was not. Dan Meyer, good call. Dan Meyer was on that team.
Willie Horton. Yes, he no, he was in the 79-80 Seattle. So no. Yep.
Do they have any pitchers?
Steve Tate
Yeah.
says, amazing how MV successfully suppresses that West Virginia dialect. MV has selected Enrique Romo.
A closer. Okay, the relief pitcher. Good. All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. All right, Steve, do you want to make a couple picks? We can fit you in right now.
I do like this edition. All right, Steve, here is your number. Oh, Sith Lord. It's 246. Big clue.
246. And that turns out to be, drum roll please, 18. Ooh, 91 Louisville Cardinals.
Ooh.
I'm not sure if that was one of their good seasons or not.
So trivia without looking it up. Who was the owner of the Louisville Colonels? Who?
Ernie Dreyfus.
There you go. Damn it. There you go.
Oh, sorry, that was for the
Yeah. No,
chat.
that's fine. He had a pretty good all position player that he took with him to
Yeah.
Pittsburgh. Kid had a future.
Who actually, I don't know who was when he got majority share, but part owner was that William Chase Temple that had
Hmm.
the Temple Cup.
Temple Cup.
Which, boy, is that ever an interesting story.
Yeah, it is. That's like the forerunner to the World Series.
No, well, yeah. I
Sort
mean,
of, kinda.
it was so unpopular, though, a postseason series between the first and second place team. Gee, when baseball was considering letting wild cards into the playoffs, maybe they should have looked at their history in the 1890s.
When does baseball ever look at its history? Steve Tate picks Patsy Donovan. There's a name
Yes.
that didn't make it into the McGreevy League at all.
Yeah.
And MV says
Oh,
this is
wow.
his last pick that he's beat. I can understand that. What they get up to down there in West Virginia. Should we just throw one to MV before then we just give Steve
Yeah,
Tate?
so he can go to bed. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely. All right, MV 1848. So the Knickerbockers were still around.
1948 is the 1935 Brooklyn Dodgers.
Oh, I know who I'd pick from there. And I'm not looking at baseball reference. I know who I would pick from the 35 Dodgers. Right before the Dodgers became a powerhouse. So Steve Tate is claiming that Barney Dreyfus is the great grandfather of Richard Dreyfus and Julia Louis Dreyfus. I wonder if he could dance better than Julia Louis Dreyfus.
That was a great episode.
Right? Oh my God. She's. I had a bit of a crush on her for a while though.
Oh my gosh.
Dancing or not. This was a chance to tell your joke. Unless you want to hold it for another time.
My joke? What joke?
The joke about Calvinists.
That's your joke.
No, but I gave it to you. I bequeathed it to you.
I can't do the accent.
All right. All right, so now, listen up, you tossers, you wankers. I got a joke for you. I got a riddle for you. Why is it that Calvinists are against shagging? 'Cause they're afraid it might lead to dancing. No one's going to get that at all. You know that, right?
Oh my god. Oh.
Aaron Reed says he's listening to the Braves and Rays, two really hot teams. They're both on fire. Absolutely, they are.
Yeah, damn it. Well, I just saw the. You're listening to him live? Because I just saw the final score on the screen.
Robbie didn't get the Calvinist joke. So I'll explain it another time, Robbie. It's not really
Yeah.
important. Just trying to fill dead air here.
Yeah.
Yeah. A big clue, and I thought it was funny. So, like the Mormons here in Utah say, we do not drink or smoke, but we do love to eat and dance. There you go.
There you go.
All right. So we know that Julia Louis Dreyfus is not a Mormon, therefore.
No,
Did you like that
was,
deductive reasoning, or well, no, that'd be more inductive, wouldn't it?
yeah.
Be more
And
inductive reasoning.
therefore, she's made of wood.
Therefore, she's made. Burn the witch. Oh. I love that
Oh
whole
my
list of what are witches made of. He's like, little bits of rock, churches.
The deductive reasoning. Yeah. I had a cousin that, that turned into an. He got better.
He got better. She turned me into a newt.
Oh my god.
Um,
Oh.
MV, we're still waiting. I wonder if he's fallen asleep.
He may have yeah, if he's that beat.
Hmm.
MV 1935 Brooklyn Dodgers.
You know what? No great teams, I think, have come up yet, have they? Like, um,
Well,
or maybe there's one. I mean, I'm
not
talking like,
all time. I think we've had some. I mean, we've had winning clubs,
right,
but
but we haven't
yeah.
had like a 1936 Yankees yet, or
No, 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 no. I don't
right,
think so. Yeah,
which makes this even more fun.
yeah. Knock on wood. Yeah. And
Mm,
of course, those teams. I would assume the advantage of getting a team like that would be that you have a plethora of options to choose from.
yeah.
So especially when well, the difficulty with this is getting a team, and then you're like, well, I can only grab the left. The only good players per se are, I don't know, the left fielder and the relief pitcher or something like that, and
Hmm.
I need a third baseman. What do I do? Well, since you have no idea whether any subsequent team you draft will have a good third baseman, and
Right.
the deeper in the draft you go, the more those will become problematic choices, as Steve has pointed out. Definitely additional layers of um, challenge for everybody.
Hmm.
And yet at the same time, you don't really have to know baseball history because here's your list of 20 to 30 guys to choose from. Pick one. So,
I think this one, because the other one, I mean, I thought about it after the fact that the way the first draft was set up, you could kind of research, right? Like break it up into like maybe decades or what have you. But this one you can't, right? Because of that team element. So you can say, okay, here's a list of 10 great players from 1960 to 1970. Well, that could or if you don't draw that team, let's say you draw 1968, but you're not getting Denny McLain, right? You're getting the 1968. Who sucked in 1968? The Yankees. You get the 1968 Yankees. For instance, they weren't good in the late 60s, so that you could have Mickey Mantle, certainly a great player in the 1960s, but I don't think 68 was probably one of Mantle's better years. I know it certainly wasn't a good year for the
no,
Yankees.
it was his last year.
So there you go. Steve Tate says none was taking a shower when the doorbell rang. She yelled, "Who is it?" And the person ringing the doorbell yelled, "I'm the blind man." So the nun got out of the shower and wrapped her hair in a towel. She didn't bother putting a towel around herself because the person behind the door was blind. She opened the door and said, "What do you want?" And the man said, "I'm here to check your blinds." Nice.
Steve,
Steve
I
Tate.
have to confess, I'm reading that while Beatles is talking, and I'm waiting for you to. I'm still waiting for you to type the punchline in. It just went right over my head
It's beautiful.
until Beatles reads it out loud, and I'm like, oh, I get it.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that for you, you're still on the other side on the chat. Yikes! I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
That was a good one. Steve Tate's here all week. Try the tofu. MV. I wonder if it's. Steve asked if there was another storm in West Virginia. Could it be Hurricane Mel? I wonder, or where
Ooh,
is
has that subsided yet? That's been going on a while.
it? No. MV.
No wonder MV needed a vacation. So, oh well. At least, hey, as he said in the past, at least we know we're comforted by the not with the knowledge that MV drifted off into a dreamy sleep at the dulcet tones of Beatles' voice. So, as he so
Oh.
often said, he enjoys doing.
Oh.
So,
I don't know how to take that.
so I guess it's Steve's pick, and we'll go on.
All right. Yeah.
Steve, do you want,
Steve still
want
has some jokes.
1934 Brooklyn?
All right. So while Steve's doing joke,
Oh my
okay,
god!
guys, I'm off to bed. Moose and Squirrel. All
All right.
right.
Moose and squirrel.
Moose and Squirrel. I think Steve's more interested in getting his joke typed out here right now.
All right.
It's a good
Let's
one.
go.
Yeah. It's almost Tolkien-esque in length. Let me see. Okay, so Steve Tate says a friend was in front of me coming out of church one day, and the preacher was standing at the door as he always is to shake hands. He grabbed my friend by the hand and pulled him aside. The pastor said to him, "You need to join the army of the Lord." My friend replied, "I'm already in the army of the Lord, Pastor." Pastor questioned, "How come I don't see you except at Christmas and Easter?" "Oh," he whispered back, "I'm in the Secret Service." Oh, Steve Tate is he's here all week. that hurt. That was good. It hurt. I think MV is out. Does that mean? I guess. Yeah. So mostly Squirrel. I don't know. I mean,
What?
are we done? Everybody's dropping off. Like
Anybody,
things
anybody
that
want to
drop
do
off.
another round of this, or is this enough as a demonstration?
Yeah. We just yeah.
Let us know in the chat.
Indeed.
Steve
Steve's
Tate.
ready.
Oh,
He
there you
wants
go.
his year in team. All right. Let's do a
Yeah,
number for him.
1935 Brooklyn.
Yeah, 1935 Brooklyn, Steve. Even though I have a new number queued up here, but yeah, that's good.
But did I tell you about the first Jewish president of the United States? The first Jew elected president of the United States.
Um, I,
He's at, he
no.
he's at the swearing-in ceremony at the inauguration on inaugural day,
Mhm.
and you know how they've got the dignitaries in the front couple of rows and all that.
Mhm.
Well, his elderly mother, she's sitting there in the front row with all these famous people, and she turns to her left, and it's the Secretary of State, and she needles him with her elbow, and she says, "You see that up there?" And he goes, "Yes, ma'am." He goes, "That's your son," and she goes, "That's right." And she says, "He's the first Jewish president of the United States." And he says, "Yep, pretty impressive." And she goes, "Oh, that's nothing. My other son's a doctor."
Oh, nice, nice. Applause, applause. That one hurt too. That was good. Steve picked Sam Leslie.
Sam Leslie. Okay.
So Dwayne wanting to
You
know
got
from
you. I got to look him up.
s- um, Dwayne
First
wants wanting to
baseman.
know from
Wow,
you
300
baseball.
hitting first baseman.
What have you commissioners decided on the number of how many players on a roster?
We could do 30 again. I mean, I would personally
So
like enough
25 and five reserves.
flexibility. 25 active and 5 reserves. And so just draft 30 guys and you name the 5 you want reserved. And I think that's better in terms of as of being stuck positionally in the draft and you're given something, what if I get, I don't know, 8 crap players on my team,
Hmm.
so or 4 crap players on my team. I don't think that'll be the case, but when I say crap, I mean below average.
Right.
I don't want them, I don't want to be forced to have them starting necessarily.
Hmm.
But you see tonight, the example, every team, everybody's got
Right.
has 1 or 2 above average players on it at least.
Hmm.
And B, overall, this isn't a Hall of Fame league. I think we'll have much more competition in the actual sim between teams because of that.
So Steve is showing you kindness once again, Clue. He's already starting a smack talk. He says
Gender neutral
he says
draft
hope you
pick.
get
What?
that wish of 8 crap team or 8 crap players, Clue. I'm pulling for you. Truly,
Well,
I think he's more evil than Darth Vader.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Darth Vader actually. I mean, he came back. He was the
He was
chosen one.
redeemed, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was redeemed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't
no
know.
hope for you, Steve.
I don't know.
Steve.
Steve reminds me of not so much like Darth Vader, right? But what was
Palpatine.
it? The Empire Strike Backs, right? Those guards, those Sith Lord guys that were in the red stuff. They look
Oh,
like
the
sort of
Crimson Guard.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think that's
Yeah.
Steve is
Yeah.
part of
Yeah.
that. I think he's part of that. Robbie
Yeah.
wants to know if we're going to be doing. He says the Negro League rounds thing again. That's a good question.
I don't think in this one, and Steve is free to, correct my impressions here. Um, I wanted to keep apples to apples, so um, it's not like we have pick a year and a Negro League team from that year, and the roster of the Negro League team would have people to choose from. Steve doesn't have near enough guys carded to do something like that. I mean,
True.
that would be awesome, but that's asking an awful lot, and he's got other things going on right now and stuff. And so I didn't want to do like single season major leaguers and guys from an all-time greats thing with the Negro leaguers.
Do you think we should
Um,
bring the Sith Lord on
yeah,
Mike?
that'd be great.
What do you think
Steve, you
there,
have a
Steve? Since you got your headphones on and Mrs. Tate's busy, you want to come on and
No,
hang out
Robbie, there's no limit on Hall of Famers this time
for obvious reasons? Yeah.
because of the way the draft is styled. Yeah. So if you want a guy, he's yours. If nobody else has picked him, end of story. Hall of Famer, not Hall of Famer, doesn't matter.
Steve says he's audible. Whoa. All right. How do I do a three-way call? How the hell do I do that? How do I do a menage a call here? You see what I did there?
I,
It was menage a call. Okay,
I
never
got
mind.
I got nothing. I give up. That's just,
All right. Oh, wait a
if it
minute.
has,
I pressed this little
it
button
has
and
to be a three-way. I'm glad it's you and Steve.
all right. All right. Let me get Steve on here. Bam. Create DM. What? No. Wait. Confirm new group. Big clue. Steve.
Just,
Yeah. Okay. I've created this other. There. Now you're gonna be on another call. You got to answer. Hi, Steve.
I joined a new call. Steve, you with us?
Steve.
Oh,
Steve.
I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, there. Now we
yeah,
can hear you.
there
Yeah.
he is.
Talk
Okay,
about
good.
talk about dulcet tones. So, gentlemen, how about a hashtag and a hi to Steve Tate, or just a hi Steve, or something, or hi Sith Lord, something fitting.
Wow. I'm glad to be joining this party. I was just entertained by the whole banter.
Yeah. Well, now you're part of it, man. And you were typing
Wow.
like a madman there, so we had
Oh,
to
I was
bring you
going
in.
to town.
You were loving it.
Yeah, if since Steve is Lord, the Sith Lord, I'll give him a salute like in Spaceballs
Oh, nice,
with the little finger wave.
nice. So, Steve, what is the plan on this to like hold a draft night and then sim it out the same night, or how's this going to work? Because this is going
I,
to be played right this time.
I here's what I think to try to, I guess, meld all the worlds together, right?
Hmm.
Getting as much people to have fun with the draft because that's just such a big social event.
Hmm.
Then we get
Yeah.
the team set up. Then give somebody a week or so to figure out, hey, who do you want? How do you want your lineups? If you even care, or let the computer do everything for you, right?
Hmm.
And then we could just hit go and sim that sucker, or maybe get on a broadcast and all of us talk and watch the sim take place. Like we could do it, a month at a time and do it all in one broadcast one night.
I think
Like
it's
sim a
great.
season and like stop at different points and make comment and see who's doing what or ever, something like that. And then, it would be more expedited than what we went through.
That's cool. Robbie says sounds good. Makes that one less thing to worry about when drafting.
Yeah.
I think that would be it. My interest is I think we want to maximize participation in the draft more than anything.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it's just so fun. I mean, the overall strategy. And then this approach, like Clue was talking about, was we're going to get to see players. Like I just drafted Sam Leslie. I would never draft Sam Leslie
Hmm.
in the other format. Some of these players that are being picked will expand the exposure for some of them. More learning. Some of the more marginal players might get in. That's fun. And
It
then for those
definitely
that want to tweak a lineup, say, hey, we've drafted the team, submit a lineup if you want, because on whatever given night we have, we can all join a big broadcast and just watch that whole, like throughout that few hours or whatever, let the season slowly sim and watch and track progress and banter back and forth. And then at the end of that broadcast, hey, the season's been simmed and then maybe we set up a second episode if we want to just have one for the postseason, and then we could, wash, rinse, repeat. I don't know.
Yeah.
Tweak.
So there wouldn't be a huge commitment on anybody's part at all. You'd
No,
basically be
no.
here for the draft night, have fun, and then we can,
Yeah,
if you're in the Discord, we can just have total mayhem,
yeah.
have fun, have some laughs, and celebrate the great game of baseball. Yeah.
And then if we've got that league file, let's say you or MV or I wanted to have some fun with that, some of the teams that were drafted and come on someday and do some gameplay and take no doubt Mudville will retain its name, the Mudville Nines against the Jersey Blue Claws, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And take that draft file and maybe expose some of the teams and have a little fun doing some gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. MV had asked earlier tonight about keepers, and my thought on that was to go from one season to the next. We could keep. I'm just throwing a number out here for, as an example. 5 players. It doesn't matter who they are, because and let me back up so people who are listening know. Anyone who participates, you will never get the same year twice in the draft, and you will never get the same franchise twice in the draft. There are more than 30 franchises to choose from. There's certainly more than 30 years to choose from. So I've set up the random generator to spit out the team and year so that no one team drafting repeats either of those things during the draft. So,
and how that's
thinking
cool.
about keepers, if I've got 1927 Babe Ruth and I want to retain him for the next season as one of my keepers, then when I jimmy up the draft mix again for the next draft, that team my team won't get either 1927 or the Yankees as one of the options to come up in the draft for me.
And how about we add this clue to it? And if you choose to keep a player, that next season, you have to advance 1 year, and that's the year you get. So like if you had Ruth 27 and you elected to keep him, you in essence get Ruth 28.
Yeah, I like that. You pitched
That's
that
cool.
idea with the old version or the last iteration of Shanks, and I like that too. That way, you would really have to like a guy to hang on to him for more than a year or two.
Yeah.
Plus, I think we should have a cap. I don't know how many seasons, but if people like doing this, there's no reason
Yeah.
not to keep going and going.
But think about how cool that is. That's just more strategy to me to figure out,
Yeah,
well, I may not have the best season for Hornsby, but next year's a really good one. So he's going to be one of my keepers, right?
Yeah, I have no problem with that at all. But that way it still forces change. So he doesn't play exactly the way he played the year before.
And I like your thought. If you think about it, we're spreading the wealth around by not having repeat teams. So, not 5 people are going to get the 27 Yankees. I don't even know what the odds of that getting them in the first place would be. So to me, it spreads out the varying teams that we're going to have, and it makes it look more like a real baseball team versus just a Hall of Fame stack team.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be impossible to even stack this with Hall of Famers, really.
No, I don't. Have we talked about having no more than 5 Hall of Famers still?
Well, I don't think we have to have a limit, though, Steve. The way this has been running through, there's been
we don't
Mathewson,
get any,
well, Christy Mathewson, Walter Johnson. There's not been that many Hall of Famers even picked.
No, those were the only 2 with really good seasons, I think, that got picked.
So maybe we don't even have to, in this league with this approach, we don't even have to worry about a cap on Hall of Famers. I think it might work itself out.
Billy Hamilton got picked, and he was just I don't want to say a run-of-the-mill player, but it was not what you would call a Hall of Fame season from him.
Right.
There was another Hall of Famer early it was the same thing. I'm like, why are you, you must be picking him because of the name, not because of how he did that year, or because, of your limited choices on that particular roster. So, just whoever got the mid-2010s Boston team, one of the guys on there was David Ortiz, but they didn't take. He must not have been one of his best seasons because they took John Lester instead. So I mean, I think the Hall of Fame thing works itself out just because of the nature of we've added that second layer of randomness with the team.
I like it.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah,
thinking
and I think
having the keepers, I think, will encourage people to join and stay active in the league. Plus, the fact that you don't actually have to play games, or if
Yeah.
you don't want
Yeah.
rosters.
I think it sounds fun to like maybe over a 2 or 3 hour or 4 hour broadcast, do a complete sim and say, okay, now we're going to see how this draft plays out, right? I mean, it makes sense. Give a few days if somebody wants to get involved and say, okay, here's my lineup. Here's what I like to be cool. You don't have to do that. We can run the computer, stuff on it, and then have one night where we just have fun and watch it kind of slowly take place and tease each other.
oh yeah,
Keeps it casual, keeps it interesting, and keeps it moving at a brisk pace. So, yeah, I love it. I think that idea of doing the sim on a different night is even better because, like you said, we'll get
Yeah.
another audience. People who aren't even members will have a chance to, who weren't in the draft will have a chance.
Yeah.
Because if you're not participating, there probably aren't that many people who want to watch the draft.
Yeah, and then the gameplay, we can just do that as like a, what would you call that? Like a spin-off.
Yeah.
If this was a TV show, it'll be like, hey, today I'm bored. I'm going to fire up and do a broadcast, and I'm going to highlight a couple of these teams from our league we just drafted here last week for fun. And it's not part of the season or a requirement or things that matter. It's just highlighting a couple of these teams in like an exhibition game. That I kind of like that idea. It takes a lot of
can imagine a community member saying, how did you guys get these teams? Oh, go over and watch the draft video, to see how that. Yeah, exactly. So if you want to join, let us know. There's so many team seasons out there.
Yeah.
We have, 50. I mean, that's a lot of teams. We could have 50 people playing in this league, and no problem about duplicating players or teams. We're not going to run out of resources.
The fun thing it does, which I think is part of this community, is for the historical and the research and all that stuff that appeals to us, and the what ifs, right? It to me, it satisfies a lot of that. There's fun research, okay? There's some strategy and competition with it, but then it's all around that kind of what if, and it satisfies a lot of those things that I think we all find exciting about the hobby and baseball in general and things like that.
It's kind of rotisserie baseball light, really, because you're going to be simming it out. It's not like you're waiting for the 162 to play out. Robbie has a question. So he says, if you keep a player, say Babe Ruth example, and he rolls over to 1928, he says, wouldn't that make the 1927 Yankees eligible to be drawn again? Yeah, right?
Because it would make 27 eligible for you again. It wouldn't make the Yankees eligible for you again.
Because you would be saying, I'm sticking with, I'm reserving myself down to the Yankees.
Yeah.
Right.
Because that defeats the purpose.
Correct. See what Clue did is he took it to a level of orchestrating this out to, number one, save us time, but also to widen the pool to avoid repeats.
Right.
So he the work he did on getting this, there's an element where my brain was thinking how you could do it live, but he's expedited that to make it flow better and smoother.
Oh, it's
great. And the not repeating the year and team and all that, for it expands it even beyond that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And we don't have to track, remember, okay, how many times did 1914 come up? So he's already done a lot of that pre-work. So it's almost like he's got the it's all mapped out.
Did you already pick a Yankee player? Yeah, that kind of stuff. We don't have to second guess our random numbers because like we did the initial draft. Yeah.
I think in a way this is going to be I mean, because I love it again because the idea of this channel has been to get into baseball that maybe people aren't familiar with, and this takes it to a place that I would have never. Although I think that the draft and everything should be done on your channel, Steve, or the playing out the Sims, whatever.
Yeah, please don't do it on MVs.
But I like the idea just because it's. I mean, I'm looking at players and I'm thinking some of them were no brainers, like okay, the 1930s Dodgers. It's like I know, but I'm seeing players here I've never heard of that I would have never thought of drafting.
Throw me another year in team here just for me. I enjoy doing this because it's really fun.
799.
Okay.
Yep.
Clue gets the decoder ring out.
Yeah,
tells me what that means.
Yeah.
1966 Philadelphia Phillies.
Oh, they got to have maybe a jewel hidden in there.
Oh yeah.
So let's go. Get out my. The nice thing is you just go to Baseball Reference.
yeah.
1966.
Yeah, Beatles, you want to pull that up on the screen?
Baseball Reference?
1966. Yeah, 1966.
For our
Yeah,
two
you can let people analyze if they agree with me or not, kind of in the moment,
All right.
and judge me here.
Yep.
So I'm looking at.
Yeah, I thought about that on draft night, because if we're doing it one at a time on draft night,
Yeah.
then the host of, whichever you guys is doing the broadcast, you remember the first draft. Well, Beatles is doing the number generator the whole night, so he wasn't able to do much or interact with people much or anything like that. So if the host is really, if I'm just hollering out, if I've got all this pre-programmed and it's, so it's, so and so's turn. Okay, well, here's your year-end thing, and then the host just pull up Baseball Reference or something, and hey, there you go, people. And then if somebody's watching on their phone, for example, they can't go back and forth easy or something like that, they can make a quick pick. So it's
and then he can cycle down to the pitcher register underneath there, and you can see Jim Bunning. That's showing batting, but if you scroll down a little bit, Beatles, to where the pitching stats are.
Yeah, I am. You're 6 seconds behind me, but yes.
Is that a good year for Bunning?
Yeah, it's so to me on this one, I'd be like, okay, do I need a pitcher that's a good one for Bunning? But Dick Allen's the best.
Yeah,
overall.
Definitely.
But what's interesting is this may sound great now, but what if I've already got a position covered, right? Like, as we get a little bit later, things change.
How many first basemen do you need?
So I would probably take Dick Allen with that season. I'd pass on Jim Bunning. And who knows? I might never get as good of a pitcher as Jim Bunning again. But I think I'd go with when I value the ERA plus and the OPS plus. I would grab Dick Allen with those that OPS of 181. That's high.
Yeah, and he had his batting average that year 317 and hit 40 home runs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good one.
So that's a good one.
Aaron Reed is still listening, but Otto just cut the Brewers' lead in half with a 2-run dinger, so 4-2 Brewers over the Reds right now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, come on, Reds. Come on, Reds.
Nobody wants the Brewers.
No doppelgangers, Christopher. I can answer that one right off. No doppelgangers.
Yeah, no way. That's that's just.
And that's been that way from the McGreevy League and through the first two iterations of.
Have you guys? Let me
Shanks.
stop for a minute. Have you guys seen what Slovic's been doing over there with his broadcasts on the college football?
Aren't they brilliant?
Yeah.
Excellent. What the heck is he doing? Is he got some AI thing going on where he has these? That is wonderful.
Yeah, I'm going to be signing up for that thing, not to use it on my channel, but for some other nefarious means. But it's brilliant.
I think that's just, I could find myself playing with it because it's wonderful for doing the period specific, 80s teams he's got going on there. Mm-hmm. And I watched that the other night. I'm like, this is awesome.
Did you listen to some of the asides? Because what he's doing is
and then he puts in some funny stuff in there.
Yeah, so he writes in the script, and there's one, and it's the British broadcaster, and he's something like, Jesus Christ, they can't win a thing or something. And I just lost it.
Oh,
absolutely lost it.
It's great, man.
Yeah, do you want another number there, somebody? Steve, anybody?
Yeah, fire one. Let's do it again. We'll get you practicing being the host and pulling up on the screen. That'll end up being me and you probably because we won't put MV in West Virginia connection. Isn't going to cut it.
All right, 1,878.
And please don't let that be the year.
It is not just the number. And wait for Big Clue to give me the team, and I'll bring it up on Baseball Reference.
1955 Boston. Not Boston, Milwaukee Braves.
Mm-hmm.
I have an idea, but no guarantees.
Yeah, so do I.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Eddie Matthews. I'm on it already.
That's it. Yep. There he is.
Not that, you got Spahn and Burdette, not great years for them, but I'm jumping all over Eddie Matthews.
Yep. Second greatest third baseman of all time.
Now I've got two third basemen. I got him and Dick Allen, so. Look at
Didn't
me.
you run into this problem? Who was it? Was it this recent Shanks? You had like all these right fielders or something, or was it
Yeah,
this
it
one?
was. I had. Yeah,
Because you had some
I had
big
guys
guns
like.
on the bench, man, that didn't really
Yeah, I
get a lot of
had
play time, right?
Hack Wilson, Hall of Famer, on the bench.
Yeah. Somebody else
All right.
Crazy.
in the chat, you wanna just volunteer just to keep this going for a
Yeah,
little bit?
just call out. I don't think we have everybody still here. So
No, MV's sleeping. Robbie is bemoaning the fact that MV's not here to defend himself. Robbie, when has that ever been an issue?
Yeah,
It,
he doesn't do. He wouldn't be doing a great job anyway. So
so
yeah.
somebody isn't here. It doesn't matter. You're fair game anyhow.
It's all in fun.
It is always all in fun. Yeah. So he gave us Christopher gave us a link. It's a 1950s broadcaster saying that the sound cuts out halfway through, but that would be hilarious.
oh, is this
Especially
a subscription that you can pay to have access to do those? Because it's
yes.
wonderful. I'm like that.
Yeah.
That is so interesting to me. I would want to dabble in that.
All right, Dwayne Mart says
You know,
sure. So I already have a little workflow worked out here. So all right, what's
Beatles.
Dwayne's number? And I will show you
Let's
what I'm
do
doing.
it.
Yeah.
Just a quick aside, since we're talking about announcers, you've said many times, and I totally agree. If only some company would pay, a good
Oh,
broadcaster 10 grand to come out for a week and read off the play-by-play and the 20,000 names, of every ball player in history.
yeah.
That would be ideal. But if it were my 10 grand or whatever that was paying for it, I think if anybody living today, I'd have to get Bob Euchre to do it in the persona of Harry Wahoo Doyle from New Jersey.
Oh, that would be
I,
brilliant.
I mean,
You're
it
talking
would
about for
be
the hilarious
yeah,
replay value of listening to that over and over.
ad lib away. I mean, it would be like
hmm
paying Robert Williams for the afternoon. I'm
But
just going to record and you talk as much as you want.
it makes me wonder how, because what action does is it looks at what's in your the voices that it has in the what's it called, the one voice token inside your registry. Okay,
Hmm.
the new neural voices don't get access. So like when Dave builds these games, they're looking at what's already in that token area, which are what Zira and I want to say Zira and Cornelius, but I'm a Planet of the Apes fan. It's Zira and David or whoever, right?
Well done.
So those voices aren't great.
Like
But
you
how
hear
you
Roddy
could get
McDowell doing a game. I
oh,
think that would be funny.
I love the original Planet of the Apes. The remakes not good for me, but I loved them as a kid. But the if we could have like what Christopher's doing with that thing and have access, even if you're paying for a subscription, and if that could be tapped into to read the play-by-play within the action game, because all Dave's doing is using the embedded Microsoft narrators to read text within the game program. If you
Yeah.
could have an AI character do that, that would be great.
It'd be brilliant. And I
Oh
think
my
the
God.
company that has the pockets to do it, even to do that, because that would be some work. I think out of the park. I still think they're going
Yeah.
to be the first one to do it. Appa's not going to do it. They don't care. I don't know that Dave has the budget to get a Bob Euchre, but the AI thing is a great idea and
Mhm.
could be done pretty easily. Dwayne says sure. So
Yeah, he's ready to pick. Let's get Dwayne some picks here and see what.
yeah, okay. So Dwayne's
See what.
number will be 1106. And I have baseball reference back up here already, ready to go again. Just back and forth, back and forth.
1942 New York Yankees.
Oh, that's
Oh my
easy.
gosh.
Do I even have to type it, really?
Dwayne got that's a scratch off winner.
Oh,
That's like a
my
$500
God.
scratcher.
Right?
Yeah.
Come on, just say it. You know who you're picking, Dwayne. You know who you're picking.
I think I had the 42 this player in this last league.
Do I even need to go down past the top 12 players? Really? I don't think so. Yeah, as Robbie says, Bob Euchre is no longer with us.
When did he pass?
I had no idea. And Dwayne, of course, I didn't even have to type it in. Joe D, of course. Are you sure, Robbie? When did he? Really?
No. When was this? This must.
Was it like today?
Internet says he's still alive.
Yeah, Robbie, he's still alive? he's 89, but he's still alive, buddy.
Yeah.
Ooh, my heart skipped a beat there. We can't lose Bob Uecker yet, man.
If you still go back and watch all of, because it's easily accessible, but any of the past Johnny Carson episodes
Oh
that
my
he's done there
God,
are,
right?
that's where everybody first heard of the guy, right? Even before the Bud or the Miller Lite commercials.
Yeah.
Those are
and Mr.
still worth
Belvedere,
watching.
don't forget.
Yep.
Which is funny because he was the straight man in that show.
Yeah.
So Robbie, wow, you would have been the guy. Like it was probably one of your ancestors way back that started the story that Mark Twain had died, and of course his famous quote, "The rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated." So, anybody else want to have a number here?
That reminds me
Go
of
for
my slip of the tongue when Ken was having surgery. I was
Oh my
listening to
God!
your broadcast, and I was so sleepy. I thought you'd be so pissed at me when I saw it again the next day because I said something about R.I.P. Ken.
You had me. I'm
Yeah.
like, what? What
yeah,
didn't I
rest
hear?
in peace. Yeah, and you're like, what's
Oh.
going on?
I
And I just meant like recover from your surgery. I wasn't thinking I'd had a long day and I was getting ready to
Ooh.
fall asleep. And yeah, and you're
Wow.
freaking out.
Yeah,
about
is it that slip? I think you meant "get well soon" is usually the slogan.
yeah, that's
not
exactly
I
R.I.P.
know, and he's like R.I.P. and I'm like,
I-
oh my God,
yeah.
because I'm like, no,
I'm not in my right mind. I'm so sorry.
it's all good, man. But wow, and even better for Ken, obviously. All right, so
Yeah,
whoever
yeah.
wants
Throw
this,
me a number. Throw
right.
me a number, and
Yep.
I'm gonna see if I can match. Dwayne got a good one there, right?
Yep, all right.
That's one of those where you're like, oh, good. I know I'm gonna have a player.
All right,
Ready?
26.95. Ken says, "Still here,
Still here,
despite you
despite."
clowns."
That's a good one. Yeah, no kidding.
1882.
Oh,
Oh
Providence.
God, I hate these.
Providence Grays.
oh, Ken's dying right now. He's saying, "Wait a
Oh,
minute."
Ken.
Ken's gonna have to help you here.
1882,
The
Providence
1882
Grays.
Grays.
Yeah,
Wow.
in spite of us.
There's only one stat: games played. No, let's see. How far back are we going?
1880.
Okay. Oh, well, you know what?
So
I
Ken,
see a
wow. Ken, is this? And I'm giving away here for Steve, but Ken, is this the George Wright, like of Harry Wright, George
the
Wright
manager,
fame?
yep.
Is it really? Wow.
Younger brother of Harry. Mhm.
Yeah.
Do I go for, you know what? I'll just grab old Hoss Radburn. I've just got to get somebody that can pitch 466 innings.
And can play right
That's
field,
who I go
too.
with. Yeah, I mean, really, look at that pitching staff. You had 2 starters and then what? Somebody else that didn't even play.
Beatles, look
Yeah.
at the 39-year-old first baseman on that team.
Joe Start.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
who Ken said you should have picked.
Yeah, I love Joe Start.
Yeah. But Radborn, look at that. I mean, if you go by WAR, just by WAR, if you mouse over this, Radborn is a 7.9, Joe Start is a 4.1.
Yeah, and I'm thinking a chance to get a decent first baseman is probably better. You know, if you got a pitcher like that can eat up a lot of innings, a good pitcher
Mm-hmm.
that can eat a lot. You know, if you look back at our league, a lot of those old time pitchers that could eat up innings,
Mm-hmm.
it'd be interesting to go back and see whether they were worth it or not.
Right.
I mean, Russ Ford was great for Clue's team.
Yeah, he was.
But some of the other teams.
Not a 1960. Ford was in the dead ball era, though.
Russ Ford
Yeah,
was dead baller, yeah.
Who were
He's
some of the?
actually, after Cheese Bro, he's the next great Yankee pitcher.
Ken
Which
says
I
that
guess
a
they were still the Highlanders then, I guess.
he says the 756 OPS is large for the 19th century.
Well, it is. It's a lot of extra base hits, and
Yeah.
let's see, he had to have some.
The
Well, yeah.
adjusted OPS is 42% above league average. Yeah, the 142.
So then, Ken,
That's what-
why'd they get rid of Tom York? Because he had an OPS of 701, and so that's pretty decent. There, Paul Hines, look at him, 793 OPS.
Yeah.
He's doing
Hines
crappy
is-
in the
Hines.
tournament right now, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're right about the pitchers. Those guys could, not only were they great,
Robbie-
they were eating
Robbie has got me thinking. This is how morbid we are now. He's saying, "Hey, weird. I guess I lost track." It makes me think like if somebody had like you're tracking days till you retire. You know,
Yeah.
like there's a calendar and you're marking off X's.
I
no.
lost track of
My brain's in a weird
my
place.
parents' age. I guess they're dead. So that's.
I hope
I mean,
Mr. Euchre stays around a while, because if he,
yeah,
Robbie,
he's
well,
an
I'm gonna start calling you
institution.
the Grim Reaper. All right,
Yeah,
here's
Steve is spot on, guys. If you've never seen him, just go to YouTube and Google Johnny Carson, Bob Euchre. You will laugh your butts off.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
great
Euchre was
stuff.
he's hilarious.
Cause you're
Oh
moved
yeah,
on to Cleveland next year. Anybody wants
classic.
this number? It's 201.
Do it.
200.
Who's picking next? We got Dwayne in the mix. Robbie,
Dwayne, are you
Ken's here.
next? I think Dwayne's next. Okay. 1988 Pittsburgh Pirates.
Easy
Oh
peasy,
my
Japanese.
gosh.
That was a good
Let me
team.
think.
Yeah.
Good
It's got to
team
be
in
Doug
1988.
Drapecker or somebody, Don Robinson.
Andy Vince, like.
Yeah. Well, there's that other guy that.
Rafael Belliard, wasn't he on that team?
There's some guy named Bonds on
I
here.
think you're right. Yeah, Belliard.
There's Belliard.
Yeah, Rafael Belliard hit his only home run off Eric Shaw of memory eternal.
Hey, at least it wasn't the 98 Pirates.
Right.
or the 08 or the 18 Pirates, now that I think. Never mind, I'm going.
Yeah.
How do we
I
say
will-
that catcher's name?
I don't need to
We have it about 8 different ways, haven't we all
Dwayne's taking
pronounced
Barry
it?
Bonds. He's putting together a hell of an outfit. He's got Joe D and
Look
Barry
at
Bonds.
Dwayne's got
I've
Joe
always
D and Barry
pronounced
Bonds.
it Lavalier.
Lavalier.
Lavalier, okay.
That's how they've always said it in Pittsburgh. I mean, it's a French name. It should be
Well,
Lavalier, but they always say Lavalier. So
I would think that I'll take the broadcaster.
look at John
over me.
Cangelosi. He looks like. Well, never mind. I can't say it. Never mind. The big. Well, I mean, he looks like the missing link. I'll put it that way.
Didn't he play? He played for the White Sox too, didn't he?
Cangelosi, yes, he
Yeah.
did. Because Gene Lamont, because I think
The
because
missing
Gene Lamont was
link.
like a manager
Oh
or
my
something there with the White
gosh.
Sox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Obviously, he's chewing something there in the side of his cheek.
I would hope so, because if not,
Yeah.
he needs a drool cup. All
My
right.
God.
Wow. So Bonds and Joe D for Dwayne Martz. Good stuff.
Very
Some of those
Bond.
players. Clovis coming in with the comment on the last team, I think, the Civil War. Some of them did, probably.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yep. Funny seeing some of the old timey's pictures. It's a shame so many of them we don't even have action shots of them. Photos at a ball game or anything.
Oh.
Yeah, they were all. There a lot of them were old school studio.
Yeah,
Would
it's
have loved to have seen King
poses-
Kelly.
Poses in a
He
photography.
goes. He's talking about the Pirates and the hats. I thought he meant the actual team from that era, just after World War, after the Civil War.
All right, let's
He's
look at
talking
that.
about
Let's look at that 1988 picture again of these buckos.
That's-
We still-
Yeah, let's
There
slide
we
back
go.
there.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Chris. I thought you were stuck on the.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
No, that's that. Did they still
Yeah.
have the cap with the
Those were done in
with
1982.
the gold bands on it?
That
back
was
then?
1982 was the last year, but nobody told Bob Walk, because he's still
Yeah,
his
there's
picture on here is still Bob Walk in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guy used to make me nervous when he pitched. Ugh. Sid Bream just.
What's our next random
He
number?
said Sid Bream just fought in Gettysburg. There's Sid Bream.
Yeah.
If so, that's now you know why the South lost.
You know.
Yep. And there
Throw
he is.
me a
and
number.
there's the guy that the Mets are still paying, Bobby Bonilla.
Oh, I love that. You know what though? As much as that's a joke, that wasn't a bad deal for the Mets.
No,
You
it
know,
probably saved him money.
Yeah, they got what they wanted out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Bonilla gets what it was a win-win. Bonilla gets what he wants out of it, and more than a win. It's really a win-win-win because the fans get so much mileage out of it now. He's got another 10 years, doesn't he?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, collecting that. I'd love to get $1 million a year in interest.
Hell yeah. All right, here's another number. 1,230.
Oh, I
Well-
know that team.
Oh, but
Yeah,
you're not
I
gonna
think Edward III was on that team. If I
like-
remember
A
correctly.
1946 Philadelphia Athletics.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's not
that,
a great
No, that
decade.
is not. That the Athletics sucked in the 40s. I mean, they really did.
1946 A's.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I know Grove's not with the team
Oh,
anymore.
this is awful. This is like getting 2020 with this team. I mean,
Oh my God, 49 win
I
team.
like getting 2020.
it's like getting 20, but you might as well get a 2020
Well,
team, right? They were
look at
49, 105, and one tie. And their
look at
highest.
good old, somewhat unknown, played for the Tigers too, Barney McCoskey.
All
Look at
right,
that.
let's look at McCoskey's
354
resume.
hitter, 354 hitter,
Yeah.
148 OPS. That's not a bad outfielder right there. Pitching.
20 comes up and Beatles hears Snake Eyes.
Oh my gosh, look at this guy, Jesse Flores. That's a good whip or an ERA plus considering he's in that park they were in, which is a hitter's park.
Shibe Park, yeah.
So if you think about it, Flores will get, you move him into a different environment, those numbers are going to look better. Jesse Flores. I didn't even know Jesse Flores was a player. There's a name I've never come across right there. And
Sounds like a ball player's girlfriend, Jesse
Yeah.
Flores.
Same, yeah.
Yeah.
ERA 2.32.
151 ERA plus. Wow.
Only
Yeah.
pitcher on that staff with a positive win-loss percentage. So
Hey, if you don't mind, Beatles, click on Flores's player page.
Yeah, no problem, man. There
Click
he
his
is.
name.
And he's from Mexico.
And
And you know what?
Go to his splits for that year.
Yeah, where am I going here? Where am I going?
It's
I'm a
1946.
Where am I going to get his splits, man?
Go back up to the top.
On his player page, just hit splits and then select the year.
Yeah, go back up. See where it says Jesse Flores overview in red highlighted?
Oh, yeah. I see it. Splits. Got it.
Go to the splits. Yeah.
And we're in 1946, right?
Yeah, 1946.
Got it, guys. Thank you.
Wow, they even show the splits by umpire. Like, what?
These are
gosh, this is good.
reference. It has so much, and of course, this is all coming from Retro Sheet. This data.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious what his splits are between his role as a starter and a reliever, because I saw he only started about half his games that year.
Okay, as a starter,
splits.
yeah, 112 as a starter, and he's 2.32. As a reliever, he was worse, 2.79.
Interesting. He was better. He had a lower ERA as a starter. That's really unusual. Okay.
I might take him just. McCoskey looks like, but outfielders are a dime a dozen. I might take Flores just for the sheer value of. I've never really known about him.
I've always had I love ERA plus. It's a great thumbnail, one number, easy number to understand. Relative, it's putting things in context, your run prevention. However, relief pitchers, as people know, the average ERA of all the relievers in baseball in any given year is roughly a half a run or so lower than the average ERA of all the starters in baseball.
Jesus.
So having them both use the same ERA plus, comparing them to a league average pitcher isn't quite the same thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Because when they first come in the game, some of their first initial boo-boos tend to get credited to the guy they replaced.
Yeah. I have always wished that, I know it would be hard to do clean because you got so many guys that do both start and relieve in the same season, but I've always wished that they would break those out with ERA plus so that you're measuring relievers against the average relief ERA and starters against the average starting ERA. I think you'd see, guys you'd get a more true sense of how good they are looking at ERA plus.
Yeah, and now that I think about it, like when I'm looking at stuff and I'm trying to pick a best season, let's say I'm going to pick a player's best 3 seasons or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll look at that as a starting point, but then I'll also use WHIP as a deciding factor, and in some case override it because WHIP is everything that they gave up.
Yep, even better. Yeah, base runners per 9. Yeah.
I'm ashamed
that's very
to
true.
say,
as
much as I hang out on Baseball Reference, I never even I was just looking through the regular. I didn't realize it got, and I mean I have StatHead too. I didn't realize it got this deep.
Well, look at it. I had no idea either. God. I mean, I knew about the normal splits, but I've never really scrolled down and looked at how you can see how he did when it
bases
came to specific
occupied.
umpires.
Well, yeah, and men on, and holy shit,
Yeah.
Yeah.
wow. By
Run
Yeah,
innings,
support, that's awesome.
how
look at
many
the
days
lineup
of
where he
rest?
normally batted in the lineup. You know.
Yeah, where he batted in the line. This is crazy. The ballparks, of course, by catcher, and there it is by umpire.
And
This
then
is
look at
nuts.
leverage. They have the leverage stuff, meaning high leverage, medium leverage, and low leverage situations.
And you know what game does that? On their stat tracker, Out of the Park Baseball
Out of the park.
has
Yeah.
all of this stuff during a season. So that's where I'd like Action PC to get as deep as Out of the Park as far as this stuff goes.
Look at this
any.
by inning.
What's that?
This is great, but by inning too. When you start looking at how he did
It's nuts, right?
innings 1 through 3, so you start looking at the typical 1, 2, and 3 time towards the order.
Right.
Innings 4 to 6, he dominates. He's 1.8 ERA compared to 3 in the others. So really, innings 4, 5, 6 is when this guy locked it down. So it's just all the little intricate pieces, and then you start wondering, wow, how deep do you get when you're creating a game to try to emulate the little segments that made up the player's card or line, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And match it up to the game situations. Because I've often wondered, righty versus lefty, yeah, that's cool. It's a big trackable thing. But what about night and day? Some players, night favors
Yeah.
pitcher or batter, or day game, or home and
because the
road,
calls-
that kind of stuff.
Yep. Exactly.
Days of rest.
Some guys perform really well in a particular park, or really poorly in a particular park. You know.
Yeah.
It's crazy because Big Clue and I earlier were talking like most of the afternoon baseball, and we were talking about like the joy of the big baseball books, like Total Baseball and that, and how Big Clue, and he was saying that there's certain things that are presented in these big books that are hard to find online, which is true. But imagine if you were to do a Total Baseball now printed, but it did this for
Oh,
every
gosh.
player. How many pages would we be talking? Oh my God!
Yeah.
Because
You'd
I know
have several
baseball,
pages per player.
baseball
You're talking
almanac.
about $100 book.
Yeah, Baseball Almanac boasted has 500,000 pages. And this is obviously bigger, goes into way more detail. You couldn't. It would be like the Oxford. If you guys have ever seen the complete Oxford Dictionary of the English Language, it's something like 40 volumes. That's what you'd be looking at. But this is
Yeah,
nuts.
this,
I didn't
this
know
if we
it went
stop
this
and just
deep.
rejoice.
That's
I used
'cause
to do home brewing.
Blackadder- That's only because Blackadder kept throwing new words at
Right,
Samuel
yeah,
Johnson, and he
exactly.
added them in there.
Love Blackadder.
I used
Should
to
be
do home
required
brewing with a bunch of those Neft Cohen books, Macmillan.
Nefco,
There was
yeah.
Total Baseball. Then there was another one that came out that became my go-to when it was encyclopedia. I can't remember the exact name of it.
Was
You
it
know
wasn't
what
Total
Nefco
Baseball.
is
It
good
was-
for
No, it was
that
sta- was
nobody
it the
else has?
all-time the Stats All-Time Handbook? Is that the one you're talking about? Because it had
No,
the
I'll
source
have to
book
think
as the companion
the
to it,
handbook and
and
the
they're
source book.
huge, man. They're huge books. In
Um,
fact, the handbook,
Cohen is a great mention, Steve.
Great
that
book,
had that's the only thing to this day. Nothing online that I've seen has this. Why they don't incorporate the data from this, I don't know. But because Neff Cohen, I don't know the last one they did, what 2007, 8, something like that. But they were the only encyclopedia to mention injuries from various seasons for a
Yep.
Oh
player.
yeah,
yep, that's true.
I
So
used
you
to
could
have
get
the
an idea
paperback
of,
versions of
Oh,
those.
why did he only play 100 games that year? Oh, because
Yeah, I'm looking at the copy of one I think is the latest, but I can't see the date. It's too far away. So yeah, I love those Neft Cohen encyclopedias.
Yeah,
They're excellent.
those were very useful. That's a little bit of the reason, other than just being obsessive about it back in the day. But I would get every different one because each one of them would present some information differently than anyone else, and it's presented in a useful way in many cases. So, and it's not that the data doesn't exist for Baseball Reference. It's just that Baseball Reference doesn't choose to present it in X way or Y way. And stuff, and some people may prefer it that way.
Yep.
That's fine.
This is almost
Mhm.
overwhelming. It's almost overwhelming what's out there for us. But you
Are
know,
you guys? I've never heard you mention it on the show, but are you guys aware of the baseball cube?
I am. I am. I was looking at the baseball cube last week because of the problem with the baseball history collection this year, not having Pujols and Molina
Yeah,
and stuff like that. And I'm checking the baseball cube, and that's a great site.
baseball cube has And again, it's not like they've got unique information necessarily. That 99% of what's on there is also on Baseball Reference. However, if you're looking for that 1%, but a lot of it's presented differently. I used to use Baseball Cube for years. It's the only place where you can go online on one site and see the Baseball America Top 100 preseason prospects list for every year from the last 35 years or however long they've been doing it. So if you're curious about, if you're wanting to do that for some reason, like as in a replay, for example, let me show you Baseball Reference doesn't have anywhere where they give you the top 100 prospects, but type a guy's name in. Let's see. I'm trying to think if somebody's been a hot type Jurickson Profar. You know who that is?
I know the name, but you spell the first name for me again?
Jurickson, Jurickson.
Profar.
And then Profar,
Got
Profar.
Got him.
Yeah.
Okay, I got him.
Okay, now click when you pull up the page, click the minor league stats, which anybody who uses Baseball Reference, you can do this and see guys minor leagues. So like old-timey guys, like let's say Kid Nichols. Oh, where was Kid Nichols in 1903 and 1904 when he was not in the major leagues? Yep. Hey, go look at his minor league stats. He was pitching just as well. Okay, so if you scroll down here on Profar's page before you get to here in the minor league page, before you get to his stats, oh, look, not only do they have Baseball America's rankings when he showed up on their at the top where he showed up on their prospect lists, but they also show the MLB.com prospect rankings and Baseball Prospectus and whether or not he was in the futures game.
That is so cool. I didn't know that existed either.
Nobody else has this info. Baseball Cube will give you Baseball America's top 100 list for each of those years, but Baseball Cube will not give you, Profar was ABC in these various years. So anyway, just the amount of information that these things have, you get lost in this stuff literally, and it's so much fun. For me, the big problem is remembering, how did I find such and such the last time I used it?
This is crazy. I mean, I'm like, because there's a lot of things like I deep dive and on this site, but I'm finding more and more. And we haven't even hit the old stat head thing here, which goes even like
this is all free.
Yeah, this is the free stuff, and you get into this, and it's like, are you kidding me? These event finders and jeez, just pivotal play finder. I mean, come on. My brain's going to blow up. Dwayne Martz said about probably 2 hours ago now. So we're gushing over Baseball Reference.
Was he ready for his pick?
He says there are many other teams that players that they're paying for years later. We're still talking about Bonilla. Yeah. Dwayne, are you still with us? Or sorry, we're just gushing here. We're such stat heads. We're stat heads. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I didn't know. I need to just deep dive, man, more and more. And wow, I didn't know you had this, man.
And, when I do my what if projects, I'll give you an example. What if they hadn't put Derek Jeter in charge of the Marlins front office 5 years ago?
Right.
Let's what if they
Dwayne
put
a number
me
and
in
then
charge?
Let's give him a number and then we can keep talking. Is that all right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, give me the number and I'll.
Yep. 627.
$1978 Montreal Expos.
Probably won't have
That'd
to.
Be
don't
a
even
fun
think I have
one.
to type that one.
Yeah, have fun picking. That would be several choices, I'm sure.
Oh hell yeah! Anyhow, I'm sorry, Big Clyde, I didn't interrupt.
No. When I was gonna say, let's say if I'm doing a what if, and it's any time in the last 10 years, especially, but 20 years if I'm doing some fooling around like that. What if I could rebuild the team? People do this all the time, by the way, on MLB The Show. In fact, there's whole channels with the video games for other sports too, where let's try to see if the Oakland A's, if we can go forward. And I see people do this with OOTP. Let me take
let's go back and rewrite history on a different path, right? It's like let's go to that fork in the road at a different decision and take a different path.
That's exactly
cool.
Right. Well, I like doing that with the past, not with future hypotheticals. And so when I'm looking and I'm thinking, like, hey, what moves would the Marlins have made? Besides looking at who's on their roster and how old they are and what are their salaries, which is on the main team page, I'm also looking at here. You're at the 78 Expos page right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go up to that bar there at the top for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to see if it's what I'm thinking it is.
He's taking
You
Steve
know how it
Rogers.
says schedule and results, roster, uniforms, batting, pitching. Yeah, okay. Go to other, hover over other, and one of them will be minor league affiliates.
All right, hang on a second.
And that is a list of every player who appeared in their minor leagues that season. And the ones in bold are the players who at some point showed up in the major leagues.
So I'm
So
looking.
that
Okay, so schedule and results, roster, uniforms, batting, pitching, fielding. Oh, other. Got it. Okay.
yeah, hover over other
Minor league affiliates.
minor league affiliates. And if you aren't familiar with the other ones, we can look at those too because those are awesome too. Everything under
cool.
other I use all the time.
Oh my God.
So you want to see everybody who's so hey, not only do I know the 30 guys showing on their big league page, but here's the guys that didn't appear in the big leagues. And so if I'm going, oh, so and so traded this AAA guy, well, what if they trade, the Reds in 1997-ish had two first base prospects. One was Paul Konerko, one was Sean Casey.
Mm-hmm.
They were both AAA at the same time. They keep Casey, they trade Konerko to the White Sox. So I would, if I'm going back in 1997 Reds and going, what if they'd done things differently? I can look, of course, I can choose Konerko because I know what happened, but trying not to use 2020 hindsight, I think to myself, well, if I'm the Reds, what am I looking at? Well, I'm looking at how did they do in the minor leagues that year, so I make my decision, and what were their ages. Well, I've got all that information on that page. If you want to know who your favorite, Robbie, if you want to know who's in the how the guys in the Rangers minor leagues are doing this year, go to that page for the 2023 Rangers. You'll see everybody who's appeared in a game at every level.
This is nuts. I'm on Baseball Reference every day. How did I miss all this?
Yeah, I am too. And yet,
well, they add so much all the time.
Yeah, they have the help. If you ever get a chance, they host regular online. They're not always videos. Sometimes it's chats and stuff, teaching you how to use different tools. And I'm always picking up stuff like, oh, I didn't know about that. There's so
many good sites too. What was the site that I added to my list that we used during the draft? StatGeek. StatGeek Baseball was a new one that I don't know if it was Clue or MV or somebody had turned me on to here a couple months back that I added.
The one on
I spent a lot of time. I spell a ton of time at Fangraphs too. I like Fangraphs. StatGeek Baseball is great because they have those like player ratings list and that, so you can just go. They have it like their PEVA they call it, which is their player value, and you can go by decade and look at like top players, and it's interesting. Just kind of a different approach they have there to kind of see who stood out year by year.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brain's hurting from all this.
Pick another team. Pick any team you want. Just pick a team as an example.
All right. Somebody throw out a team. Somebody throw out a team. Anybody?
Yeah.
A year in team?
Somebody type a team, year and team in the chat.
Just anybody. Go ahead. I like having my brain hurt this way though. So.
And honestly, the more recent, the more features Baseball Reference is going to have. Just because some of the if you go too far back, some of the data is not available.
Let's do the 1967 Red Sox.
There you go, 67. Oh God.
I know, but
do we have a Red Sox fan in here tonight? I don't think
know.
so.
Oh wait, okay. So Dwayne says the 1983 Braves.
83 Braves. Okay,
we
83
have
Braves.
so many Red Sox fans in here. So
yeah, I I like the Red Sox more than the Yankees, so I can't complain. But
yeah, same here. Okay, so we're on the Braves.
But if I want Red Sox and Yankees, I'll watch ESPN.
Yeah, I was just commenting on Dwayne because I looked at that, and you've got some good players on that Expo team. But yeah, the one on 78 is like grab Steve Rogers.
See, I thought he was going to take Gary Carter.
Yeah,
So-
Carter's there. Ellis Valentine has a good year.
Beatles, go back to the other and hover over that and look at the other options.
So
Besides minor league
transactions,
affiliates.
defensive lineups, batting orders.
Yeah.
That's
Go to
handy.
transactions first of all.
Okay. This
Just
is
to see
becoming a
what's on that
seminar in
page.
baseball reference. Love it.
Yeah.
Wow. So this is what everything they did in the off season.
How about
This is
did you see that
everything from the
category called
start of-
pivotal plays? Pivotal plays is another cool category I've
Yeah.
never noticed.
Never looked at it, man. Oh my God. I hang my head in shame. This is terrible.
And
Terry
again, look
Forster
how much,
reminds me
how
of
much
eating.
stuff is hyperlinked to go to if you
Yeah.
want to know.
It even
Terry
has like
Forster.
wait a minute. So it has the rounds of the draft.
Yeah. Anybody only play here. They only show the play in this page. They'll on the draft, the amateur draft. They'll only show the players that actually wound up in the majors at some.
Look at Jay Buhner. I never knew he was drafted in '83 by the Braves.
Yeah, but see, if sometimes they didn't sign a guy.
Yeah, it says here, but did not sign.
Yeah.
Didn't
See,
didn't
when
Terry
I do
Forster?
when I do a what if, that's one of my basic rules because I will not go in and make other draft picks because
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God.
no, I'll just go with the scouts. It's too much of Brad's cooking the books.
So
But what I'll do is, hey,
Yeah.
I will never let a team in a what if say we didn't sign the player. As a team, I would never let money be an obstacle to that.
This is
Signing minor league
nuts.
talent.
This is
Yeah.
nuts.
Did you notice that? I thought Terry Forster back in '83 when they signed him had just recently won that Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Are you serious?
No, but as a kid,
Oh,
I don't.
I
Every
have
time I
seen-
saw him
oh,
on
gosh,
like a
yeah.
baseball card, it always reminded me of somebody that could eat a lot of hot dogs. I don't know why.
I just
It
Google
just is.
imaged him. Man, him in a White Sox uniform. Yeah,
This is so
I think
you
that's a
can look
charitable
at
way of saying
draft picks by franchise and round and position.
it. Yeah, you can do draft. Oh, did you not know about the draft info?
I had
I'm
no
sorry.
idea, man. I'm serious.
Yeah. By the
The
way,
other-
they continue to add features like this to the, and I'm not going to shill for the other sports, but Baseball Reference then became Sports Reference, and they have all kinds of other sports. So if anybody listening likes other
Mhm.
sports, go to Sports Ref. I guarantee you, you're going to find
And-
more stats, more
Let's look at
data,
pivotal
just
plays.
like this at the other.
And
You know,
while
if you-
while you're there, just go up to the top of while you're in baseball, and you can hot link to any of those.
Oh, I already
Yeah,
went
they-
to. I'm
yeah.
already in pivotal plays, which is a stat head feature, I
Yeah.
guess.
Look at how cool that is. I'm looking at that too. Isn't that interesting? All the
Pivotal
real pivotal
plays.
plays.
Holy shit!
based on WPA, championship WPA, yeah, leverage index.
This is nuts.
Yeah, and if you don't know what some of these stats and their things mean, they have a stats glossary that explains. They're very good at explaining.
And you can
stuff.
also mouse over at the column
yeah,
heading
you can
too.
hover on some of them.
Do me a favor, Beals. Could you look at the other category and click on batting orders for them?
yeah.
Because
I'm
I'm
batting
sitting here
orders
thinking, for people that do like a replay, right? And you don't want to do an as played lineup where you're automatically loading it, right? It's like,
Yeah.
and as you're assembling a line, this would be a good resource to kind of give you an idea of, who was where in the lineup.
Wow. Oh man.
I had no idea that Valentine started off the season leading off.
Oh my God.
I would have never put Valentine as a leadoff hitter, but he did the first 5 games of the season.
That's
I think
nuts.
Beatles will be staying up late tonight.
Oh hell yeah. That's insane. That is insane. There's so much to this. And again, except for that pivotal plays, we're still doing the free stuff. Because I mean, I got
Yeah.
onto StatHead a few times, and I'm staying with it. But StatHead is like, and I kept getting these. I'm like, why am I getting these emails from them? They're like, hey, we're going to be having a webinar on this, and hey, come on, we're going to set up a Zoom meeting. It's free for an hour. Show you around StatHead, and boy, now I'm like, maybe I need one with just basic, because I thought I was getting
I
pretty
will
deep
lose.
into baseball
I will
reference,
lose
but-
Amazon Prime one of these years before I stop subscribing to StatHead or Saber every year.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
Those are like.
But if Amazon Prime had a channel where there was a bunch of baseball nerds talking about baseball stems,
Yeah, that's
I would be watching that
Yeah.
and
no,
recording it.
that's true. Yeah.
Right?
I have to admit what's the normal? Does anybody know the normal cost for MLB TV through the website for a
I,
full season
I can
Oh, it's
look
when
up.
probably
you buy it.
160-ish
It's
bucks, something
something
like
like
that.
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
I mean that's cheaper than cable for 6 months,
Yeah.
or whatever. So if that's and me honestly, that's 95% of what I watch on the television anyway. So
Okay, so now because we're getting close, so all teams yearly it's 94.99 a year, 24.99 a month. That is still cheaper than right, and you can just get a single team, which I wouldn't do. I'd want everybody. So 94.99 a year. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. You try it for free. Um, so yeah, I should probably here. Let me drag this over so guys can see that. So you guys can see. There it is. It should be coming over here in a second. Boy, what a time we live in, man. This is stuff as kids we would have just dreamed of, right? Again, Steve, how many times in Big Clue we talked about looking at right? We look at the picture of the baseball card, but it was the numbers that mesmerized us in the back. How
Well,
about
I
that?
went from that to when I first found an encyclopedia in the school library and thinking, "Oh my God, this is awesome!" And then I
Mm-hmm.
went to our local library. Now, let's
Mm-hmm.
say I don't know, about 11 or 12, and I found these little small books that were like a history of the World Series up to that point, that had like the results from the World Series. Then,
Wow.
then when I'm like 12 or 13, I'm over at the library going to the copy machines when those things were first available and making copies of pages of like team stats for certain years teams
yep.
from there and taking them home with me. And I thought that was like
You,
Yeah,
you
that
want to
was.
hear
incredible.
something sick?
But you get all the minor
Well,
leagues here, by the way, too. I didn't know that.
yeah. Before I had
Wow.
even ever watched a real baseball game, when I was in 5th grade, 6th grade, I'm going to the school library for other reasons. And one of the times when I'm in there, I don't know what possessed me or how I stumbled over it. I find this book, the Bill James Baseball Abstract,
Oh man, right?
1983 or
Yeah.
1984, whatever year it was. And I tell you what, I checked it. Oh, it has to do with baseball. Well, I like, I like sports, and stuff. And so I take it, I check it out, take it home, and I have no idea who these people he's talking about are, or, I'm not following base. I couldn't tell you the names of 5 baseball teams in the major leagues at that age, and stuff. And I read it, but I'm like, oh, this makes sense. this
Wow.
guy, this guy's talking about stuff. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Oh
Do
my
you
gosh.
do either of you remember the old? There was an old friend of mine had it, the Tudor, but it was like the magnetic baseball or whatever, right? And it was, it simulated baseball. The little ball would shoot out and you'd flip the bat and hit it and all that kind of stuff. But
Yeah.
it was like, okay, this is cool, but I want there to be real baseball. I mean, how do we
Yes.
get these players to generate some kind of representation of a real player and a stats? That's always
Yeah.
been a focus of mine versus just the gameplay of baseball or
Ken says he had that
anything like
game.
that. Oh,
My
Tudor was around a long time, but I didn't. I had electric football, and then I had the Wilt Chamberlain basketball, where you would. It was almost like the hockey, where it would go into a hole, then you'd hit a button and it would shoot a hoop. Right? I had like this little ping pong ball, but I never had the Tudor baseball. But my buddy Kurt had that, and
I
it was in
the
the '70s.
basketball was like a ping pong. I
Yeah, it
remember
was
a
it was
game
called
like
Wilt
that. Yeah.
Chamberlain basketball, and I think Coleco. It was very similar to like the Coleco table hockey, right? Like rod
Yeah.
hockey, where you had the little sticks. I love that,
Yeah.
and it had to be 19. I can tell you the years. The year we moved houses, it had to be 1973. Wilt Chamberlain basketball. I can remember it, and you had a little button. You had like a little net, and if it landed in one of these little things where you could shoot, you'd hit it, and you'd try to make an actual basket with the ping pong ball.
Wow.
Hmm. Wow. And if somebody would have told us as kids, what, no matter what, I mean, come on, we even have a couple right, these '90s kids in here, right? We're '80s kids. These
I
'90s
thought you
kids,
said we had a couple 90-year-olds in here. I'm like,
90-year-olds here, just no. But imagine, so if somebody would go back, right, to us in the '80s, '90s, whatever, and say, there's going to come a time. There's going to be a thing called the war, and everything you've wanted to know about this game you love is going to be there. Plus, super sophisticated baseball simulations that you can just play out a
Mm.
season. And how would we have react? We'd be like, what? I would
Well,
have been
maybe
like,
there'll be AI that generates a whole season, and we watch it on TV just and think it's real baseball, and it's not. It's like we're in the Matrix.
Ken Castro says, why are you
Oh,
looking at me when you say
We, we,
9-year-olds?
we don't even have to pay players anymore. We just generate the whole thing
yeah.
AI, and
I
we sit
have
back and be
wondered about
entertained.
that for years with the advances in like the show and Madden and video games like that. How much longer before all it would take is somebody could just script whatever season they
Yeah,
wanted. And if fans didn't, especially after the lockdown in 2020, and the the fake fans in the seats, you remember that with the
yeah.
cardboard cutouts and stuff. I'm like, holy cow, it's not that far off to make it look, and when you go to the movies and you see something like, I don't know, Avatar 2 and the technology for that, it's, if somebody wanted to pour the money into it, they wouldn't even have to pay players. You get Vince McMahon to create a
Yeah.
baseball league out of thin air.
And if people say who would watch it, look at me. I'm
Yeah,
watching people in this community
yeah.
play not real baseball and
Isn't that,
enjoying it.
well, Legends Sports Universe is about as
Yeah.
close to that as, yeah,
I
exactly.
was I was
Those are
watching Dwayne
fun.
March the other day, watching in my brain crossing about a racing sim and thinking, And so when you talk about people say, well, who would watch that? I'm like, well, I would.
Well,
I'm
no
watching
offense
people in this
to
community
wrestling
play different
fans.
games and enjoying it.
Yeah, no offense to wrestling fans, but who watches that? I mean, that's real people, but it's,
Yeah,
you know, the rumor is it's scripted. So,
yeah.
you know,
And who knew that you could even? I mean, I watch. I'm not into it, but it is cool. Like the cards they make with Al Red Sox fans big into it, right? And you can but be into it when he's doing his broadcast of that, right? And I never was a big wrestling fan, but I've started watching on Vice Channel that like Tales of the Ring and Dark Side of the Ring, and a lot of it is I got intrigued from watching some of Al Red Sox fans broadcast, and I thought, of all the sports, that wasn't really real. So how could you simulate it? But yet there's sims of what was kind of played out that are still entertaining.
yeah.
So
And you know what I was infatuated with is there's a card element to that, right? Like, so you have all the colorful characters in wrestling and all that, and then there's like he was showing one time where the cards that go along with them. So now that I'm kind of doing baseball card packs and that's appealing. But yeah,
I
it's
just have
amazing.
ChatGPT up here having it write an account of a game between um, write an account of a game between the 1971 Pirates and Phillies. It generated something, and I can keep telling it to write more or whatever. So that's on your screens right now. I know we're kind of going off topic here a little bit, but we were just
Yeah.
talking about how
No,
you were
because
saying
this is
about having something where you could just write, and you could probably do that. I mean, I could add more parameters to it and say I want an inning by
this is
inning
already
kind of
growing the
thing.
hobby. This is already
Yes.
growing the hobby because what Chris Slovic was doing the other night, and I'm watching that. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is like me watching a reporter from 1980
Yeah.
cover college football, doing
So
college football report games. I'm like, this is incredible.
first time I saw
Hey,
that,
Beals.
I'm like, I'm looking on his channel and I'm like, what the hell is Chris? Because I didn't look at the video yet. I'm like, why the hell is he putting up some dude from 1980? And then I'm
Yeah,
watching it and I'm like, wait a minute, that's Action PC F ball and what?
yeah.
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
So yeah. But anyhow, I'm gonna close ChatGPT. Sorry, I go off on
You're
days.
fine.
You
You're
know
fine.
that. All right, I'm back on Baseball Reference for Ken
I,
being a
I
fan.
got one more thing to blow your mind on baseball reference tonight.
Oh God, go ahead.
And if anybody wandered in here wanting to learn about trees, I think they're still waiting. I'll
Oh,
just note that.
oh, well, no, well,
The
let me fix
Douglas
that.
fir.
Let me fix that. And we were gonna do a game. Okay, so for anybody that cares, here it comes. This is not a larch. So,
So you got 83 up, right? The 83
there we
Braves.
go. All right, so there's a tree. Trees
Oh,
always have good
that's,
wood. Um, any questions? We'll leave the tree minimized in case.
they do have good wood unless they're old and flaccid.
Oh, well done. Don't they
Oh,
make tree Viagra or something though? Or
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I got Baseball Reference back up now.
So
Yeah, but if they
get
stayed
back
long enough,
to
they saw some juicy pictures of Natalie somewhere an hour
oh
ago.
my gosh. Steve missed all that, didn't he?
No, I literally was on the couch with my wife when you were declaring the warnings, right before I was told to put my headphones on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was.
Oh, that worked
Yeah.
out. Okay. Wow.
Ooh. All right. So next time I will make sure to get because I don't want to. Boy. Ooh. Wow. Okay. So I'm here. What am I doing here?
So we got the 83 Braves.
We
Oh,
still
I
do.
wonder where they were in the. It says they finished second in the NL West.
Yeah.
Click that NL West hyperlink.
Yeah. This one I've looked at.
No. Hang on. Click the NL West hyperlink.
Okay. I'm gonna need you.
So
to hang
you
on.
go. So you go to
NOS
the
right
league
here.
page.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
So that takes you to the 83 NL.
Right.
Now hover over the other bar for the league, not the team.
Right here. No.
Yeah,
This.
click the link. Now hover over the bar that says other, just like you did for the team.
Oh,
We're
down
in
here.
We're in
No
the league
way.
page now.
Oh my God.
Look how many things you can go.
Holy. Yeah. Beans.
Free agents from 83, the amateur
Who died?
draft from 83, rookies, yeah, who died in 83, who was born in 83, which, by the way, look at that. That's a list of future Hall of Famers. Verlander, Votto, I think Robbie Cano maybe from that year.
Wow.
That's a huge list. Anyway, uniform numbers. They've got tons of stuff here.
Jeez. This is crazy. Opening day lineups for everybody. Wow. Rookies in 1983.
Yeah. Oh, and here's an easy one. Click the column that says war / position.
Right here?
No. They're on the page. Yeah. In the
Uh-huh.
here. Yeah. Go ahead and click war. The column in the spreadsheet there
Oh,
under batting.
it just populated. What did it, or did I do? Okay, I clicked
Yeah.
on
If you
it.
just click it, that'll let you sort the column, whatever
Oh, cool.
column you're
Right.
choosing. So there you go.
Yeah, that I knew. But
Yeah.
some of this other stuff is
Tony
just
Phillips, a
insane.
great multi-positional
Yeah.
kind of good player.
Yeah. I would put Phillips in the I have room for him in the Hall of Fame, but that's doesn't.
If you
and
guys
again,
tell me,
he didn't
do
look
admire.
like a Hall of Famer to me at the time, but he's that good. So
I know you guys are tired of hearing about basketball, but man, they've got double the percentage of players overall in the hall, and it's noticeable. And I've never paid attention to that till I'm researching and
Now,
I'm putting
Steve,
those
is
little
that
Hall of Fame
true?
things.
If you exclude guys who are there for overseas play or for college play, is that still true?
I don't buy that people are there for like Bill Walton. He doesn't deserve to be anywhere. I mean, I just don't get it. The guy doesn't. I mean, I don't get it because there's other people that had great college careers that don't get the same benefit and had better pro careers than him that aren't in the Hall of Fame. So
Yeah,
it's
gotcha.
just fame versus the thing. But if you look at the overall percentage
So
of players,
he's like
baseball's
the Disney
1%.
Dean of basketball.
Yeah, baseball's the top 1%. Is pretty much.
I'm
yeah.
needling needles.
It's all good.
It's the top 1%, but if you look at basketball, it's closer to around 3%.
Huh.
Of the total players that get it. So something's off there to me. And
Here's
because
another
I'm seeing,
thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody's ever won. I mean, maybe other than the most recent years, there's no MVP in NBA history or ABA history that's not in the Hall of Fame, right? I think Chris Rose is the first one, or that's not.
No, Derrick Rose, you mean?
Yeah, from the Bulls.
I don't. Yeah, and I don't know if some of these people haven't had their 5 years ineligible, but there's some that I looked on here that I said, "Are you kidding me?"
You only go back 10 years or so to find a guy or 15 years to find an MVP. But everybody before that, that's not true in baseball. I mean, one of the first MVPs in baseball is Larry Doyle.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's his Hall of Fame plaque?
Never gonna happen.
Yeah. Again, I'm
I don't know why I was making the cognitive disconnect that Darryl Strawberry and Don Mattingly were rookies in the same year. I always thought of Mattingly as an older player than I don't know why, but Mattingly and according to this, Mattingly and Darryl Strawberry that was their rookie year, was 1983.
Mattingly looked 35 when he came in, though.
Yeah, that's got to be what it is.
Mustache.
And Strawberry looked young when he came in.
Yeah.
He looked like a kid, 18-year-old kid.
Jeez.
Look at the rabbit holes that we all go down, and then when the three of us are together, it's 3 times the rabbit holes.
I know, but what's cool
Yeah.
is there's still 7 people hanging in there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I thought we'd have run half of them.
Hey, since we're here, does anybody in chat have questions about baseball reference?
Yeah, because these guys can
or have
answer them.
tips you want to share?
I'll just drive.
Well, I just learned a bunch of stuff tonight because, well, the stuff I showed earlier is stuff that I've learned recently because I just go out of my old habit and crunch numbers, and then I started playing around with being able to manipulate and export stuff, and I'm like, what the hell? Why have I not been digging around in here before? Because it makes it easier for me to pick my 3 years I'm going to average, and now I've got a system that works so much better. And if I go back a year before that, I was way too manual because I wasn't exploring baseball reference in a lot of the not just what it has here, but when you start going on the export features and putting it out into Excel and a lot of that stuff, it saved me a lot of time. And I could have saved myself time probably years ago if I'd have dug into that.
They're filling in more and more stuff too. I'm just looking at like the 1920 Red Sox, and there's at least there are the lineups in here for that. I don't know why they would have. Well,
As Retro Sheet gets it, Baseball Reference grabs it.
I remember
they're almost
Retro Sheet in its infancy, and it was just this very Spartan kind of.
Yeah.
I had
well,
no
did
idea.
you know? Did you know that okay, if you go over there the other day, they had some stuff like in the summertime or whatever that they put in there, but they had a bunch of new stuff that just came out here at the end of last month. So they've got all kinds of play-by-play data that they added for a lot of the dead ball stuff that was over there. So like 1913, 1919, they've now got all kinds of play-by-play data for that they filled in. Some extra Negro League work got from the 40s is being brought in. So yeah, if you go over to Retro Sheet and take a look at some of the things that they've done here so far this year.
It still looks Spartan. Yeah, let me bring this up.
And so when they get it and it's verified in there, then yeah, Baseball Reference, you can grab it in there too. For some reason though, when I go to splits, like when I'm building a baseball team, Retro Sheet is easier for me to navigate quickly and get my split data directly from them than through Baseball Reference. So I use them a lot when I'm doing my baseball projects for my lefty-righty split stuff.
Oh, look, they've got
let me tell you guys,
in here. That's cool.
Do you remember a couple of collective bargaining agreements ago that they created something called the Commissioners Fund? And the excuses at the time were, my God, what if we need to contract the teams or something like that? This was back during the Selig era. Anyway, the Commissioners Fund gets tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars a year added to it. It's a slush fund, and MLB uses it for anything they want. If you want to elect, if you guys ever get Commissioner Big Clue, let me tell you, day one, here's a check for $1 million to Retro Sheet. Do whatever you need to do to get the computers you need, the staff you need, and go out and buy whatever you need to buy or track down. Think how much stuff is on microfiche in local libraries around the country that could be digitized.
Yeah.
That would be a wealth of stuff for baseball.
Do you know what Retro Sheet, if you haven't done it, Beatles, with what you love, if you haven't done it, if you go to Retro Sheet and look at their resources page, they have their past articles that go back for 15, 20 years, right? There are some great articles that people have written where they've taken the data and done some good research on it. Meaning there's one that I remember reading about like the myth behind, people that were great at something, like our memory of what happened in a game, and it turns out it never happened. People that we thought were great pinch hitters, in search of clutch hitting, which is a great article to prove that, is there really such a thing as clutch hitting? So there's some really good research articles at Retro Sheet where when they started getting access to all that data, people went in there and crunched the numbers to apply some of that.
Let me tell
really
you,
good reading.
This is insane.
None of the volunteers for Retro Sheet, and certainly none of the directors in its history, are not members of SABR.
They're not?
Retro Sheet, the entire effort came out of SABR. Bill James was in the mid-'80s. He got the idea in his abstracts, by the way, of what if a bunch of us fans just started recording data that they don't have in the Sporting News or USA Today Weekly? And so he started, I think it was called Project Scoresheet initially. And John Dewan was part of that, and Dave Smith was part of that. And Dave Smith decides, you know what, while we're doing this, we should be collecting this data for older games that already happened in the past. And that was the start of Retro Sheet. These guys were all buddies through Saber.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm
Saber's
looking at one of these.
responsible for basically every piece of. There's no serious baseball
One of my
historian, author that's not a Saberite.
There was an old article there that I read on fielding ranges, which got my curiosity into, because that's one of the most subjective and hard to quantify, right?
Yes.
You know, we can all argue batting and all that, but it's just so, okay, who was a great fielder? I mean, just because you could, you know, splitting up errors and separating, making an error once you get to a ball versus who has good range to actually, you know, limit base hits and stuff like that. That's always been a fascination of mine. And I spend a lot of time when I do my homebrew projects looking at different sources. One of the first good research articles came from Retro Sheet. There was a couple on there. I think there's one on there about catchers, but I know there was one that looked at different fielding data and trying to apply some of the theories for, you know, ground balls, aside from just normal chances and percentages, right? Looking at trying to, I guess, normalize that in a way where it would make sense to figure out who really had good range.
Here's something for history, and I don't know if Ken's here, and I don't know if Ken hangs out on Retro Sheet. Thank you for telling me about these research, these articles.
Oh, they're
There's
excellent
retro
articles.
reviews broken down by like decades. I'm looking at the
Yes.
1900s. This is 1901 to 1909.
And they're going to call out awesome and cool events that
this is like a dissertation.
are revealed. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I know you with your background. I mean, if you haven't been over here, you'll get lost in reading these articles.
I never knew these existed. The only thing I came here for two things on Retro Sheet: play-by-play files and schedules. That's all I ever came here for Retro Sheet. I didn't know it had all this stuff. Seriously, because I was looking for because Baseball for Windows uses CSV. You can import schedules CSV format into that, and like everybody's like, oh, go to Retro Sheet. So like, oh, okay, cool. I didn't even bother to look at the other stuff. I was just looking for. But
and there's very like old baseball period specific articles in there too, if you dig around, like stuff from older eras.
By the way,
okay, no, guys, no games for the next 6 years, but we'll be back. Oh my God.
Tom used to work for. Tom was the head of the research library at the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown for a few years back in, I think, in the 90s.
Oh my God.
So, yeah. Another well-known Saber member.
See, now as far as the Hall of Fame, yeah, seeing the plaques, that's one thing. But where I would want to go is the library.
The library, yeah.
Yes, that's where I would be. You know, I mean, because the plaques, yeah, and you can walk around. But it's kind of a mausoleum. I want to be in the I want to see the library. That's got to be amazing. Have you guys been to the library part of it? Either of you?
Or no, anybody? I've never been. I'd love to go.
It didn't exist when I went. I went a long time ago.
Okay.
There was no library to. Well, there was no the modern library wasn't there at the time. Never mind, I was too young to know. You know, hey, I want to go. I have tried to get access to a specific part of their collection for research purposes, and had two people ask on my behalf about the possibility, and it was denied, and so I haven't been back. I was going to go make a research trip a few years back, and anyway, I was deeply disappointed, but they're very depending on what you're wanting to see, they're extremely protective of something. I mean, is in like eyes can't be on it. No, and I don't mean like feeling and touching artifacts either.
Right.
I mean just historical information. It's not all publicly available. Which
I would pay them to work there. I would pay them to work there. Seriously.
Yeah. I could spend months there without getting bored. Yeah.
Oh, Ken Castro, he's hitting us up here. He says, viewership dropping. Wonder why? And Dwayne giving an LOL, and he said nobody checked in on this stream to hear you hens chat. But it's educative.
There we
And look,
go.
I got a
Well,
picture of a tree when you need it. Here, look, just so I don't want to be knocked for false advertising. Okay, that again is not a larch. That's a Douglas fir. Okay, anyhow, back to baseball. I mean,
Get back to what you were going to do. I'm going to have to go back and see what's going on here. If
you know, Ken,
in
in
reality.
Beatles streams, it's like periodically and now for something completely different.
But Beatles, let me throw a couple of these research papers by you just to see if these would, tempt you in any way to want to know more about them, right? But interesting about this is one of the ones right off the bat. What's so bad about leaving runners on base?
I mean, I saw
Intriguing,
this
right?
huge, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
There's another one. It's like, do big, what is it? Do dramatic wins matter or something?
Yeah. Do good teams really win more of the close games? I mean, these are ones that draw you in. I'm thinking, yeah, what's the data show? Because there's a lot of things, and this is another thing I find too, when sometimes like with gameplay, especially with action, people say, well, I'm playing this and there's way too many, pop outs, or there's too many this. And then a lot of times, what I've learned over time is in our brains, we think there's a certain frequency that happens in a game that's normal or not normal. And
Right.
sometimes when you actually go dig into this research, you realize you didn't have a good understanding of, something may have happened a lot more than you thought it did or less. So sometimes our idea of what seems out of place in a game may seem unrealistic, but the stats actually don't back that up. When we now have access to go back and look at how frequent, line outs happen versus foul outs and things like that.
Hmm. Well, I realize now too, what is the great quote from Socrates? He said, "I know I'm the wisest man in Athens because I know nothing." This just proved it tonight. I'm like, and I've never claimed to be an expert on baseball, but now I feel like I feel like you know what pre-kindergarten.
Can I give you an assignment? Here's one that you'd get a kick out. You've got to go read
like
this one.
pre-K here,
Here's
man.
here's
I'm
an
telling you.
assignment, dude.
Okay.
There's one article that you would love. It's called "The Dead Ball Era's Worst Pitching Staff," and it's a whole research on just the dead ball era's worst pitching staff.
Let me hit Control F, man. I'm gonna cheat here. Oh, it's not gonna let me do that search. Come on, are you serious? Control F. There it is. Don't take that away from me. Let me just do dead ball. There it is. The dead balls. I will read this.
And Tom Ruan, is that how you pronounce his name?
Yeah,
Clue is
Ruane.
the one that wrote it. Ruane.
Wow.
Yeah,
will
guys, I
definitely
just
read this.
posted another one. I posted a link in the Discord for us.
Uh-oh.
One of Retro Sheet's directors has his own page of similar articles, like on Clutch and stuff.
Oh my God. This isn't fair. It's not fair. Just when I think, okay, I can just get lost
There's
forever
no
back to
end.
baseball or Saber, and now there's all this.
Do you remember that website like 20 years ago called baseballlinks.com?
Yes.
Yeah, it was John
Skelton.
John
Skilton.
Yes.
John Skilton, yeah.
Yes.
That was, thank you. I guess you guys are exactly the same. I was one of those people that like bookmarked
So did I.
every
Same.
link in his thing. Yeah.
Same.
We're three geeks that actually know that name. I remember that site. That was one of the best go-to starting points to branch off from.
We're the only we're the only three in here because it's showing 2 concurrent viewers, and that's you two because it doesn't count me.
So is that it?
Yeah.
Have we managed? I mean, it seemed like we were hell bent on getting everybody out of here for
Well,
some
looks
weird
like
reason.
we did it. I don't even think Ken is in
We
here
did.
anymore now.
They
Yeah,
bailed.
They bailed. You know what? That's because somebody's probably doing something very fun elsewhere. So I don't know. Yeah.
Well, hey,
Jester's
You could
on.
put Diamond Mind. You could do a Diamond Mind game and see the viewership cut in half from this. So.
Oh, so that means who would leave? You or Steve?
Well, I
wouldn't
was actually
it
sick
wouldn't
around.
be me. I love
You guys
Diamond
both
Mind.
love Diamond Mine. I mean, Steve.
Yeah.
used to
It
be a
was
Diamond Mine player.
my. I just can't get into it. It was the go-to engine after I left. Lance Hafner was like, the first thing, but Diamond Mine was the gold standard until Action came out with baseball, and I started really playing more of that and got really into the video chalkboarding, and then all the splits. I was still into Diamond Mine when they didn't have what they would call those when the split data first came out from RetroSheet, then they built what they were called like those enhanced seasons that cost a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
spent
Yeah.
the time going back and trying to upgrade some of my basic seasons, I think 75, with stat data. So I was so big into that. And then once action took off and I really started, getting into that and the split data and all that, I never went back. I think it was because it gave me all the reports. It started adding window dressing. It started the video chalkboard that I didn't think I was going to like. I love.
Well,
So
action just gets better. I mean, he innovates year
yeah,
after year. It's a better product
Mhm.
versus Diamond Mine,
yeah,
which Dane is basically killed in the womb,
yeah,
and it's very little different than it was 15 years ago when he
yeah.
bought it.
And it's a great core. The game engine's wonderful. It's a great game
is.
engine. I
It
mean,
is.
for realism and that, there's not a dang thing wrong with it. I would just love. It's too bad they didn't come along like with action, so you would have almost equal people trying to help, up each other's game a little bit with some of that.
Yeah. Shame
Same
on
thing with
him
Strat.
and Al
Strat kind of has a
Richmond.
little,
Yeah.
but
Shame
I
on
just
John Gershon. Shame on these guys for they get these amazing products and then just sit on them till they die. Basically. So and
how about that APBA thing that we watched a while back that was disappointing for
yeah,
their future outlook is almost like, the heck
yeah,
with the future. The other thing that still kills me is this Dynasty League. That Dynasty League, the roots of that are pursue the pennant roots, right?
yeah.
That's a
Zelensky.
great engine.
Let's bring it. I'm going to bring up the webpage for it. I
So
wanted to get it
hey,
till I looked at
so
the
I've
till I
read,
looked at
but
the
I don't know.
price.
I've never met anyone that's played it because nobody wants to pay that for
Exactly.
something they don't own.
8 years ago, when they first went to that, I think I did the free whatever for a month or something. And then they have some tournaments you can get into with like some all-time great teams and things. And I did that, and then I never went on to pay for it. But it's that if they would let you own it like they did at one point, and you could own your seasons and all that, I would be into that in a heartbeat. Again, that would be a game that I would play right along with action and back and forth, right?
Oh hell yeah! I mean,
But
I have the
but this
website up.
But this whole thing that one day I just quit paying them my monthly thing and then all of my stuff is gone is
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't.
pay and not own it. I'm
Yes.
sorry. But yeah.
I'm just looking at
I've
the
gone
price.
through that with Wizards of the Coast the last umpteen years now with their stuff, and I don't trust that company any more than I can throw it in terms of they
Yeah.
could take down their website tomorrow, and I don't know the darn PDF all those things I've bought that are electronic.
Well,
only.
that's why I play Forge. I have to show you guys Forge tonight. So $14.95 a month, or for 6 months you can get this for $80. Are you kidding me? For a Dave Cook sale, if I didn't have everything, I could load up.
By
This is
decades.
insane. Yeah.
You could have a couple
Yeah.
for that money. You'd have the game in a couple decades.
Christopher and
I
Dwayne and Ken
heard-
are still here.
Juckett the other day was talking. Him and Dave were talking recently about, oh, did you know Juckett joined a league and stuff? So I went to go listen to that one because I'm like, oh, that's fascinating because I didn't think Ron was into doing a league with other people or something like that, and a commitment. Well, what he meant by that, what they meant, and they didn't exactly explain, was he tried what's it called, Perfect Game in OTP. So he's been playing
Perfect
that
team.
for the
Perfect
last-
team.
Yeah,
That's
Perfect Team.
fun in a way.
Yeah,
But
but without paying extra money for packs. So, and he's like, yeah, this is fun. In fact, the very first week he said he won his league in the first week. So good for him. The
Yeah.
other one he tried out though, he was going, oh, I'm in a Stratomatic league, and I'm like, Stratomatic leagues don't end in a couple of weeks. And I realized he joined that Stratomatic 365,
oh, it's
which is like
watered
the
down.
Dynamite Online. It's
that like
model
AppleGo?
they've gone to.
Is that
Yeah,
like AppleGo?
There you go, like AppleGo. They're all trying to mimic the rotisserie or the fantasy F-ball experience for people,
Right.
and so thereby, but none of them. Somebody who plays this is my guess because I don't have the sales numbers to show one way or the other. My guess is because this is what Dane did with Diamond Mine.
Mhm.
He sees a good product and he decides to shift it to, instead of selling a computer game to people where they buy things and own it, I'm going to use the engine for that, create a website where I'm selling a service instead of a product, and that way I can get more people.
Yeah.
But what he's not doing is saying, "Oh, if I make the website, I'll get customers who don't play Diamond Mine, and when they try out the league, then they'll like it, and then they'll buy the game."
Yes,
He's
that's a
doing the
miss.
opposite. I want to take Diamond Mine's owners and get them to my website instead. And I think that's what Strat did too in APA, because they're thinking, "Oh, we'll get the money that way," because it's cheaper to upgrade a website periodically
Yeah.
than it is to pay programmers or have
Yeah.
them on staff, God forbid,
Right.
to pay programmers to give a new computer game every year.
Let me ask you this. You all may know this. I go to. Are you guys familiar with What If Sports?
I am.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What If is great, and I use it for one of my many reference tools when I'm looking at ratings and different things like that. What engine do they use?
I have they don't say, do they?
Correct, and it's interesting to me because I don't
I
know.
doubt it's proprietary.
I agree.
Because-
It almost
Because
has to be.
if you made a computer sim, why wouldn't you, charge for the computer sim? Because that's an awful lot of effort and work to create something like that. My guess is they use something and don't say, because then they wouldn't have to give royalties to somebody. But if I did a website and then said powered by the Diamond
Yeah.
Mine, game,
And I know it's not like action. I can't tell if it's APVA, Strat, or
Yeah.
whatever because I can go in there and see how they're. I know that they've got it normalized. So, for example, I can tell you, like, if you go look at old seasons where there was no turnovers for, in basketball and things like that,
Okay.
you can see that they've used what would be good estimates, but they're modern era basketball estimates. So they've done their own normalizing so that when they, you have great all-time greats. So I know I can just look at their data and see how they have it laid out, like in the per game averages and so on. But there's nothing that's telling me or showing me which engine it could be. You know what I mean? It's been something I've been curious
Do you
about,
know
but
why
I
I'm
can't
thinking
tell.
it's APA, even though I can't tell? So my understanding, this comes from Clinton Parks, is that unlike Strat, APA didn't copyright or whatever it is with their formula, so people were able to reverse engineer it. That's why you have things like National Pastime, Next Generation Plus, which is free and you can get every season. And I suspect
Oh, you're
it's
kidding!
APA.
Is that based off APA?
Yes.
I thought National Pastime was based off of like
No.
Sports Illustrated or something that the
No.
copyrights.
So that game is Dombrov Baseball, which is Sports Illustrated on kind of on steroids. I have that game, but my understanding from Clinton, and I wish he was in here, I think he told me that National Pastime Next Generation
You know
Plus
what?
is an APA clone.
You're right, because you know what APA's a copy off of?
What's that?
Dick Seitz ripped off of the original game, was called National Pastime. That's right.
Oh, wow.
Clifford Van Beek invented a National Pastime. It's the first ever cards and dice baseball sim ever, and it was only produced for I think 1 or 2 years in the early 30s. And it was the Depression, and the guy couldn't have more sets printed and just quit almost overnight. And Richard Seitz happened to be one of the guys that bought the game and, figured out, he basically used the exact same boards. There is an excellent video on this history on that Baseball Replays YouTube channel, which I highly recommend, by the way. He does PC.
You know what's fun? This may not be entertaining people, but I've enjoyed tonight because I've learned a shitload.
Oh, so have I. So have I.
Yeah. But
So that's.
Dick
I love
Seitz
this.
did not invent the game from scratch, just as how Richmond
He
played
didn't invent
APA
Strat?
as a kid and decided to improve on it.
Okay. So, but he did invent Strat, right?
Yeah. I mean, but he had played APA, and so he goes, "I can make a better game."
Okay.
Well, Dick Seitz, it wasn't so much I can make a better game as it was, let me take the game I had and tweak it.
Huh.
Have you guys heard that? Did you guys hear that episode that Digital Dice that Juckett and Gardner did with Dave Cook?
I did not. I
a
missed
year and a
that
half
one.
ago. Go back and listen to it, because what you just said is what he talked about, is how he first started playing these other games, and it all stemmed from, oh my gosh, I like this, but I want to add this. I think I can do this better. I want to put this in there.
Hmm.
And
The
that's what got
interview.
him going.
Which interview?
What Dave Cook with Action Sports, it was
Oh, Dave. Yeah.
maybe a year and a half ago, I
You know
think,
what's
on Digital to Dice. It was a really good interview, but very similar. You know, it's like us. He played all these games, and you're like,
yeah.
him and his brother sitting around thinking, oh gosh, could we do this? Could we do it better? Here's what I'd like to see. And then, people taking off and
You know what's killing
adding
me
their
about
own
Well,
flavor
this?
to it.
Looking at
don't
this
we talk about that in other ways all the time? What would
Oh
be
yeah.
our ideal? What would be our ideal sim? It would be something with the interface of APC. It would have the depth of OOTP.
Mhm.
It would have, it would
And the
have
visuals of
it would have
MLB The Show.
audio
Of
of
MLB The
Mary
Show.
Harwell, like Baseball for Windows.
Yeah.
It would have the play-by-play of DMB and the game engine. So you take these various components, and my ideal is this Frankenstein product.
Well,
that
when the
doesn't-
hell are you going to get that built, Clue?
Yeah, get it
Yeah,
done, Big Clue.
well,
By
yeah.
next Thursday, please. Because Dwayne
Because
and
I love
Christopher and
this.
Ken are waiting. So come on.
Yeah.
And you also have to make it.
You'll be the first one to get a copy too.
Does anybody
right?
know
But
what
even
Chris
with
is
all
talking
that,
about?
you
Let me
have
look at.
to. You have to also be able to roll the dice, though, just in case. Right? But guys,
this
while you're looking at this,
micro
just really
league-
quickly, what's killing me about looking at this Dynasty League baseball site is they have an image of the card and everything in the game, and it's like, I want to play this so damn bad, but holy shit,
Yep.
the price. Are you kidding me?
Yep. Yeah. Oh, and did you see the price for the cards? Just to do the cards and dice?
I did not. I
Well,
don't think I
for
want
which
to.
game is it?
That's
Which game is it?
prohibitive. Dynasty League.
Oh, I know. But it's
Didn't I ask you about this some months ago, Beetle, about Dynasty League?
but they're basically what Pursue the Pennant was now. I mean, that's
Yep.
kind of gone into Dynasty League. That was back in '87, I think.
Yeah,
when
this is
like an
my buddy had
Mike
it.
Smolinski.
Game.
This is the guy that invented Pursue the Pennant.
It's wonderful, but it's costly.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see that. I mean,
So, Steve,
huh.
since you've played it, let me ask you this. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you say that in terms of the game experience or
Me
game
too,
engine,
Dwayne.
this is the closest thing to Pursue the Pennant that exists?
Yes, it
Okay.
basically is Pursue the Pennant, the board
It
game.
is
basi-
Pursue the
yeah,
Pennant.
okay.
And what they've brought,
I've
what they
suspected
brought.
that.
Yeah, and to me, and I know Ken mentioned he played it back then. I don't know, nobody, I've not seen any, and I watch a lot of the people play cards and dice. I don't do it
Yeah.
anymore. And again, I was a big status pro person, but there's never been a game, and I was familiar with Strat back then. Didn't do any APBA board baseball. Pursue the Pennant back in '87 when I first saw it, and we had the nice little fold out thing that it came in, and what Dynasty League is. I don't know if there's a better cards and dice game.
Wow.
You couldn't convince me there's anyone better with a better engine and system than this.
Wow.
Yeah. So what I'm
Ken
hearing from you
says it
that
was fantastic, and he's
clinches my
hardcore cards
opinion.
and dice. You guys know that.
if he sold this as an actual PC software,
Dude, I would buy it
what
in
do
a
they call
second.
I owned it. Clue, I own
I
this.
grab it immediately.
Oh, me too.
The first year that they
Me too.
came out with this, I bought the disc. I don't know whatever happened to it. It probably got thrown, but this maybe 98, whenever late 90s or something, before they went to the subscription, they had it where I had it on CD-ROM, and I
So they
played it.
did
On, this
have it
game's
for
great.
A few years then. Wow.
Exactly. And then instead of updating and doing that, they put everything into this online deal, and it's a great game,
Ken says
but I
he
just
has it on
don't like the
disc.
model.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if they would do this as a
yeah, I
PC
don't-
game, you know what? I mean, and now it would have to come with, again, it would have to be like a sort of out of the park thing. If they did with out of the park every season, but they wanted $150 for the game, but I would own it outright, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
yeah.
Seriously.
Well,
And
is
you know what's
isn't
funny?
that what APC does? Man, if I get a chance, I'll spend $350
Yeah.
and at a Black Friday and get every season they ever own.
But you
all
know
at
what I
once.
don't understand about these people like this, even with this board games, is what are once you have a system down for rating a season,
Hmm.
you've got the system down to rate them all.
Yeah. Why isn't that a
With
computerized
all
system?
the data that's out there now. This isn't 20 years ago. This is
Yeah.
now.
Well, that's what
Why
Mark
you only
Cohen
offer these
argues.
seasons is ridiculous.
Well, that's what Mark Cohen argues about Digital
Yeah.
Diamond. He's like, why would I charge somebody whatever it is, $27 a season, $30 like Strat does, $30 a season? John DFW told me the other night. He said when it's out there, so I'm going to make it that way.
Yeah.
And Dave Cook, we let him off the hook because come on, his prices are good even at full price,
Yeah.
and the sales. But
But this
there's no
game, you
excuse for
would love it.
this. This
This would
game,
be in your repertoire if you could own the game and
I
do
know.
broadcasts and play it. And for those people
So
that
you're just
love to
breaking
know
my
behind
heart.
the engine, you go right up to that card. If you can look at the card you're showing right there, and it when you see the dice roll, it's telling you where it's getting it
Oh
from,
my
which
God.
some people love to see. So you have the best of a lot of worlds, and there's a nice visual,
Hmm.
display here, and you're not having to fumble around with paper and cards and all that stuff, right?
Yeah,
It's to me a
let's
great
bring this up here.
game.
Oh my
It's a
God,
great
look at
game.
this. Look at this. It'll come up here in a second for you guys, or 6 seconds to be.
The game's visually appealing.
Oh my God, I want to play this damn thing.
Well, here's
Yeah.
what you got to do.
Yeah,
You
but
sign up
2 day
with an email
trial, and then
no, it's for like a month or whatever, and try it out. I've done it a couple
no,
times.
you know what? I'll fall in love with it, and that'll be it. That'll be just another bill. No, I'll be
If you
looking
want to
at it.
get in an online league, but it's a great
Does it
game.
have
It's
an
just like
AI?
people.
Does it have an AI, or can you just play it like
Yes,
solitaire? Does it?
yes.
Shit. Wow. You know what?
Look, if I was,
I could get
I
rid of
understand
Amazon.
they're doing it so that they don't have to pay a programmer. It's
Yeah.
cheaper for them to do it this model. Business wise, I get that, but I'm sorry. I just think there's and I get certain people or people under a certain age or more, they're used to things like that. But for goodness sakes, man, the bulk of the baseball sim community
Mhm.
wants something that they
Hmm.
own for life once they've paid for it,
Well, I'm like
right?
that. Yeah.
And this was one of the first games back in the day. Ken's got the disc, so he'll remember this. This is one of the first games that was very intriguing that emphasized the impact of a ballpark. And that
Yeah.
used to be in the role and everything. And so,
Mhm.
That
it's
was in
taken
the
into account in
board
the park
game,
you're
right?
playing. Yes,
In
yes, it
the
was.
80s. That was in the board game, yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah,
This looks.
this one is the one that really kills me. The other ones, I'm like, this game here has so much potential
Oh my
for
God.
me to have right there next to action and go back and forth and enjoy both. But
This is
I want to
nicer
have
looking
the
than
file.
Natalie. I'm telling you, man. I would play. I'd be like
Oh
all
yeah.
over this. Jeez. But I can't.
Maybe one day we should all join for the same month and get in a league with
Yes.
each other.
Let's.
I just can't
I'm down with that.
justify $80
Yeah.
for 6 months. What are you guys crazy? I just can't justify
And
that.
then after that, you don't have it. Now, my thing, this would be the fun of playing and being in a league. It doesn't lend itself to homebrews, and that's such an important thing to me. That's why leagues
With the
get
Yeah.
so
what
much
ifs,
action. Is
yeah, exactly.
I can't create my what ifs and then share with the community and enjoy
Yeah.
it and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah,
Hey, legends.
legends in the house,
Hey, welcome.
listening to the three hens,
But
as Ken calls it.
yeah, you know what though? I mean, if and I'm not going to, but if I would, so I'll do some season replays, but I do those usually offline. I do have a 1934 going, but if I did something like this, as much as, and I prefer, and I'm with you guys. I much prefer the what ifs. I have way more fun because there's all these sources about baseball history, and I can use back to baseball if I just want to look or listen to classic baseball on the radio. I don't care. But on this one, I would do a season replay. I would have fun with something
Mhm.
like this. But
Well, and they have some fun leagues where you can do like all-time greats, and there's a lot of different
Yeah.
options. Or we could
yeah,
even get in there and set up a private league with people you want. But
right.
oh, now I'm
Would
just
we
looking.
invite
It
Ken
used to
too?
be a
Would
oh,
we
here it
invite
is.
Ken?
It's a 2-day free trial. That's stupid. But you can get a free month. I did that. It's got to be maybe 8 years ago when
Yeah,
when it like went over to this deal. I played with it for a while, and
they do have a free month. You can still do that.
A free month?
Yeah, yeah, and it says
That's
cancel anytime.
actually a lot of time. I was gonna say I would think 1 week would be enough to hook somebody.
I'm hitting the free month play now. What does it need from me? Do I got to like sign over my car title or anything?
Yeah, probably get them
2-day
your credit
limited. Get a
card.
oh, and when you subscribe with a coupon code USA, free month is risk free. Cancel at any time. So you probably have to set up
Yeah.
for a continuation, and then you have to notify them if you don't like it after a month.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But we could get a month's worth of trying it out in its current state.
I mean, this just
Yeah.
looks brilliant. How many seasons are available for this thing?
Let me see. Not all-
That's another thing. I think I saw on the list. They don't have as wide a thing as you'd think. At least not for the cards. They don't.
Right.
No.
For the cards and dice. So But yeah, look at this. This is the graphics that. Gee, if only Diamond Mine had done graphics like that, you could
Hmm.
you could air Diamond Mine on these. You know, Juckett says this all the time. I got him to try Diamond Mine, and he goes, "Good game. I can never air it on the channel though. Nobody will watch."
Look at Chris
Oh,
Slovic
I can't do
getting.
Diamond Mind on here. I've tried it. It doesn't work. Yeah,
Look at
Chris says
Christopher Slovic coming up with a great idea here.
he says my question: if someone like Beatles broadcast this and every viewer is a manager, couldn't you just get one account, then everyone signs in if they want to play or broadcast?
As long as Mike Solinsky doesn't watch this channel, yeah.
Well, I'm small enough. I'm sure he doesn't. Richard Davis says he thinks the early season they have is 1957. So somebody who has inside pitch would say, well, yeah, inside pitch goes back to 1956. Why would I buy? And I guess that is the larger question. As much as I'm salivating over looking at these beautifully dense cards and these really beautiful, I mean, let's look at the Polo Grounds here. I mean, this is a great looking game.
Yes, it
But
is.
at the end of the day, is what can
Yeah,
what
somebody's
can this
decided
do
it's
that
not
say
worth their effort
Action
to do earlier
PC
seasons.
or Out of the Park can't do? So that's always the
And
question
I
ask.
may dig into PC replay baseball to give it a fair shot because I've never had to figure out how to fire a game up. But I
No.
can't get over how much they charge per season, and they don't even have them
Yeah.
all.
It's
And
too
to me,
much.
if you're going to charge that much, why haven't you created the other ones? All the stats are there, and then
Yeah.
you've got a
Yeah.
bigger selection to potentially, pillage people from all their money at what
But
$50 a season or
and
something.
and what does it do?
Let
What
me
can
ask you a
it do
question.
that Action PC baseball doesn't?
There you go.
Right?
There you go.
And that's why I ask
Uh,
myself even about this as much
Nothing.
as I mean, Steve, I know you've said before, hey, if you can afford to get them all, I agree, but I can't. So I have to
And
draw
then
the
then
line.
how do you customize a league with that? You have to buy their season, or you have to buy their already pre-made, greats file. I don't see any way where you can start like we can with Action, importing and grabbing things that you own from all over the place and doing your own creating or
Exactly.
compiling of a special league.
Yep.
That's the
Yep.
thing that you do a lot on your channel,
Yep.
where Action gives you, and Out of the Park baseball does too, the flexibility to
Mhm.
import and create all these unusual mixes of teams and eras.
Right.
Yep. Hey, let me ask you guys this.
Breaks my
Do you
heart.
think there's a market for, and I know PC Replay is famous for this, and then so is the Digital Diamond apparently does this also,
Mhm.
but there is no game engine, but it's in every other respect, it's a sim. Generates reports, gives the schedule, blah 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 blah, lets you do the game recaps and the box scores and stuff. But it's strictly an app for you entering the information. So it's an app that's designed for record keeping for the cards and dice player,
Yeah.
right?
And,
Or let's
yeah.
say I have one game and it's dumb, but it doesn't do that stuff. A PC game, but it's for somebody like Ken. You don't have to compile your stats. The PC you just enter as you're rolling the dice. So this is what happens. This is what happens at the end. You can keep track of your thing. And and my understanding is
Digital
PC
Diamond does that.
Replay does that. Digital Diamond does it. Yeah.
Yep.
So what if it included other features that those things, like you want to replay the whole 1908 season? Well, this product also has here's the as played schedule for 1908 as part of it. Here's
Yeah.
I think that would be a wonderful tool for people, because for me, record keeping is half the time when I do play cards and dice. Half the
Yeah.
time I spend is record keeping, because
Yeah.
I'm writing it down in a notebook.
That was me with Status Pro Baseball when I'm 14 years old, and I'm like, and I loved it back then, but I didn't know anything better. Now I
Same
know
here when I
something
was in
better, so
college.
I
Oh my
can't
God.
go back to that now. I mean, I still love all the stats, but it's
No,
like,
no. I'm just saying there's other products for the community besides just besides an actual sim that are smaller things. For example, are either of you guys familiar with Lee Sinon's sabermetric baseball encyclopedia?
I've
Mm-mm.
heard of it, but I've not seen it. I just want to make a
Okay.
quick thing, and then Ken said something really cool. He says, "You
Yeah.
guys think it's odd that I'm the cards and dice only player in this group of PC players, essentially my home. I think it's wonderful." And you know what, Ken?
No.
It's awesome. We don't think
No,
I don't think
no,
it's
because
weird.
no, because I don't play cards and dice, but I'm watching a bunch of people play cards and dice when
Same
I'm
here.
going through this community.
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
watching
And
RTO
so
Network almost every night. I watch David Baseball demos. Are you
I watch
kidding me?
who's the guy? Oh, what's his name?
Our Red Sox
That
Tabletop.
was going
Yeah.
nuts with the inside pitch the other night, and he's hilarious.
Robert.
He's so
RJL.
passionate.
That's
RJL.
Robert.
RJ,
RJL
yeah,
Network.
RJL.
He's awesome.
He's
Robert
doing
Baseball
inside pitch, and
demos.
he's yeah.
I used to
Who
watch
you
Rob
mentioned
exclamation point. I love Rob, but Rob hasn't done baseball, and I know Dwayne is a regular over there. So Dwayne, tell Rob I said hi. Dwayne's been hardly doing, or yeah, Dwayne. Rob has hardly been doing any baseball, but he's not a PC player either. He used to play a lot of baseball on his channel, and I miss
My
it.
experience is most of the channels are cards and dice focused
They
more
are.
than PC.
Yep.
Yeah. So
It's
and
true.
again,
I think our Red
hey,
Sox
that's
fan's the exception because he does both.
Well, you know what's happened? I've watched Dave Gardner recently branch out into more like he's branching out into OOTP, which I think is some of the influence of the community that we all have on each
And he
other
likes
directly
it.
and
He actually
indirectly.
likes it. I was
Um,
really surprised.
Yeah, and
His
it's the
first
same with me.
impression.
So when I look at this, I remember back to this. There's nobody that convinced me. Strat, APBA, we can all love a game for whatever reason, but the accuracy, the depth, and the game engine in that nothing beats Pursue the Pennant that I'm aware of that
Yeah.
I've seen anybody play.
Hmm.
That's more that I
You
have
mean in
more
terms of
faith in and
cards and
like the
dice? You're not talking
presentation
digital
in
now.
terms of in terms of cards and dice.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
when you look at that, it's tempting because to me that's where these two worlds can collide in a good way.
Okay.
Yeah.
People want to know action doesn't show me enough under the hood. This one will, and you get some of the visuals that we like from action, right? The layout looks good.
Yeah.
It's a great engine. The gameplay is really good, and it's an open engine, and it's done well. So I want this to be much more available. Like, please let me just own it and dabble with it.
Couple
Yep.
things real quick here. So Ken is letting us know Dwayne has a great replay going. So Dwayne, I'm gonna have to check it out because I do. I love watching cards and dice baseball. Legends, you're right here on our side where you're saying that you appreciate cards and dice. You just can't do your types of projects with them. Neither can
Yeah.
we. Neither can we. I mean, could you imagine? Like, let's take your franchise Stars Baseball League, which I wish I knew how you were doing it. I promise I wouldn't do it on my channel. I just want to learn how you're doing that with the drafts. But you couldn't do that unless you had. Well, you would have to have every season of baseball for one, or just this huge
Mm-hmm.
player pool for what you do, Legends, and for what Steve and Big Clue and I do, mixing and matching players or years and all. You couldn't do it.
Can you imagine sitting on him at like a kid in his room on the floor with 5,000 cards laying around him
Not at
and
all.
trying
Oh my God. Oh my
trying to
God.
categorize next year's pool of players that are coming in? And I mean,
Yep.
yeah.
So,
But
I
that's
do
why
like.
the more games, the merrier. Like when people come out with a new game, I can look at it and go, well, it's not for me. But I'm like, hey, the more games, the better, because the better chance
Yep.
we're all going to have better
Yep.
choices, right?
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes it's not a choice of one. It's, unless I tell people, budget aside, right? If you're on a budget, different deal. But if not, hey, sometimes you may want to grab 2 or 3 different games because they all offer something unique, right? Versus just figuring out what's the one game I'm going to own for baseball or basketball. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
go out and get a few and try them because not one is going to be the best in everything. And you might like a little something that one game does that the other ones don't.
And that's what I
Yeah.
do digitally. So, I mean, my four are Action PC, Out of the Park, Baseball for Windows. I know some people laugh at that, but it's a great game. And Diamond Mind. And now I have other baseball games, but those four each complement one another. But if I had to pick two out of them, it'd be Action PC and Out of the Park.
That's your stick. That's why there's no channel if you look around that anybody really emulates another person. Everybody has their, even what Bernard was doing the other night, I thought was
Hey,
great
John.
because
Mhm.
he was using a narrator and then putting his own color. He had his own style. He's
Yeah.
not doing anything like anybody. You come in and provide good, I talk banter and history over older baseball. And then the other thing you have is you're highlighting different games for different reasons.
Mhm.
So, people come in and watch it and they're like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm
Right.
going to try OOTP, or wow, I like the audio on this APBA kind of thing.
Or
So
like what Al does, because Al does all the other sports as well. And
the
and
wrestling I
mean,
find fascinating.
the
And I
wrestling-
don't even like wrestling.
And I mean, Anthony, created this great boxing game, Glory Days Boxing, and I've got to credit Al for being the guy that has turned this community on And if I had room to play cards and dice, I would actually pick up Glory Days Boxing. It looks amazing.
And
And
he's the one that makes me want to like
I
PC
agree.
replay baseball too. Al is when I watch him play that,
oh,
I want to like it.
PC
I've watched
replay
him do his
baseball, yeah.
Red Sox game. Yeah,
Well, here's a
Glory
little
Days
trivia
Boxing
for
is
you.
on my list, and I'm not a boxing fan at all.
Oh yeah,
I
I'd
mean,
love to get that
I
game.
don't dislike boxing, but
Yeah.
Al has made, listening to Al do that is so much fun. And Anthony, made a great game
Oh
from
yeah.
everything I can tell. And I'm like, yeah,
well,
that'd be fun to play. So
Yeah, Al can make any damn game exciting. I mean, and I don't know who's lurking with Al's really good, and I mean, he is, and I love what he does, and the fact that he does the lesser sports. I know I've cornered myself into just being largely a baseball channel, but that's my love. I can't help that. But I think there's so many game developers out there, and I think for all the content creators, right? They've, they've got to. I mean, I don't know whether Dave Cook knows we're out here doing this stuff, but how many, how many more people are buying Action PC Baseball because they saw it on Al's channel, or maybe on my little, this little tiny channel, somebody saw it, or Steve, they saw you doing it, or MV, or whatever. That's sales for these game companies. Um,
yeah, and we don't do it so they make money. They end up making money because we
we're
enjoy
doing it
it,
right.
and other people see a product. And Dave Gardner just went out and bought OTP,
Yeah,
right? And no
exactly.
doubt, you're highlighting that had to have some influence on that. And I know people have talked to us about, hey, I just took a plunge and bought Action, and
Oh
I'm
yeah.
enjoying it. And I went out and bought. Al got me into a few months back. The PC, the Pro Strategy Football one,
Hmm.
and I actually went back out and bought the old title bout boxing.
Oh, I
So I
almost
haven't
bought
messed with
that.
that,
Yeah, that looks cool.
but that was
the pro
because of Al.
strategy is kind of. I'll admit I've played that. That's kind of
It's
fun.
fun. And then
It,
Dwayne's
it
channel I'm
reminds me
watching
of
the other
Major League
day,
Baseball.
and he's got me now. I'm thinking about this racing. I'm like, ooh, do I? That could be
Hmm.
interesting.
Now, here's the funny thing about Anthony. You guys do know his favorite sport's baseball. And it's like, okay, why'd you do a boxing game first? And I'm waiting for the baseball game, and he knows, because every time he comes into the channel, like, so, Anthony, he'll like, yeah, I know baseball. And it's just like, come on, it's got to come out, it's got
Hey,
to come out.
Christopher is saying his voice, because Al it does a lot of the referee calls. I don't know
Hmm.
where Christopher's voice is, but I think Al does some of the first down and second down
Yeah.
and
But
stuff
he's
like
the
that.
voice
In there.
his voice
Anthony's
is in Pro
baseball
Strategy.
game will
Yeah.
come out around the same time George R. Martin's Winds of Winter will be released.
So,
So
which means never. Okay.
yeah,
Damn. So, Christopher, here's another guy. I'm sure Christopher has gotten a lot of people to pick up out of the park baseball. And I know he does other sports as well. But if you guys checked out his Creator Cup series, if you
yeah,
want a master class on how to create
oh yeah, good.
tournaments in out of the park baseball, go to Christopher Slovik's channel, and it
Yeah.
sounds like a real damn baseball game.
Well, he's saying now that if you're in the Pro Strategy Football, you switch it to AM, it'll be him,
No
and I'm
kidding.
gonna have to do that now. Yeah, you know what's funny? I'm actually a beta tester for that, and I haven't
See, and
done a
I'm not an
thing with it
F-ball
because
fan.
I'm
I
so.
love you, Christopher, but I guess I'm gonna have to just catch it on your channel and listen to that or something, because um, God, but I wish Out of the Park we could get Christopher. Why can't Christopher do? He could be the broadcaster for Out of the Park.
Hey,
Come on,
oh, I know.
he's good.
Hey, look, the three hens have 12 people here.
How about it? Welcome in there.
Gone back up. Yeah, cluck, cluck,
Yeah.
cluck.
I'm
So
gonna
he
have to
wants
run, guys. It'll be two of you, but
Legend Sports Universe says he wants a cut from MLB The Show. Yeah, he got me to buy it. I think there's a few other
yeah,
people
I
here.
bought it. I
Yeah,
have it.
because I thought for all these years it was an arcade game. I'm like, I'm not interested in that. I can play. I
Yeah.
got enough arcade games, and then it was you and Legends that were like, duh, no, you can manage or you can just spectate. You don't have to.
Beatles, I'm gonna give you another non-sports game I think you would like, but you're probably gonna be way ahead of me on this.
What's that?
And I just got it a couple weeks ago, and it's really cool. War Tales.
I have it. It's awesome. I'm going to be doing that
Okay,
on the channel because I am going to be doing some
I'm still
non-baseball
not.
games.
I'm still not gonna one up you. I didn't think I could, but I was gonna try.
Yeah, got War Tales.
I just saw that.
Okay.
I was poking around the Steam sale. I just saw that advertised the other day. I'll
I've
have
just
to
got to
check
say, it not sports related. It's fun.
It's a
Okay.
no-brainer, Big Clue. Pick it up. Just as Age of Wonders 4, you like that, which is it's
Yeah.
brilliant. But War Tales is brilliant, man. You'll love it.
Can somebody get Mike Zelensky to just let us own
Give us a CD
Dynasty
ROM.
League Baseball. That's the one that I want to be on a CD. And you know what kills me is I wished I still had that to go back and revisit the gameplay. I have a lot of old hard drives I started looking to see if I still have it on any of them, and I couldn't find it. And I know I don't have the CD-ROM anymore, but I thought I'd have it like on an old file or a backup somewhere, and I can't find it.
What are you saying that you misspoke about? And he's of course saying it in Portuguese. I'm sorry,
About
mea
the
culpa.
3 hens.
Oh yeah, well that's right, Ken. You're a hen anyhow, so it is what it is.
I actually like it. I mean, I'm not I think it's funny.
I don't know. I wish they couldn't we get together and say, hey, how about this? We are a cabal of YouTube creators, and we want to feature your game over a
Yep.
number of blah blah blah. They're not going to buy it, but we could try.
Hey, look, I mean, again,
we reach tens and tens of people.
Tens and tens of people. Well,
Yeah,
and then
tens of people.
you get guys like Al. I mean, Al's got, he's got over 1,000 subscribers. He's nearing 2,000. God, you'd think they'd be kissing his butt because, come on, they're not even. I doubt they're selling or getting anywhere near as much as Action PC Baseball.
Yeah.
And then and look what Out of the Park did, right? Okay, they went to Steam, and let's face it. I mean, as far as sales, they've got to be king of the hill. And,
you speak of that. I just looked at my channel. I'm like, what have I've got 160 people that have subscribed to my channel.
Yep.
If I go back 6 months a year, I didn't know there was 60 people in the entire world that were even somewhat close to liking some of this sports geeky stuff I did.
Ken Castro, the hen or the hen pack.
Yeah.
And my wife is even more bewildered by the number than I am.
When you throw
in, I've watched your channel grow.
When you throw in other hobbies like,
yeah,
when you throw in other hobbies like wargaming, I'm stunned to before I fell into the community, I'd have been shocked to hear like even Jester's number of ID Jester's number of subs. I'm like, I wouldn't believe there's that many people watching videos about all of those games.
Does anybody remember
this? Fish in our community is
he's Jester. Got a wide reach.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember this game? My very first, on a computer, one of the most favorite war games from the 90s, Civil War Generals 2. And a friend of mine would love that game engine.
I don't remember.
Then it was Panzer General, and now what is it? Panzer Corps. Love all that stuff. So I'm not a hardcore like war gamer and that, but there's some that I really like. Some of the turn-based stuff.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Robbie says here about Dynasty League. He says it also has another problem because if you look back on Robbie's channel, he does a little kind of intro tutorial thing to Dynasty League. So I guess he gave it a try. And he says that that when you can't play as both teams as if you're playing cards and dice solitaire. And listen,
Robbie, if you were our age, you would remember a time where you and your friends sat down to play a game on the computer together, and you'd each be on one side of the keyboard,
hiding your eyes.
Baseball, you'd just have to cover your eyes and look the other way.
That's how we played Earl Weaver baseball.
That's how we played Micro League, and that's how we played Lance Hafner.
Yep. In the late 80s, early 90s, that's what it. Yeah. Tony La Russa was like that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
well, gentlemen, I'm not calling
it. With it, man. Christopher, just really quick before you go, Steve. He says he's really shocked with his AI news broadcast. He's getting 400 people view some of these, and they're not confused, saying what is this, and it's not, and not understanding what Action PC is. It's hysterical. Dude, you were on it at the right time. AI is just blowing up everywhere.
You know what's funny, Chris, is people are like, I was there in 1980. I don't remember this game.
Yeah, because there's this guy in 1880 talking about the 2014 college F-ball.
I graduated that year. I don't remember. Yeah. I got to find out what program. I hope which Chris would answer. Is that like, I mean, what's the
Chris,
subscription cost? Something like that. I would love.
Chris, would you mind putting the link to that into the chat, please? And
because I'd love to explore some other possibilities to play around with, like how I could use that, because I've got my brain wrapped around, because I'm getting into this whole narrator thing of how can I get in and tweak some of that.
It's in there. He just
awesome. Thank you,
Chris.
Steve, it's funny that I had that experience with, I grew up overseas, so I had that experience. I did not know about cards and dice baseball until I come back to States, and I'm in college. I had been playing baseball games on the PC for a decade before that. So imagine my shock when I find out, oh, the Pursue the Pennant game I'm playing in high school on the PC. You mean there's a board game version and that
Yeah.
came first? At where
Yep.
do I get that? Oh, they don't make that anymore. So I get introduced to Status Pro. I'd never heard of it because I'm at a flea market one day in the mid 90s and I see it. And I'm like, ooh, a baseball game. I'll pick that up. That looks cool. And
Yep.
holy cow, don't I wish I had this at that age. So I identify with, is it Dave? Yeah, Dave Gardner. That's where they got the name for their show. I went from digital to dice also. But again, if you're not playing with somebody else, I just personally, and I have no problem, to each their own. But man, hours and hours and hours at the table just rolling the dice. If I'm going to put up that much time in it, I want the computer to keep track of the stats and stuff.
For me,
I'd rather
that's
just
the
click the
game.
mouse.
Well, wouldn't you imagine? So that to me, that's the social interaction. Two people sitting
Yep.
down, or it's for you wanting to spend the next hour or two immersed in the game, like a specific. Hey, I'm playing the Tigers and the Red Sox, right? To
Yeah,
me,
but
it's just never fit for like a season replay, because of just the
yeah,
intricate stat keeping.
or
To
a
me,
project.
I
Yeah,
could see this. Hey, I'm just going to sit down for the next 2 hours and get my dice out, my score sheet, and just get immersed in this game right here in the moment.
Yeah.
But for like the what ifs and season replays, it doesn't scratch that itch. So I
yeah.
can, who knows? I may here in a couple of years have these little car cards laying around here. I might be venturing off into this racing thing
Oh my
now that I've
God.
got onto Dwayne's channel. So
Steve,
Yeah,
go to
we'll
bed.
see. We'll see.
yeah,
Dice
I'm heading out
play,
now before it gets worse.
Go to bed, Steve.
It's been good. I'm
Thanks,
signing off.
buddy.
Oh, great to talk
Bye.
to you.
You gonna hang for a little bit, Big Clue? Or are you getting
Yeah,
tired?
that's fine.
You good?
No, I'm good. Man. Yeah, I just had Taco Bell delivered half an hour ago, so I'm good.
Oh man, go eat. Did you eat your dinner? Go eat your dinner, man.
No, I already did. I just put myself in mute for that. So
Oh, okay. So
it was
Robbie makes a good
just an
point.
excuse to get one of that. What do they call it? The Baja Blast.
Is it? I
That's the only place that sells that type of Mountain Dew.
oh, gotcha. I don't drink soda, so the
Yeah.
occasional ginger ale, but that's
Well,
I
you're a
know.
wiser man than I am.
Yeah,
So
but I smoke, dude, so I'm an idiot that way. Robbie says he says Diamond Mind is the better offshoot of Dynasty League, can play it offline standalone. Now, Diamond Mind
again.
did something really stupid. Are you guys ready for this? Okay, so Diamond Mine, their seasons aren't cheap, but a lot of the stuff that I bought for Diamond Mine, which was a considerable amount of money, was so that I could do a lot of what ifs. And like Action PC, it's an extremely flexible baseball game, right?
Yeah.
Well, they have an app, and I reviewed it on Android. So this game, and it actually has, are you ready for this? It has sound, like stadium sound, the whole thing, right? It's really
Oh
nice
wow.
looking, better looking than Diamond Mine. You can play any two teams in history against each other. Here's the catch. You can, this is stupid. You cannot buy the app. You can't buy anything for it. Instead, when you're playing a game, you have to suffer through their ads. So it'll come up with a little thing about a player, and then you have to click this link to go to the Diamond Mine site to read about this thing, and then go back to the game. Whereas Out of the Park, they released Out of the Park Go. You get 3 seasons with it for free, and if you want every season in baseball history from 1901 to 2022, it's $20. So even trying to get on the like the mobile platform market, Imagine Sports is doing it wrong. Because Robbie
Right.
told me about it, and I'm like, yeah, man, okay, this is cool. I can like, you know, and you can't. It's like it's like every fourth batter, you've got to click out of the game or tap out of the game. What
Oh,
does it?
geez.
And I wrote the review. I said, for God's sake, charge me for this. Let me buy it. You can't play season replays. You can't do anything like that. It's just playing two teams against one another. But what's the point? I don't want intrusive ads when I can just do Out of the Park Go if I've got my Android with me somewhere. Like, I'm spending the night with my girlfriend. She's crashed out. Bam. Okay, I can have my Android there and play some baseball. I don't
Yep.
want to be bothered with ads. Why would they do that? It's stupid.
Yeah.
I don't
I,
know.
I, they're it's all about their business model, and I just don't see most of these business models being particularly effective.
Well,
So
but
not for the sim community.
but why are
So
but if they look at what Out of the Park is doing, right?
yeah,
So how many games out there? I don't care if it's cards and dice or whatever, where you get a free game and 3 baseball seasons with it. You don't have to pay a dime for Out of the Park
yeah.
Go. And if you want everything, you're paying another $20. That's it. And I'm like thinking, imagine sports. Look what the elephant in the room is doing. At least try to emulate that. Charge for the app. There's people like myself that I want to own the game and I don't want your damn ads. I'll pay you.
Yeah. Well, hey, most apps these days, and when I say apps, I mean like phone games.
Right.
Most apps on the phone, from what I've seen, my experience is you can pay them $1.99 to get rid of the ads permanently, or $3.99 to get
You
rid of the
can't
ads.
do that in
It's a
this
free
game.
app, but for $5, you can play forever with no ads.
Yeah, but with this,
So
you can't. I've looked, I hit every damn menu choice. And as Robbie says, another bit of stupidity on their part. He says the other thing with the Diamond Mind app, and this is true, when they released it, crickets from them, no announcement or anything. And if you look on Diamond Mind Baseball's website, there's no mention of the app. There's nothing. It just showed up on the App Store, and Robbie messaged me one day, and he said, "Hey, look, Diamond Mind has this thing," and I'm like, "Oh, cool." And
Robbie, I don't remember that in their newsletter, and I'm a subscriber. Although the newsletter isn't even on a regular basis anymore. Their
no,
customer service has really got. I mean, Dane's just
it's
the
bad.
whole company. Unfortunately, it's bad.
Yeah, I'm
You
shocked
know.
when I get a newsletter from them. It's like, "Oh my God, what's
Yeah.
going on?" You know?
And once upon a time, and what makes it worse is once upon a time for the baseball sims, if you were a stat head, that was your thing of choice. When
Yeah.
when when some BBWAA guy or whoever says, "Oh, we want to do, Compass Sports Illustrated, we want to simulate the World Series coming up,"
It
or
was
something like
Diamond
that.
Mind.
Diamond Mine was the program of choice usually for because of the accuracy and the functionality,
Hmm.
and yet all of that, and it's still true. That's how good it was.
Oh
Almost
yeah.
20 years have gone by, and it's that good.
Yep.
It's still true. But they killed the goose that laid the golden egg just so Dane can make a few bucks.
And it's a shame, and it really is because I would like to. Again, it doesn't quote unquote play well in terms of a broadcast, but if
Yeah.
there's one those 4 that I mentioned that I play most that I would love people to give a shot. And I'll tell you the highest praise I got for for Diamond Mine Baseball is from Ken Castro, cards and dice only guy. The game is so good, he said he tolerates it. Now, from a purely
Yeah,
cards and dice
that's
guy,
high praise.
that is indeed high praise for a game.
Yeah.
And it's like, guys, you have something amazing here. And but there's
Ken, what do you think of their play-by-play? I
the,
mean,
the
I just
it's
haven't seen anything
amazing.
that matches it. Yeah.
It's amazing. You know what? I've never like in play by play, and I think there's some play by play out there that's good, but
Yeah.
Diamond Mine. If we take Ernie Harwell out of the equation, so let's forget baseball for Windows for a second. Just
Yeah.
for strictly reading text, literally, big clue. There have been times I'm doing games on Diamond Mine, I'm on the edge of my seat, literally.
Yeah. Well,
That play
and
by
I
play is
see
so
them
compelling.
use turns of phrase I don't see elsewhere,
Yep.
descriptors I don't see elsewhere. I'm like, somebody was creative and comprehensive and clever
Yes.
in how they constructed that. Yeah.
It's
So,
brilliant. But yet,
yeah.
I've tried it on this channel and it just doesn't work because essentially I'm just reading to people. So what I tried was a little twist is I would bring people on, and when I used to use StreamYard, before StreamYard had sound, which I need to look into. So one night I had Clee Baseball Fan on. In fact, he was still Tribe Fan. And so I'd have people call a couple innings and stuff like that. And that was the only way I could generate interest at all in Diamond Mine Baseball. But Ken will tell you, we were trying a little 19th century thing, and it's not the 19th century because the McGreevy League made my channel grow. Like, and I didn't even know that was going to happen. But with
Yeah.
Diamond Mine, a lot of times it was Ken and me, and that was it. And it's a shame because it is such a great baseball game. But
Yeah.
there's nothing to look at. There's no,
Yeah,
at
that's
least
right.
with
It's
Hartwell, people can roll up a game and listen to baseball for Windows. But I can't even
yeah.
offer that, and people get tired of my voice, and now I'm going to read to them. No, so
Now
that's why
you
it's
say
never on my
that
channel.
Beatles, and I got to tell you, I've never seen anybody complain about the sound of your voice.
Well,
So
Dave
that's
Gardner says I need a new mic, and he's probably right. He said I come across too distorted, but I have to
as
wait.
the semi-literate Bostonian. I,
He
you
says it
know,
was a great broadcast, man, but we got to get you a new mic.
yeah,
I'm like, I know, I'm looking for one, but my channel has
yeah.
351 subscribers, man. I'm not monetized, so I'm gonna have to wait for a little while. I do want to
Yeah.
get it. Um,
I love Dave, but listening to him is like listening to Ben Affleck and well, his was crap.
you
It's
know,
like listening to Matt Damon and Good Will Hunting.
no, see,
Minus
I
the
like the New
language.
England thing myself, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
What I like what Dave's been doing on his broadcasts is he's been kind of getting more into sort of like things to be thankful for. And that great podcast that he did,
Oh,
Is It Okay to Not Like a Game? Dave's getting into
yeah,
some
yeah, 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 yeah.
territory that's it's a
The
minefield.
questions they ask are great.
Yeah.
I mean, during COVID, hey, just check in for your mental health. Those regular things. I
Yeah.
was listening to those every time, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Dave's got something good
they're
going
such an
there.
asset. Dave is an asset to the community. Ron's an asset.
Yeah.
Don't tell Ron I said this, but he's an asset to the community. So
Yeah.
anyway, they've who else do, who else does anything like Digital to Dice?
Nobody.
Nobody comes close. Yeah,
Nobody. It's and
yeah.
what I gave Dave some credit because I don't know how long you've been around this community, Big Clue, but there was a time about 6 years ago when it was really everybody was together and everybody was truly supporting one another. And I'm trying to get back to that. Al's been doing that, right? We used to get together on Sundays, and it was I don't know if you know about the two Earls, right? There's like the one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
I started in 2019,
okay,
right?
so so
6 months before the lockdown or so.
So
So
this was back in 2017 or late 2016,
okay.
and I found this. And we used to get together on Sundays, and one of the Earls would host. It was usually the Oklahoma Earl at the horse racing, and he would like be moving the little metal horses around the track. And I mean, you had our Red Sox fan was there, ID Jester was there, all the content creators in our YouTube community were there on Sunday nights to play APA horse racing. We'd be right, and then the community kind of went weird and wacko, and I haven't seen Earl in ages. Um, but Dave kind of is really taken on this thing where he's trying to bring things back together. And now,
Yeah.
I'm finding it's becoming like this sort of halcyon days, where now I can listen, go into RGL Network and hear, I want to start catching, Dwayne's stuff. And of course, there's Sports Time Machine, and everybody is kind of sort of given some love to everybody else again, the way it used to be. We're not like this little, microcosm unto ourselves anymore, and I like that. There's Todd B.
Yeah.
Chris says he's going to get a new microphone next year, so he's going to sound different. You still got a great voice, man. So, um, broadcasting voices, Chris Slovic, and Ron Juckett. Juckett's good. Juckett is good too. I love
Yeah.
listening to those games because it's like I'm listening to a real baseball game.
Yeah.
These two guys are broadcasting. I tend not anything against Ron Juckett. I tend to like Christopher's voice a little better because it sounds more like old time baseball to me. I don't know why. There's something about the timbre of his voice that I'm listening to him. I'm like, damn it, I'm listening to a game from way before I was born, man. This is like 1940s, 1950s, whatever, 60s. I don't know. But I love it, man. You have a good voice. I wish you did some stuff.
Oh
I want to get
no.
you on here sometime to just do some color. I think you'd be amazing.
Dude, yeah.
Seriously, it'd be
Oh my
brilliant,
God.
dude. Of all the people in this community, why you don't do this stuff is beyond me. With your knowledge of baseball, even if you weren't playing baseball games, man, just like what you were doing tonight with Baseball Reference, I guarantee you, the people that hung around and went away, they're like, man, they're jumping on Baseball Reference. They're like, I didn't know that could do that. I didn't know that could do that. And I don't know why
Well,
you're not doing anything, man. You should. You should.
Brains would explode.
No. Come on. Hey, you know what? A lot of love has to go out to Bernard Strom. He did his second live
Oh
broadcast
yeah.
today. And
Uh,
God bless him. I mean, he's doing it, man. He jumps into a new game. He's never played action PC, so
uh,
he's new to that game. And he's doing dead ball. He's trying to learn. He's learning dead ball as he's doing this. He's like, it was so fun to hear him last night. He's like, geez, I got to start paying attention to steals and bunts and everything. This is really different. And I'm like, yes. That's what I've been trying to tell people all these years. Play some dead ball
like a
baseball.
manager.
Right? Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to be aware because anything's going to happen in dead ball.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
anyhow,
Well, yeah, thank you. I'll be honest. I've thought about stuff like that before, but I wouldn't want to do anything without going whole hog, and
yeah,
I would not want to do something I'd be, I don't want to say scared, but where I'm only going to half commit to it, if
I
that
get
makes
it.
sense. Yeah, that's not going to build an audience. That's going to let people down.
Yeah,
I would want to make sure I can provide regular quality content for people, and I'm not in a position where I feel like I could do that. So, but I appreciate that.
well,
I
would you
just
at least consider
enjoy
coming on?
contributing to other people.
But would you consider every once in a while coming on and doing some color or some stuff on like for Steve or me
Oh,
or
sure,
MV?
yeah,
I mean, I'd love to
yeah. I don't
have you,
know.
man. I just, you're great.
OMV, oh my lord. If I'm on with MV enough times, you'll hear me, I'm sure you too. You'll probably hear me slip into a British accent after a while.
Which would be
just
epic.
yeah. It's just like living over, over
Well,
there.
yeah. Dwayne
So,
March saying about Bernard. He said, "I loved when he had the corners in and it worked." Absolutely. He's it is.
yeah.
It's a paradigm shift. When you get back into dead ball baseball, if you manage and play dead ball baseball like nowadays baseball, you're gonna get your butt kicked.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Well, and we
happen.
saw that
If
all
you
the
want to
time with
load them
Tim
up and wait for
Castro.
that grand slam, you're gonna
Yeah.
die every time. And if you're thinking about pulling your pitcher in the fifth inning, there was right there was the old saying in baseball that it was considered, it was a bad thing if you didn't finish the game. I mean, you were out there to pitch nine, and you had your cleanup hitter would sacrifice bunt. It was a different. It was the same game. We know it's baseball, but you can't think that way. You have to, that's why I'm still learning. It's like, okay, how would John McGraw do this? For instance, he's kind of
Yeah.
my paradigm, and I think Ken Castro showing that in the McGreevy League managed very
Great
much
manager.
like John McGraw would have managed.
Yeah.
Very aggressive, double stealing with two out, things like that. When would you even see that in nowadays baseball? You're not. And I think it
Yeah.
was. I mean, again, none of us ever saw a dead ball game, but with these simulations, you get a real sense from the things that you've been reading, right? That we've read all these years about that era, and then seeing it played out. It was fast, and I mean, the average game was like
Yeah.
an hour and a half. In dead ball baseball, they just got it done, and it was a fast game, and you scratched out runs, and I love the suspense because at any time anything could have happened. Oh, Ken Castro says the Clintons saw dead ball.
Clinton, yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Anyhow, fun times, and that's it. I mean, I love all of baseball. I do, but I find that when I like the other day when I did that 1971 doubleheader, that I'm so used to dead ball era baseball, 19th century baseball, that it almost felt slow. Like even for me, because I go off on tangents, you guys know that. But I'm doing the play-by-play, and I'm like, but no one's stealing bases. I can kind of sit back, and the dude's either gonna get a base hit or he's gonna be out. You know. Whereas in dead ball, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen, and when I do those games, it's like, wait, I gotta get back. I don't even know what happened there, right? And I
Yeah,
love
and there's
that.
so many moving parts that, oops, there's a freak error, and it's not just one guy advances one base or something. It's all kinds of things are going on.
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah, it's much more like if you were playing a video game,
Hmm.
and somebody overruns the base, and oh crap, now I'm in a pickle. And I mean,
Right.
that's more like the old timey, but the small ball they call it small. It's
Hmm.
I guess it's as opposed to the long ball. So I don't quite get that. But yeah, you can't just nobody today like uh, Kevin Cash, or I'm trying to think of Dave Roberts, somebody who'd be considered a good tactical manager today. Nobody like that would manage the way they do today, 100
No.
years ago or
Yeah.
more. You just and you said McGraw. Consider that as the player, and obviously he's one of the keenest baseball minds on the field, even among the players,
Oh, absolutely.
under Ned Hadlin. But baseball, as played in the 1890s, is different than the aughts,
Oh,
is
sure.
different in the teens, is
Hmm.
different in the 20s, and is different in the 30s.
Yes.
And McGraw was successful in all five of those decades.
Yup. Oh,
That's a long
absolutely.
time,
Uh,
and while we may not think of that as, we may package that as one era or two eras, so to speak, historically, in terms of how the game was played on the field, it was constantly changing during his half a century as a player and manager. So yeah,
yeah.
and McGraw was, you know, the number one, the leading tactician in baseball through all of that
Oh,
period
and
of
Connie
time.
Mack himself even said that. Connie Mack didn't like John McGraw, but he said,
Yeah.
in baseball, there has been one manager, and that is Mr. McGraw. That is a quote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, More high praise. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep.
coming from
Yep.
Connie Mack, who had a great baseball mind, but McGraw was amazing. And you're right, that 5 decades. I'm trying to think of modern analogs. Dwayne mentioning, he says, imagine Earl Weaver in a dead ball era. You know, the guy that comes to mind for me that probably could have done it was Sparky Anderson. What do you think? You think
Yeah.
Anderson could have
I mean,
managed back then?
Anderson had because his Anderson's teams. I think of some. Okay, Anderson. It was the '70s and the '80s were not so different eras, but those were two different styles of teams, somewhat
Right,
also for Anderson.
right.
The other thing is Anderson blessed with great players on both teams in their primes.
Tigers and Reds, yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah, which the Tigers for some reason get overlooked a lot in those, probably because they didn't go to the
Hmm.
World Series more than the one year. However, those were some. I mean, those were, and that those teams are chock full of just as many near Hall of Famers, if you will,
Hmm.
as the Big Red Machine was. Lance
Yes.
Parrish, Darrell Evans, Kirk Gibson.
Trammer.
These guys were not average major league players.
No.
Uh, you know, Whitaker, who belongs, that sort of
Yes.
thing.
Um,
But yeah, Anderson would be a good one because he's a person. I think of who said Earl Weaver. I don't disagree that I think Earl Weaver would. Again, it's not because he would do the same things in a different era. It's because Weaver's one of those people that the way he approached problems, the way he looked at the game,
mhm.
he would have innovated in any era he was in. It's
Okay.
like saying, oh, if Branch Rickey was a GM today or was a GM 30 years before or whatever, Branch Rickey would have innovated in any era. He would have looked
Yes.
for creative solutions to problems in any era. He would have tried to understand the game that's been played in any era.
Hmm.
And so you get people like that, and I think they're going to succeed wherever you put them in.
Game's better for it.
But yeah, nobody, you take one person, somebody out of one era and put them in another era, if they're any good or if they're really good, they're not going to just do the same thing because it's not the same game.
Right.
And it is baseball, again, baseball, unlike other sports, is very seductive in the idea that, on the one hand, the game we're seeing today is still very recognizable if we were to go back 120, 130 years in baseball history
Hmm.
and watch the game then. But at the same time, it's so not. And it's not that it took 130 years to change, it's that it's changed subtly every couple of years.
Yep.
In fact, from one season to the next, the run scoring environment is never the same.
No.
I don't think it's remained the same one digit over from one year to the next in any two consecutive years in the history of baseball.
No. I agree.
Uh, yeah.
Dwayne
So
asking about our about your uh, well, everybody's opinions of La Russa and
LaRussa,
Madden.
I
I
think
like La
no.
Russa. I like La Russa.
I do too, but LaRussa, great innovator with the closer. It was a bad idea, but it worked. He was the only one doing it, and everybody copied it for 20, 30 years with the relief, you know, creating. They went from the fireman model to the closer model for the bullpen,
Right.
and the left, the loogie, the left-handed only one out guy,
Right.
that kind of stuff. So those defined roles. I don't think that was innovative. I don't think it was a positive innovation, and I don't mean aesthetically for the game. I don't think it was the best. I don't think it was the optimal strategy for the bullpen. What I give Larissa credit for isn't creating the concept. I give Larissa credit for taking a starter that looked washed up and turning him into a closer and resuscitating his career. So the guy goes, I mean, frankly, Eckersley was on, people don't realize this, but Eckersley's starting career was much better than anybody remembers.
Oh, I was thinking Eck as you were
was in a
saying the
Cy
words.
Young race one or two times.
Mhm.
He was that good. And yet, it was the alcoholism and age and injury he was getting washed up by his mid 30s. And had he not gone there, nobody today.
Sounds like you have a bit of
The
audio
that
there.
gets him into the Hall of Fame. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
390 saves?
Right.
But yet, in terms of the value he produced as a ball player, it's like 70-30. 70% of his total value is from his starting seasons, just because he pitched more innings. So that's kind of ironic that what makes him more valuable is not the less valuable portion of his career is the portion that got him elected. But kudos to La Russa. As far as Madden, let me tell you a story about Madden, which you may or may not have read or heard. When he was with the Cubs, Madden goes out and gets a lot of books. One of them was Millennials for Dummies.
Oh, really?
And these, I kid you not, in these books, I heard him talk about this. These books were about how to relate to the youngest generation of people. Well, because guess who? Chris Bryant and Javier Baez and these Anthony Rizzo. Guess what generation they're from?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Millennials.
So he's trying, and what's a manager of? Is it processes? No. Is it policy? No. Is it tactics? No. A manager in any respect is really a manager of people.
Yep.
And so, all the other aspects of his job, it's his job to get the most out of his players. Mm-hmm. And so that means, these guys are major league players. That means getting them motivated, getting them, incentivizing them to improve, to work on self-improvement, whatever. So I thought, oh man, so you can take somebody with that mentality, for crying out loud, at his age, who's like, oh, I'm going to learn how to relate better to the guys who work for me. You put him in any era, he'll succeed somehow.
Yeah.
Madden's the type of guy, because you can teach tactics. I mean, not that they've been standardized throughout baseball history, whether you want to call it analytics or anything else, old school, new school, whatever. There's always a standard, things. But you can teach anyone I want to hire as a manager. I can sit them down on Action PC Baseball and have them play for 30 hours on Action PC Baseball managing games, and I can teach them why you don't bunt. Why it's, as a general rule, in baseball today, it's not worth sacrificing sacrificing an out for a base. Mm-hmm. Sacrificing an out for a run, different story. But sacrifice, just to move the runner over to second, more often than not, is not the optimal play. It's real easy to teach that. So that's learnable stuff. But trying to teach somebody like people skills, much more difficult. Trying to teach somebody to get to be motivated for self-improvement, much more difficult. So things that would translate to success, the things that are more tied into somebody's success for me, managerial wise, are the very same things that they'd be tied to success in any era of the game.
Agreed.
So, the specifics of the era really don't matter as much to me in terms of that. So, but Tony La Russa, if you watched him in Chicago, bad hire. And the fact that they're off to a bad year this year without him
Oof.
doesn't get him off the hook
No,
like
it
the
doesn't.
press is saying this year. He should never been. And I'm sorry, the guy's 80 years old, and health questions aside, he's a cranky old codger. And sorry, when you've got a young up and coming team, LaRussa wasn't any kind of a father figure to these guys or anything along those lines. It was, I'm Tony LaRussa, aren't you lucky to be here?
Yeah.
And stuff. And he made enemies. I forget who was the guy they had that came up like his first year there that was the rookie catcher and he had a hitting streak or so. I forget the guy's name. And the guy basically washed out because LaRussa ran him. He didn't like the guy for some reason. I forget the guy's name anyway. There was some promising guy that they did that with. But other things, he had the DUI, right? Anyway, and I don't have anything against LaRussa personally. But I'm sorry, if you're a crotchety old hoot right now, that's not, you're not gelling with today's players. That was just a mismatch. And so, see, I don't, maybe maybe if LaRussa was transported back in time to the dead ball at the age of 45, it'd be a different story. But no, I get the impression LaRussa's always been full of himself.
You know who I think could have managed in dead ball is Jimmy Leyland.
Oh yeah,
Leyland would have been a dead ball
He's got
manager.
old school written all over him, didn't
Hell
he?
yeah! And you remember that? You see that? You can catch it on YouTube. That famous thing where he's going off on Barry Bonds, and I'm just saying that's what John McGraw would have done, right? And
that's right.
Leyland did some risky stuff. Some of the things he did, like you and I have talked about, that starting Ted Power in the NLCS in 1990 was stupid.
Yeah.
Well, Ted Power was a Red, but Jim Leyland definitely could have been a dead ball manager. Definitely.
Who was his? I think it was his bench coach. That was his buddy. That was.
Was it Gene Lamont?
Yeah, Lamont.
Yeah.
It's another guy from the same. Yeah, the same school. Same school. And both of those guys came up. But Lamont, after he wasn't he the manager for like the 92, 93 White Sox?
Yeah,
maybe
he did. He was managing the White Sox. Yep.
Yeah, he didn't get another. I don't think he got another big league job after that. But again, these guys were minor leaguers. They were bench coaches, if I recall, for good managers also previously. So they cut their chops. As you notice, most major league managers who are successful were not themselves great players.
Nope. And the ones that were, like Ted Williams, were lousy managers. Ted Williams was not a good manager.
Now,
Hannes
there are
Wagner
two
wasn't.
notable exceptions: Joe Torre and John McGraw.
Agree.
Yeah. But for the Sparky Anderson, for example, never got out of the minors as a player.
Nope.
That
Same
that
with
kind
hitting
of thing.
coaches, though. Same thing with hitting coaches.
Yeah, who's the
and pitching
who's the
coaches.
one
So Ray Miller
Phillies?
with the Pirates, he never had any real big league career, and yet, I mean, he was really integral to those 1990s Pirates teams. And Ray Miller brought, and I think you're right. I think it's that baseball mind, and so I think that's what makes like John McGraw so rare, for instance,
Yeah.
because he was
Now,
an excellent player and a superb manager, maybe the best
I
in the
know
game.
we said we were done tonight with baseball reference, but since you said you didn't know about the amateur draft info, you do know they have manager stuff there, right?
I had no idea. No.
Okay, pull the page up. I'll show you real quick so
Yeah,
everybody can see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine.
This is the only place. This is the only place in on the internet to get let's call it a database of a searchable database, by the way, of managers.
Okay, I'm in Baseball Reference.
All right. I don't see it on the screen. Oh,
It'll take a second.
yeah,
There you
that's
go.
fine. Okay, scroll down below the main. There's that dynasty. That breaks my heart about Dynasty League
Yeah, same here.
baseball. And I agree with Robbie. My recollection in the late '90s, early 2000s was while both that and DMB came out of the Pursue the Pennant, DMB was the slightly better product at the time. And I had such, I kind of had high hopes. I was disappointed Tom sold DMB But of course, everybody at the time, well, maybe they'll, this means money, and we'll get more seasons faster and that sort of thing. Yeah. So if you see, there should be one that says managers there
I'm
under the
right
full
on it.
site.
Got my mouse on it.
Okay. Click
And
it.
you've got the 6-second lag, so yep.
Yeah. Sorry about that. When you click it, it'll pull up the database, and they'll all be listed in alphabetical order. That's every manager in Major League history. And since they now include the 7 Negro Leagues from 1920 to 1948 as quote unquote major leagues, what you'll find is they also include every Negro League manager from those leagues. And you can search, or you can not search, you can sort by clicking the column header. So if you want to look at the most wins by a manager, just click the win column at the top, click the W there.
And that's Connie
The
Mack.
winning percentage, games above 500, postseason wins, losses, pennants, All-Star games, World Series, so on and so forth. Ejections, nobody else has this data in this format, certainly not searchable.
Well, La Russa's definitely in great company. So the top
Oh,
7
yeah.
managers by wins, all Hall of
Yeah.
Famers, all of them,
Yeah.
and of course he is too.
You want something to blow your mind just because he's stuck around this long? Look who's number 8 all time in wins already.
Dusty Baker.
Yeah, who
I
would
know,
think
crazy,
that?
right?
Yeah, he's getting another
ahead of Joe
30 some
McCarthy.
odd 40
Wow.
wins. Yeah, he'll surpass Bucky Harris and Sparky Anderson most likely this season by the end
Dusty
of the year.
needs to retire so he can get in the Hall of Fame.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah. I agree.
But Bruce Bochy's going to make the Hall of Fame as a manager.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And let me turn.
Yeah, this is really cool. This is really
Now cool. What I do, and I think Steve does this sort of thing too, is I just my mouse and I highlight from that top left corner there we're at rank and scroll all the way down, and then I copy paste into an Excel spreadsheet all of that data, and then I manipulate it any way I want.
Bobby Cox, Richard Davis says Bobby Cox, old style manager, absolutely. I'm just looking here. We're talking about McGraw. McGraw is number 1 all time among managers. Games above 500, 800 rate 815. Closest to him is Joe McCarthy, another Hall of Famer. Bobby Cox. So
since we're talking managers, this might be an opportune time for me to mention a philosophical question about baseball.
Okay.
And I've been thinking about this in recent seasons a lot anyway.
For the whole chat, so listen up, guys, please.
Yeah, no. I'd love to hear what other people think.
Yeah.
So, baseball, the long season, the 6-month season, the 162 game regular season is important, right? I think we all agree as baseball fans, what we do not want to see our sport turn into is that the regular season is just a method of ordering what's effectively a March Madness tournament for the postseason play. I don't know about you guys. I don't want to see half the teams in the league go to the playoffs and, it's whoever's hot for 3 weeks or 4 series in a row get the world championship. I can't tell you how many times in recent years, and this seems to get more and more true with each passing year, that the 2 World Series participants, I think, are not the best 2 teams in baseball.
It's true.
Yeah. So there's the idea that you have this 6 months of the deep roster, they can withstand the injuries, the guys who are the bench warmers make contributions to help you win, and but by gum, we get into, and we just got to win 2 out of 3, and then 3 out of 5, and then 4 out of 7. It's a crapshoot in the playoffs. I'm increasingly thinking of it that way. If we go back to baseball history, to the 1880s, the 1890s, the 1900s with the World Series, these were separate leagues. There was no Major League Baseball like a single business entity.
They were autonomous.
The National and American League were separate business entities. The only reason for the postseason, we call it postseason, meaning after the season. The seasons ended it's a series that's played after the season's ended.
Yep.
They played all kinds of postseason series with all kinds of teams back in the day.
Oh my God,
You know,
Chicago had the City Series. St. Louis did
yeah,
as well. Yeah.
baseball teams would go off and play in Japan.
Yep.
In the post, that's a postseason series.
Hmm.
So the whole idea of the postseason, as much prestige as the World Series has, it's still technically an exhibition series between of course, this I'm saying this before the divisional play,
Right. The
up
two
through
best in baseball.
1968. But the two best teams in baseball. Nobody disputed until 1969 that the two teams in the World Series were the two best teams in baseball, did they?
Exactly. Nobody.
And yet, who won? Couldn't even. Oh, Houston won last year, but 2019, the Washington Nationals. They weren't the best team in base. They weren't even the best team in the National League.
No.
2 years ago, the Giants win 107 games and the Dodgers win 106 games. Holy cow! And neither team even wins the
Exactly.
pennant.
Yep.
Now, give me a break. So I'm coming to think, am I nuts, guys? That as much as the World Series is this wonderful thing, and yeah, technically that makes you the quote world's champion. Really the prestige ought to be the pennant winner. Or I guess that's harder now with 6 divisions at the end of the year. But to me, I place a much greater emphasis on having the best record in your league
Dwayne
than I
agrees
do
with
on
you.
whether you played in the World Series.
Dwayne agrees with you. I agree with you. I'm gonna guess, but guys, throw in please. But I think you're gonna get unanimous on this one. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not saying do away with the World Series or that kind of thing. Just like I wouldn't want to do away with the All Star Game, but it's just an exhibition. I don't want anything. I don't want people to draw more from the All Star Game as being important than it actually is.
Hmm. So,
Right? It's not even it's the All Star Game. Contrary to how people tend to think about it, it's not even the best players in baseball this season.
no,
How
it's
could
not.
we even know that until the end of the season, right?
Yeah,
It's guys who get off to a hot start and guys who are popular. Look who wins
guys
the
are
votes.
popular. Yeah. Um,
And then
and
guys that you're forced to take, like Michael Lorenzen. Steve left the thing. Michael Lorenzen, ex-Red, I saw. I was like, how the hell is he in the All-Star game? Pardon my French. But, for Detroit has to have somebody represent them.
right, Pittsburgh has to
So,
have somebody, and so on. Yeah, and I'm against that. I'm against that.
yeah.
I don't. Just so here's some feedback you're getting. So Christopher Slovic, he continues after Dwayne agreeing with you. He says with the unbalanced scheduling and the divisions of 4 or 5 teams, teams can load up with wins in an easy division. Yup. Dwayne says if half the teams make the playoffs, they need to make the season shorter. Also, you'll be playing in December. I would love to see you at Twins Colorado World Series just to see it
Oh,
snow.
my God.
Christopher says Seattle had 119 wins one year, and they chalked up on wins from a weak AL West.
Yeah,
Was that
the
2001?
famous 2001 team that, yeah,
I
Lou
was
Piniella
rooting
was
so
their
hard for
manager.
them though, and they
Yeah,
choked against the Yankees, man.
yep.
No, I
They were the
agree.
best team in baseball that year.
I mean, yeah, I always say I am a purist in many ways, but I'm not saying I've kidded around. I don't want it to just be 16 franchises. But what is this crap now? It even means less because now everybody plays everybody. So divisional play is meaningless now. It's meaningless.
You look at the crazy, like, how come this team's doing so well? How come the Marlins are in second place right now, this far into the season? How come the Mets and the Padres are so, and the Phillies are doing so poorly this year?
And the
Uh,
Padres have
you
a
know,
good team.
that's right. And the Padres have a good team, and the Mets aren't crap
No.
and stuff. Go look at the schedule changes and who they're playing. I looked at the Reds like 2 days ago or 3 days ago. The Reds, as of a couple of days ago, and they're like 10 games over 500 and leading the division.
Yep.
So, now this is my hometown team. The Reds have had an exactly 500 record to that point against National League teams.
Mhm.
All of the other games that they played this year, like 17-3 was their record against AL teams.
Mhm.
Now, not all those teams were crap. If, as I recall, they swept the Rangers and they swept the Astros.
which is an accomplishment. I mean,
which
Rangers
is
are
an accomplishment. Yeah, but they also beat up on the Tigers. They beat up on the A's, teams like that. So they beat up on the Royals. So I'm like, yeah, if you guys are playing, if the Reds were playing the Brewers and the Pirates and the Cardinals and the Cubs more often, which they should be, anybody should be playing
yes.
their division opponents significantly more than anyone else,
Hmm.
then they wouldn't win half as much as they are.
No.
So, and those other teams. The other thing is an intra divisional game doesn't just mean that if you win, you move up one. It means your opponent moves down one,
Yep.
and since you're in the same division, that's significant.
It is significant.
So, yeah,
But
what I want to see as a fan,
mhm.
and I think people would agree, the last great pennant race. Of course, I wasn't a pennant race, but it should have been the Dodger Giant one I just mentioned the other from a couple years ago. But was the 1993 Braves Giants one, where
Yep.
the Braves win 103 and the Giants win 102. Yeah, 1993, and that broke my heart that the Giants. I'm like, God, one loss, and they're better than the team that won the other division. There's no
Yep.
question about that. And yet, that's what made that race so exciting. In August and September was every game counts.
Hmm.
You simply don't have that anymore when, well, the team that finishes second is going to the playoffs anyway, so we'll catch them then.
And you know what? You're never going to have it. I mean, and people, I know you've offered some great solutions, and Chris is saying here, Christopher says he said what he's saying now is they need just one division in each league and balance the scheduling.
Yeah,
That would be wonderful. He says right now Major League Baseball schedule is like using overall records for college F-ball. There are great records that disguise mediocre teams. I think he's right.
Christopher is right. The argument that I hear them, because what's going to happen when we eventually do expand, they're going to add just two more teams. It'll go to 32 teams. Well, gee, what numbers can you divide 32 by, or 16 by, if you think of it on a one league basis? 4 by 4, and of course, so that's and that looks just like football. Four divisions.
Yep.
Oh, I said the word. I'm sorry. Four
No, it's fine.
divisions with four teams each,
Hmm.
and of course, what is the only? Here's a trivia question: the only time that a baseball season ended in the major league history where a team finished in first place in the division and had a sub 500 record. I'll give
Oh
you a
my
hint.
God, that was in American League West, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and it was 1994.
Yep.
And I know somebody in the chat who ought to know which team this was. Johnny Oates was the manager, which, by the way, he was a damn good manager, but
Yeah.
shame he passed away young. Yeah, the 94 Rangers.
Yep.
And no offense to them, maybe they would have gone over 500 if they'd played out the rest of the season. I don't know. But of course, baseball doesn't recognize, for silly reasons, they don't recognize that as a division title. But my point is, that's only happened, and it's not because it was the Rangers, and it's not because it was the strike. It's because there were only four teams in the division that
Yeah, that
makes
was
that
I
more.
remember that was kind of like the no offense, Robbie, and to your Rangers, but the AL West was kind of like a laughing stock. Really, it
Yeah,
was.
that year, yeah, that time,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's such a weak
So now they
division.
came back, I think, by '96 and won again, and they were one of the better teams in the league that year. It wasn't '95. Yeah, '95 was the year that the big Mariners Angels race down the stretch, if I
Hmm.
remember. Yeah, but anyhow, my point being is we don't want four-team divisions.
No, oh my
That
God, no.
invites. Nobody wants to see a sub 500 team in the playoffs. So that means we don't want 14. Well, so baseball, rather than say we need to be creative and come up with a different solution to how we structure, the alignment of the leagues, what do you suppose is the counter to when I say we don't want 14 divisions? The most common counter is let's have four divisions of 8 teams each. But
Hmm.
then you're right back to pre 1969, where half the teams in the league are out of it all year. Half the team, only now it's half the teams in the division,
Right.
and that's a lot of teams.
The
And
owners are
so, of
never
course,
going to go for something like that.
yeah, no. So the owners now seem to be, the more I read and hear people talk about this with the pundits, it seems like the owners are moving more towards an NBA model,
Hmm.
in terms of that. And we'll just, again, Oh, with the we everybody plays everybody. Divisions are meaningless when that's the case.
They're
And so
meaningless
since
now.
everybody plays everybody, yeah,
Right.
everybody plays everybody. Let's just use the regular season to sort them out in an order, and then we'll play our March Madness. And it drives me nuts that we're probably headed in that
Well,
direction.
yeah, I mean, they want to expand playoffs, and I'm looking. So the people that I'm staying with right now are all F-ball fans, and so
I'm sorry.
I know, right? It's terrible. And so the what was it? The Pittsburgh Steelers last year. I only know this because they were talking about it. They had like a 500 record, and and I'm saying, well, then they're out of it. And they're like, oh no, no, they could still make it to the Super Bowl. Not I call it the Super Bowl, and I'm like, what? I'm saying you're saying they could win the championship of this game that you guys love, and they have just as many wins and losses.
Yeah.
How could you celebrate a world championship like that? And I'm afraid of that happening. It hasn't happened yet. We already are seeing in baseball, as you've said correctly, the best two teams are not making it to the World Series, but it is conceivable. So let's say, all right, let's use your 1994 Texas Rangers for an example. What if, right? So they win that division.
Thank you, Christopher. That what was that? 2006? Is that the year that they won the? Didn't they win the World Series that year? 83 and 79.
Yes.
That was it. Yeah, the older fans will remember the 87 Twins, barely 500 and won the division, or even older, the 73 Mets were barely over 500
And we
and won their
could,
division.
so it could have happened in 1994 that a sub 500 team could have just gotten on a hot streak and won the World Series. That could
Yeah,
have happened.
that's exactly right.
And
Yeah,
it could happen now.
if you want to sim the 1994 playoffs, you've got to put the sub 500 team in the playoff mix.
Hmm. But the owner's going to say,
And
but well, it
once they're in the
generates
tournament, yeah.
interest. But but I don't know. I guess it.
Let me tell you, this year in basketball, one of the two teams in the NBA Finals this year, just a month or two ago,
Mhm.
was the number 8 seed.
The number eight.
Made the NBA Finals. Yeah, Miami Heat were the number 8 seed, if I'm not mistaken. Anyone? Well, see, Steve's the basketball fan. I don't know who else in here
Todd B, if he's
is
still here, he's a
basketball.
basketball fan too. And
Yeah,
well, I think
but
all these guys
the
are.
other team that made it was the best overall team in all of the NBA in terms of their record.
Hmm.
But my God, all it takes is them winning a short series, and you know, so
See, but that's
and it's
fine
not
for
that
the
teams
other
shouldn't have a
sports, but
chance.
baseball has always been about the long season, and it's always been about, well, at least up until even right after expansion, though, even after 1969, there was still that sense of because we had divisional play and things like that, and
Yep,
we didn't have the wild card. And I hate the wild card. I hate it. The only time
yep.
that should be is like you look at some pivotal games in baseball. Go back to 1908. That that great Giants and Cubs game, or the Dodgers and Giants, right, in 1951, that shot heard round the world. Things like that. But
Christopher,
now,
I know nothing about hockey, but you're serious? 27 and 51 made the Stanley Cup.
how can you do? How could 27 to 51?
It's
That's
like a 33% winning percentage,
he
something
says
like
with the
that.
40 and 42 Houston Rockets. So
Yeah,
two games above
500
500.
clubs. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I don't want that in our sport. Why not just have the playoffs and not have a regular season at all if we're going to do that?
Well,
We
you
can
know
just
what
do
though? We
we
might
can
not
just
want
do
it.
a round robin tournament for 6 months,
We
right?
might not want it, but you know what? I think it's coming.
Yeah.
I think it's
Well, I
coming,
mean,
man.
as soon as yeah, because hey, with the playoffs, it's bigger money and da 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 da. Again, they're shooting because the more you do that, the more you're making it like other sports.
I
And
know.
when you do that, it's you're not adding new fans to baseball by doing that. You're turning baseball fans off by doing that.
Yeah,
So if I want to see a sport that does that, why don't I just watch F ball and I only have to watch 17 games a season to watch
precisely.
that.
As opposed to 162. Yeah. He
One
says
game a week. That's more digestible. Yeah.
Christopher says it's Dwayne says you were correct about Miami being the eighth seed. in the NBA.
Wow.
And Christopher says that 16 of 20 teams made the National Hockey League playoffs back then. 16 of 20 teams. How's that even meaningful anymore?
Yeah, I don't find it meaningful. I mean, don't get me wrong, and I'm not a big fan of other sports, but
Right.
I'm from Kentucky, and so when I got into college, and I played basketball in high school and college, so college basketball was something I followed for a while. So I understand UK basketball is a big deal. I, I I tend to at least pay attention, if not watch the games to March Madness every year. But so that's exciting. But who gives a hoot about those teams' 30 game regular season record? Again, other than how it affects the seeding for the tournament.
Hmm.
College basketball fans only care about March. They don't care about the 5 months of play
That's
before that.
true. That's very true.
You know, and anyone who's not a college basketball fan that pays any attention to college basketball like me, damn well doesn't pay attention to their season. I start talking about, but hey, Dad, how is UK doing this year? And I ask him that the first week of March. I don't care the other 5 months of the year.
Right. Right.
You know,
It's
Who-
there's too
who's the
much.
number one school in the country? That kind of thing. So, anyways,
Ken
it's
says
just
here, he says in the
terrible.
1967 to 68 NHL season, he says the National Hockey League went from 6 to 12 teams. The original six stayed in one division, while all the expansion teams played in their own division. All four playoff teams had under 500 records.
Uh,
How can you be? I mean, imagine being a
Jeepers.
fan of one of those teams. How can you even like? Oh wow, we're in the playoffs. We're in the playoffs, but you have to look and say, but our record. Look at we're a losing team, and
Well, I
we're
do have a
competing for the
theory
Stanley
about
Cup or
that.
whatever, right?
Everybody has an opinion, but it goes out the window when it's my team,
Yeah.
right? Like I know very few anti-steroid guys who, if you're a Giants fan, turn a blind eye to Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
If you're a Cardinals fan, you still want you want to elect Mark McGuire to your Hall of Fame,
And you want
kind of
Roger
thing. But
Clemens
as
in if you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you're a, well, maybe not Boston, but if you're Toronto or
Right.
Houston, you're Clemens, or Yankee, you're Clemens fan, that kind of thing. So here's an example I've used for years.
Hmm.
What if God, knock on wood, and I'm not wishing bad news on anybody, but on the other hand, I'd find it delicious.
Hmm.
Can you imagine the heads that would explode if news ever broke that Derek Jeter had used steroids during
Oh
his
my
career?
God, that would be like what we were
Yeah,
talking about, you and I, earlier today
yeah,
about Tris Speaker and Ty Cobb. If
yeah.
it came out that they were gambling and they
If it
instead
came
they
out, yeah,
retired, right? Oh my
people,
God, if
yeah,
it came out
nobody,
that
yeah.
Jeter was on roids,
Yeah,
wow.
people would have a meltdown.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, once the hype, once the brouhaha was over, what percentage of Yankees fans would still want Jeter in the Hall of Fame? The
Uh,
vast majority of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Probably down it's right
'cause
down to
he's
the person.
their
Yep.
guy.
Yep.
Well, in the same sense, like that, you're talking about the NHL. If it's my team that's benefiting, okay, I think it's a crappy way to do things, but
Hmm.
yeah, what am I? I'm not going to raise too much of a fuss because hey, that means we have a chance to win.
Yeah. Yeah. Ken says here, um, 27 wins. Well, I don't know how to read hockey things. I guess there's ties in hockey.
The
I don't
third
know.
number is the tie, I
Okay,
think.
so
Is that right?
27, 31, 16
Wins,
St.
losses,
Louis
and ties.
Blues, third in the division, went to the finals against the vaunted Montreal Canadiens. How can you? And this is what scares me, and it scares you.
Stargell was a huge drug dealer.
Yeah, right. Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, I mean, Willie Stargell, what he did with those chicken restaurants he had probably gave a lot of
yeah.
people atherosclerosis. But yeah, the Pirates parrot has a felony record. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't
Are
be
you
surprised.
kidding
Although I
me?
think
Oh
the
my
Philly
god.
fanatic is probably so a little bit. Yeah.
Uh,
But but here we are. But what can we do as baseball fans, right? Because look what's happening in
yeah.
Oakland, right? So people are not going to
The
Oakland
reverse
games,
boycott.
so they're going to
Did you see
Vegas.
that? Did you read about the reverse boycott?
No, what's that?
So
I'm
the
so
A's
stuck in
fans
deadball,
get
dude. I have
together
no
when the
idea.
news breaks,
Uh huh.
and the A's fans go, "Let's have a reverse boycott." And instead of staying home to show how pissed off we are, because they have low attendance anyway,
Right.
they say, let's all come out to the game to show them if you leave, this is what you're going to miss. Which is kind of silly because then how come you guys haven't been doing that for the last couple seasons anyway? And, and boycotts rarely work, period,
Right.
normally of that nature. However, they come out and do the reverse boycott. Well, our boy, Mr. Manfred,
Ugh.
naturally gets a microphone shoved in front of his face and he swallows his own tongue. What do you think about the reverse boycott? And he basically comes out, and it wasn't overt, but the entire attitude comes across as dismissive. And I forget his verbatim comment, but it was basically, well, I don't see what good that's going to do. They're stupid for doing it, da 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 da. Rather than just, he seems incapable, and this is one reason why he's horrible commissioner. Not because of because decisions he's making are collective decisions of the owners. It's not like he's he's not the Pied Piper leading the owners down a certain path. He's just the spokesperson for the group. So Manfred's comments though are basically like, yeah, they who cares? Maybe if they'd done this all along, which is true, maybe if they'd done this all along, the A's wouldn't be in the situation they're in, or something to that effect. But it came across as so tone deaf, and all he had to say is something. Yeah, I think it's wonderful. I understand. I love seeing the fans support the team. It's heartbreaking that they have to leave. Unfortunately, it's an economic decision, and they seem to already made the decision. End of story. And just why can't you just bat the question away? He's like the bad politician that can't stop talking and making it worse.
Yeah.
When the cameras, and I can't. You're the spokesman for the sport, not just the owners. I know they're your employer, but you're the public ambassador. You're the face of the. It really should be the players. You're the face of the sport, and oh God, he's so bad at that job.
Oh my God, I know. Christopher has a
bad
little
at
funny anecdote, and then I have a question. He says the Pittsburgh drug trials in 1983, the guy that played the parrot was the supplier. Starger was called Pops
Oh,
because
didn't
he
know that.
distributed the pills, and the players will pop the pills, which got a big laugh from That's hilarious. But here's a
It is.
question.
Yeah.
So
But
what do we do?
Stargill is in the hall, and Dave Parker is not over the drug issue.
Yeah. Well, I think
But
he's having a bit of the mick here. But here's the thing: what can we, as baseball fans, and let's be honest. I mean, yeah, baseball's making billions. Just saw a thing the other day how it's still out earning. This is maybe a lot of you may not believe this. It still out earns the other three major sports in this country. It does by far, actually. Even though F-ball has like the highest like ratings in terms of like Super Bowl and stuff, baseball out earns them all. But look what's happening to our game, and we're not attracting new fans at the same rate as the NBA. So how do we simultaneously attract fans but yet stop the train wreck? Right? What voice? As you say, boycotts rarely work, which is true. What can we do? Because it's as a fan, I'm like, what the hell is going on? The Pirates had that great start in April. They got lucky, they got hot, and they played a few tough teams. But come on, I kept telling you guys, it's like this is not going to last. I'm a Bucco fan. It was nice to see it. They're now about where I expected them to be. But what can we do as baseball fans? Because we're going to be commiserating every year, and the hot stove league is going to change. Like, hey, who's this player going to be with, and is going to be great too. Geez, now we're dealing with this next bit of craziness. What can we do? I feel powerless as a fan, and that's where these sims to me, it's like, okay, I can go back to when baseball was pristine, or I can play baseball the way I want it to be. But I want to be able to go to the ballpark, and it's getting it. Of course, everything's tested in the minor leagues first, so the minors aren't even a haven. What do you do? Go to independent league baseball now, or what? What do you do as a fan?
I I think the answer to, I mean, let me say that it's a similar answer to what do you do as a citizen of the United States? I think everybody here is an American citizen. If you don't like the direction the country's going, unless you yourself are a congressman, unless you yourself are the next president, unless you're not going to be making the decisions that can, influence. So what do you do in order that, and as one individual? I think number one, I would say it starts with your own health. Do what's best for you as a fan. If you don't want to, I don't blame anybody who doesn't want to throw money at somebody who's selling them a bad product. If you don't want to support your team or the league or something, don't do it. That's fine. Enjoy baseball however you want to enjoy baseball. I also want to say, because this is a common topic actually, that baseball has problems. So do other sports.
Yes.
Baseball has its own problems, however, and they're not. These have been people have been decrying, the sky at Chicken Little for generations in baseball. Oh, the sky is falling. The sky. It's almost as historical as the game itself. Oh my God, we made this change. The world's going to end. Oh my God, we haven't made this change. The world's going to end. What happens when this happens? Oh, the world's going to end. Baseball survived it all, and it's not the game I grew up with, but it's still baseball.
It is still baseball.
Aesthetically, it's not what I'd like to see. It doesn't market, it doesn't do near as good a job as, I equate it to this.
The NBA is a marketing machine. It knows what it's doing.
Yeah, it's a diamond that has, like you've got mud and dirt on it and da-da-da, but it's still a diamond under there, and I appreciate the diamond, even if other people don't see the shiny part like I do. That's fine. So I think in the sim community, more than maybe any other part of baseball, like Saberites or some people who are history nuts too, but in the sim community, we enjoy baseball. It's almost as if what's going on in baseball today doesn't impact us.
And it doesn't.
Because we're playing 1908 and 1982 and whatever. See, and your what ifs and your all time leagues and stuff like that. Very few of us in the sim community. I've not once seen anybody, for all the people here that love baseball sims, cards and dice, or PC, I've not heard of one of them. Excuse me, I can think of one exception, Sportsman Z, whoever talks about their current keeper league that they're playing in, where they're playing the most recent season with other people in a league that from year to year they keep the same players and make trades, and you know what I'm saying, or rotisserie baseball or anything, what I would call fantasy baseball. There's almost nobody that talks about doing that. No. With the current season or most recent season, which to me is kind of mind-boggling. Consider we're all playing the games that you can do exactly that with.
Oh yeah.
Certainly that's what I would say. More than season replays, you probably have more Stratomatic or Apple players, and Ken, feel free to correct me on this, as many Stratomatic and Apple players, cards and dice, or certainly on PC, who are in these leagues than there are doing individual season replays. That would be my guess.
I think I'd say you're right.
I mean, that's the biggest way that they network with each other, isn't it? Hey, join our league. We have a league that's been around 22 years playing the same, kind of thing. Email our commissioner for the rules. Lots of them do their own websites. I've seen some really impressive websites over the years from various, what I call fantasy baseball leagues.
Yes.
So I've joined some in the past with different. In fact, I initially bought the Strat PC game because I joined a Strat league and had never played Strat before. So that was interesting. But so do what you want to do, man. As far as what we can do to influence baseball, you'd have to have a mass boycott economically. What I would say is, if you want to change their behavior, number one, the fans need to agree on the alternative to what baseball is doing. You need a majority or let me say this, you need a majority of vocal fans who agree on the solution. We want to see, we don't want to see the season shortened. We don't want to see the playoffs. Let's just take a simple thing. We don't want to see the playoffs expanded.
Right.
Or we don't like here we go. This is a simple one. We don't like the ghost runner rule. Get rid of the thing.
Oh my God. It was supposed to go away and then they decided to keep it.
why do we, and you know there's a mass number of fans that don't like that.
Yeah.
Why on earth aren't we speaking out with one voice, loud, da da da, making that an issue, beating that drum all season long until they cave? You can't force them to change per se, unless you hit them in the wallet hard enough. And that's the problem with boycotts is the punch to the wallet is rarely hard enough or consistent enough. However, especially in the age of social media, we can embarrass the hell out of an individual.
Hmm.
I have no doubt that if enough fans made it their mission in life online or whatever to at every opportunity vocally denounce, humiliate Rob Manfred, that given enough time and enough gaffes and stuff and public backlash from it,
Hmm.
the owners would say, we're going to change course and get a different spokesman. Now, does that mean that the owners would do things differently? No, but they'd be willing to make Manfred the sacrificial goat, just like fans stop showing up at the ballpark when the team loses and the team fires the manager, even though the fault is normally the fact that
The
the
front
players aren't
office
playing or you don't have the
and
talent.
things.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
because we need a scapegoat for PR reasons. Teams will still react to that, and we live in a cancel. I hate cancel culture, and I don't want to get into a
No, it's cool.
non-baseball
It's cool, man.
conversation,
Yeah, I get it.
but we live in an age where we could do that to, take what the Reds ownership did last year before the start of the season, coming out and making the remarks of, well, if you don't like it, what's your other option? We're the only game in town, and if you don't like it, we'll just take the Reds out of town.
Hmm.
Well, guess what? People stop showing up at the ballpark. And what's the common, hashtag sell the team, Bob, has become a big thing on social media for the last 18 months since then. And I heard somebody on national TV just the other day mention that, even jokingly, hey, sell the team, Bob. If you're, and they were saying, if you're not going to be buyers at the trade deadline this year, sell the team, Bob,
Hmm.
and stuff. And I'm like, good. The more that catches on, maybe Castellini will sell the team, kind of thing. We can't force it. We can give them a reason to, right? We can give them a reason to get rid of Manfred. And again, the odds of that working, but how many times in politics, maybe you don't change the composition of Congress or you can't change the policy or something, but you can get one congressman unelected. You can get one person censured. You can get one anchor at the TV network you don't like fired, maybe, if there's a big enough backlash.
Right.
And of course, again, that does come along with money, but and I'm not big on this, but thanks to social media and stuff, those things are force multipliers. The number of people actually complaining isn't really as big as it seems. It's just, oh my gosh, we've got to do something. There's all this chatter online. And so it seems like there's more people pissed off than there actually are. And so that's just an arrow in our quiver, one of the few arrows in our quiver.
Very few.
Um,
Um.
yeah, and unfortunately, it's the negative things like that that are probably going to be more effective than positive things about coming up with solutions and agreeing on them. And because what are the odds of getting several million people to agree on anything and then having it, we're not going to have a constitutional convention of baseball fans and here's our 10 demands we all agree, that
Yeah.
we get a majority of us want. There's nothing like that's going to come out of it. But most of us can agree we don't like this rule, or
Yeah.
we don't like that owner, or so and so's got to go.
Mm.
And if we're loud enough for long enough, people get tired. I mean, businesses get tired of the bad press and react to that, and sometimes they cave, whether they should or not.
You know what
And
though? The
I think
cat.
that's the only option we have, other than walking away and saying, "I'm not going
Right.
to
But I
support
mean,
it."
so those of us who play these baseball sims, right? I think Ken talks about the right as far as the fantasy baseball is a subset of this community that runs under the
Yeah,
radar for the most part. The thing is, for those of us, I think that most of us have played it baseball. I would say even all of us play these baseball sims. We are hardcore baseball fans. You have to be to play these damn things, right? You do. I don't care if you're playing cards and dice or PC. We're the hardcore people. But the casual baseball fan, you're talking about the casual baseball fan doesn't really give a shit. I don't think. I mean, they'll say I don't like the Ghost Runner, but and as Todd says, Ghost Runner was cool when you were 8 and played wiffle ball. I agree, it was awesome. Ghost Runner on second, and the only good Manfred was Man, by the way. Todd B also says, but the casual baseball fan is not going to be as pissed off as we are about what's going on in the game, about like everybody playing everybody, right? To them, they're just like, hey, let's go to a baseball game. For us, we see it as like divisions are meaningless. Why do we even have them? Or like, I think what you're saying is prescient that, when we expand to 32, we are going to turn in, we meaning baseball, right? Baseball is going to turn into F-ball. And what happened to all the things that make this sport unique and make it the most difficult of the four major team sports? That's going to become even meaningless after a while. Not
Yeah.
to us, but to the casual fan. And I talk to people. Well, I used to like baseball until this and that and this and that. And these people are lost. They're not going to come back. They're not unless something radically changes. I know a lot of people that loved baseball. Some friends I grew up with, we played baseball in the winter. We literally would go to like a playground where it was macadam. We would bring snow shovels and shovel it off and play baseball, like a form of baseball, right? This was back in the day. But now these friends of mine, they're hardcore soccer fans or footy fans, depending upon where you're from. They just don't love baseball anymore. It's just, and it's not a case of getting older. I mean, this has been a passion my entire life, both here and across the pond. I've always loved baseball, and I still love it. But with this going on, what has made baseball unique? They're stripping that away. And why, if Major League Baseball could step back, maybe they ought to watch, bits and bobs of even the Ken Burns documentary if they don't feel like getting deep into it, and maybe just listen to Buck O'Neill. Why not listen to Buck O'Neill, baseball's greatest ambassador of the latter part of the 20th century,
Yeah.
who helped save baseball every bit as much as a lot of guys are going to hate this, but as every bit as much as Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa did, right? Market what makes this game the most difficult of the four major sports, and its rich history. But no, they're not. It's like I love hot women, but I'm telling you, man, it's going to come a time. You know what you're going to see in the foul lines? Cheerleaders, and you're going to start seeing managers wearing headsets, and you're going to start having coordinators and blah blah blah. And the only difference will be that our guys in our sport aren't wearing a bunch of pads. But other
Yeah.
than that, it's going to be a goal-based sport, and pitch clocks. Okay, I get some people are into that and all that, but eventually, and I hope I'm wrong, I wouldn't be surprised to see an actual baseball broken up, like it'll still have innings, but a baseball game will not be allowed to go over 2 hours. I'm afraid that's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to become a time game. And I
I-
remember, Mario Cuomo saying, there's no clock in baseball. As long as you can keep that rally going, you can play forever.
That's not true. That's not true. Well, I mean, it is true that you
It
can
was
keep the
true
rally.
then. It was true then.
The clock is the outs. You have 3 outs. That's your clock.
Right, but I mean, he's talking about as
Yeah.
far as Chronos
No literal
time.
clock. Yeah. No
Right, a literal
timing.
clock,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
and that makes it different. I agree, and yet, my attitude when I was young, I was a traditionalist. Everything new is garbage. And of course, I'm a kid, which is ironic at the time. But in terms of baseball, it was, yeah, I don't want anything to change. This is garbage. In fact, when I was a young kid and I first got into baseball, why can't we get rid of the designated hitter rule over there in the American League? Well, over time, I realized, I should say, it's not so much traditionalist. I'm a pragmatist. So let's do what we can to preserve what's good about baseball, what's unique about baseball. And of course, that means making priorities. Some principles are more important than other principles. And for me, the long term growth of the sport is always more important than the short term profitability.
Hmm.
I would, just like any business, I'm always thinking of investing for the future. I mean, as long as I'm making ends meet now, let's invest for the future and grow the pie, so to speak,
Hmm.
rather than focus on, well, my slice of today's pie, I would like it to be just a tiny bit larger so I can stuff my face.
Hmm.
You know, I that's something where I admire f-ball, and as somebody I used to know told me many years ago, baseball needs a little more socialism. Ha ha ha.
Hmm.
In the sense that I don't know if you guys know this, but for many many decades, the only revenue that was shared from one team to another was the gate receipts,
Hmm.
and it was a set amount, like 35 cents out of every ticket sold.
Hmm.
And so when they start charging different amounts of money for different types of seats, well, that rule stayed in place. And what the American League, demanded be shared was a different amount than what the National League be shared. It's really interesting. By the way, if you ever want to read about the economic history of the sport, read anything by Andrew Zimbalist, world class economist and huge baseball fan.
Hmm.
The guy's written, I don't know, half a dozen or more books on baseball economics. Anyway, uh, this type of stuff. So the revenue, Bud Selig didn't make the sport profitable. It was profitable in spite of his management of the sport because of the broadcasting explosion of cable networks in the
Right.
90s and 2000s. And the one thing baseball did that it had no clue, any of you who were on the internet at an early in its infancy with the World Wide Web probably remember this. Major League Baseball in the late 90s, early 2000s literally went after people who had little blogs, this is before even they had blogs, but little websites about baseball. If you had your team's logo on your website, they sent you a cease and desist letter threatening to sue you.
Yeah.
Really? How are they losing money? Because, that's just proof that they had no concept of what the internet could be used for,
Right.
back then. This is our ball girl.
Yeah. Well, because Todd wasn't
Oh
in
my
here when I was
God.
showing Natalie earlier,
That's
so
right.
I
Yeah.
wanted
Hey,
to give
Todd
him a
B.
little
Good to
shout out.
see you. By the way. Yeah. I noticed you're here.
Christopher says
But
something up here that is I think bears some comment, and we're at 5 hours, so we're probably gonna close this down in a couple minutes.
yeah.
But Christopher says, he says, I might be in a minority, but he loves the speed up rules. But I think the rules that need to change are allowing every market to compete. How can people be invested in players when they'll leave? And I mean, part of that. I mean, I think he's right, and we as Pittsburgh Pirate fans, and I think you Cincinnati Red fans feel that same pain too. So everybody made a big deal about Kutch coming back, and this is going to be his last year, I think, right? He's got his 2,000 hits, whatever. He's going to end up Hall of Very Good. Yay, Kutch, right? But McCutcheon begged to stay in Pittsburgh. Josh Bell begged to stay in Pittsburgh. All these players that wanted, Garrett Cole at one time wanted to stay in Pittsburgh, and they just got fed up with Bob Nutting and all the bullshit.
Yeah.
If so, and with a team like the Pirates, where you have Nutting, who is as penurious as any Scotsman. Sorry, Scotsman, but I'm half Celt. I can say it. To my Scottish brothers, whatever. The stereotype is the Pirates would have been an insanely strong competitive team. We lost Josh Harrison. We lost so many good players, and gone are the days. Who was the last player that you can think of that? Joey Votto, perhaps. I mean, that you look at where his career has been spent with most, right, the same team for any number of years. You can't. It's like, wow, we got this great player, and I'm thinking about O'Neill Cruz. O'Neill Cruz is going to come, and there's a point here, trust me, guys. So O'Neill Cruz, he's going to come off the DL hopefully in August, and we'll get to see him, this fantastic kid who's going to grow into something I think superb. I hope. Um, but you know what? Nutting's going to sell him off after this, the 5 year control, whatever it is the clubs have over a player. He's going to
Yeah.
go, and it's like, how do you even We can't.
Oh, I'm outraged. See, and the answer is not a salary floor, by the way,
Hmm.
because which I've heard for many years talk about copying other sports. Salary caps, a little economics lesson here. Salary caps don't make teams more competitive or less competitive. What they all salary caps do is take money from players' pockets and put it back into owners' pockets.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the only reason owners want it.
Hmm.
And to sell that, owners will tell you, "Oh, we'll do a salary floor." The only owners who are going to fight the salary floor are the real cheapskate, the Nuttings, the Castellinis, the whoever owns the Marlins or the Rockies or teams like that.
Hmm.
The A's owners, that kind of thing. So that's a minority of the ownership. But a salary floor, if you think about it, it's no different than if let's say you have, whatever you earn. I'm just going to throw a number out there.
Hmm.
Let's say I say, oh, you have to spend $40,000 this year. It's like Brewster's Millions. If you've seen that movie,
Hmm.
you're just going to spend it to spend it. If
Yep.
you ever worked in government or certainly the armed forces, you know how their budgets work. We have to waste whatever we can't save money from the budget and apply it towards next year. No. If we come in $3,000 under budget, that's $3,000 less they'll give us in next year's budget. And so, therefore, we've got to spend that $3,000 on something we don't need, and therefore it gets wasted. Well, that's what a salary floor would do. If the Marlins are told you have to spend, or the Pirates are told you have to spend $100 million a year minimum on player payroll, two things are going to happen. One, the the not as good players on the team are going to see, the average players are going to see their salaries inflated.
Hmm.
Okay, it's not going to be used to retain the superstars.
Right.
So you're going to see that inflated. And number two, it's like somebody on welfare saying, "Hey, I get food." This is an older thing from the '90s. I get food stamps, and I don't know if anyone who knows this, but you used to be able to take, before I think it was the 1995 Welfare Reform Act signed by President Clinton, you could take your your food stamp with them. Well, that's not really the purpose of food stamps, right? That's the purpose is to make sure you and your kids have, 3 squares a day. Well, so they passed many states anyway passed regulations after that law was passed that said you can't spend them anymore. Well, what happens if the government's giving me food stamps so I don't have to spend my cash
Hmm.
on a block of cheese and a jug of milk? I just buy the alcohol or the smokes anyway. I
Hmm.
just use the money I would have spent. So what I'm saying. I use the money I would have spent on the alcohol on the milk and spend that on the alcohol instead. So you're just doing a shell game, moving money. It doesn't matter which pocket the money came out of. It's still
Hmm.
being spent on what you want to spend on. So they're just going to, instead of spending the owner's money, it's just, oh, that's more of the revenue money I get from the league that I'm going to put towards that.
Hmm.
And so, in effect, other teams are paying. If we demand $100 million, say, salary minimum, it's then more of the league shared revenue is going to go. So the solution to that is to get better owners, is to get owners who are, whether you're a billionaire like Steve Cohen or not,
Hmm.
you need to be like Steve Cohen or George Steinbrenner in the sense of you're willing to invest in a team in order to win.
Right.
You know, I don't have a problem with teams who are willing to invest in the infrastructure as opposed to, and let that take time and build,
Right.
but I expect to see fruit down the road. But you don't have to go out and buy free agents. I mean, for God's sake, I'll give you a great example with Cincinnati in 2019. Bob Castellini in the offseason 2018, 2019 comes out and says, "We're tired of losing." Well, Bob, it's your fault you're losing the last
Right.
couple
Right. Right.
your rebuild waited 2 years to start. The guy that ran it didn't know what he was doing. Your trades were awful. You saw the players you acquired were you went for quantity over quality. I could just name all kinds of things. Anytime there was an opportunity to sell high, you don't sell. You don't trade Todd Frazier when he's got 30 home runs at the All-Star break because he's in the All-Star game and what would our fans think? That's a
Right.
minor concern when you're not winning, my friend.
Exactly.
It's better to trade him now than when he craters in the second half like he did last year. And of course, say they hold on to him and then can't get anything for him. They trade Aroldis Chapman when nobody wants him because of the domestic abuse charge, and then the Yankees give them Butkus for Chapman. What did the Yankees do? Just a few months into the season, trade him to the Cubs for the #1 prospect in baseball. Well, gee, Cincinnati, what were you? So again, you guys totally botched the thing, and then you just come out and go, "We're just going to throw money at the problem to solve it." Money doesn't, money can buy a Band-Aid now and then, but it doesn't solve. The problem is bad management. They all have that in common. That's always, and it's always starts at the top. It's ownership. The owners do a very poor job of vetting new ownership groups. They always have, and then they're stuck with this. This actually goes back to the 19th century. For goodness sake, I'm sure Ken Castro is very familiar with Andrew Friedman of the New York Giants.
Well, I know I am too. So
Yeah,
yes.
in the 1890s. So imagine in the 1890s, you've got a game that's full of vulgarity, rowdyism, gambling, just cheating with the rules and stuff. All of this stuff is not just winked at and but it's basically out in the open, keeping fans away because it's not a fan-friendly environment. Don't bring the wife and kids with you to the ballpark. Guess what they're going to hear and see?
Oh, absolutely.
Kind of thing. And then you have a non-competitive league because you have this super league of 12 teams from 1892 forward, and only 2 or 3 or 4 teams out of those 12, at 1/3 at most, are competitive from year to year. It's the same 2 teams, the Boston, the Braves, and then the defunct Baltimore Orioles, who win all of the pennants for the decade, back and forth, and stuff. It's just a terrible situation, and so teams are bleeding money left and right, but for the majority of teams, such that owners who have pockets then go buy minority shares in other teams to prop them up, which leads to player transfers at the end of the decade, famously, and that's how you get the 1899 Cleveland Spiders, which is terrible. But they're not the only
They were a
one.
fine team throughout the earlier 90s. But yeah,
Yeah.
Friedman was, and I mean, you even get into the dead ball era and you talk about all these things that were open. I mean, Prince, right, how Chase had everybody in his pocket, including Van Johnson. They knew what
Friedman,
Chase
I
was
can't even
doing.
think of a modern example. George Steinbrenner's worst day and
Is
Jeff
nothing
Loria
compared to Andrew
have a
Friedman was
baby,
a robber baron, dude. Oh my God.
Yeah. And Friedman is openly, basically ruining the only, teams at the time. They want to go to New York and play a ball game against the Giants because the Giants get, 20,000 people per game to show up at which is huge crowd for the day.
Yep.
So since I get a cut of the gate receipts, at least that's more money than I can make in 3 games back home. And here Friedman's abusing players. Amos Russi, their ace, sits out an entire season just because he's pissed off at the owner.
Yep.
In the mid 1890s, it's horrible. So he's flushing the jewel of the league down the toilet, which is again exasperating the issue with everybody else losing money and stuff. And all of these things contribute to, guess what? Somebody else who does, a sports writer who doesn't like these, sees an opportunity. I can go create a rival league. And that's how we get the American League. American League would have never happened, would have never been successful if the National League hadn't given them this gaping opening to step in and do that.
Oh, yeah. You're absolutely right. And Van Johnson was shrewd enough to see it, right? Because he just said, we're now the American League. We're a major league. And, and the National League, I mean, there was no way. They underestimated Van Johnson. The National League owners.
Yeah.
They're like, this guy's a joke. They used to leave him right because he wanted to try to work with the National League, and they would, I guess, apparently at the National League meeting in 1900, they left him cooling his heels out in the foyer of the hotel or whatever, and I guess apparently Johnson was a pretty vindictive dude also, and he says, all right, fine.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Bam.
Yeah,
and 117 players jumped to the American League in 1901.
Yeah, and as the next 30 years show us about Van Johnson, he's really not suitable for leadership either because he's a tyrant, So it would have been better for him, it would have been better for his movement, if you will, to have helped reform the National League rather than for him to have become an equal partner. And actually, he was the dominant force in baseball for 20 years.
Oh yeah, the so-called
Yeah,
commission, right? But
yeah,
he was the power. Of course he was.
yeah,
Pro Johnson,
exactly.
and
Yeah, and so it became, as you see, by the end of the 19 teens, Johnson, all the owners wind up in either a pro Johnson or an anti
anti-Johnson
Johnson
camp.
faction,
Yep.
and practically everything from 1917 or 18 to 19 until Landis gets hired, it is basically you can tell exactly which teams are going to be on what side of any issue based on pro or anti Johnson. It's stunning, and so all of this could have been easily avoided. Again, baseball has survived. We will continue to survive. It will always be a sport. There's always going to be millions of people watching baseball. But what does that mean? What will it look like? But the issue for me is it can be so much more than just surviving. It could thrive. The expansion thing I mentioned earlier, the 30. They're going to add two teams at some point to 32. The plan I shared with you, Beatles. That's why I'm like, go bold, man. You can do it. We've got the player pool to do it. It's been long enough to do it. And if they go bold and go for, instead of going from 30 to 32, if they went to 36, then hey, you don't have that 4x4 or 8x4 issue. You've got, guess what, 3 divisions of 6 teams each, and all of a sudden we're right back to what I think of aesthetically as I think the golden age of baseball aesthetically was the 70s and the 80s. I think that was to me, that's the perfect balance, if you will. Now other people may disagree, but we're never going to go back to a pre-1920 style of baseball, because you'll never find, you're never going to find you're not going to find 1 in 10 baseball fans who want to get rid of the home run.
No, not at all.
So you can't go back to a dead ball style. We're I don't want a style where the average game is in double digit scores. I'm not that interested in increasing. I'm interested in increasing action, but not offense. And they should be tinkering with this stuff. But the rules, the changes that they implement or that they review, I'm like, how is that going to do anything? If you've noticed the issue with banning the shift, and I don't know in this community how popular that idea was. I was against it.
I'm
But the data
I'm
showing,
dead set against banning the shift.
yeah, and that's because I don't think you don't change all it is some people are offended by the aesthetic, and they're blaming bad play or bad players
That's
on,
bullshit.
oh well, that's because
I mean, the
other
shift's been
teams
around since
have
what?
better strategies.
That was
Yeah,
a dead ball thing. The shift.
they've never banned, no, but there's not been chatter that I'm aware of talking about the Boudreaux shift. That's a famous, let's get Williams out. Nobody goes, oh, we need to ban that. So
And
Ted
Williams could have
doesn't get
popped a
screwed.
single into left, and he didn't. He knew the
Yeah,
shift, and
and
he
he
never did.
didn't.
And
That's
Williams
right.
didn't bitch about it.
Well, a few weeks ago, they had another review of the data to date, and StatCast and another site or two are tracking this stuff. And it's made very little change in the actual performance. And of course, this is largely the base hits of left-handed hitters, right? That they're concerned about. It's the batting average of left-handed hitters has not risen substantially.
No.
And so what they're saying is the rule really hasn't had much of an effect. It's other than the aesthetics, right? And they're already talking about, well, what if we went a little further with the rule, or what if we went a little further back the other way? And teams are already have been caught trying to cheat the rule, and this, that, and the other thing. And it's just,
But I mean, it comes down to
asshole.
it's a viable strategy.
Yeah.
Just don't mess
But
with
why
it.
is that? Why is that? No, who was going around saying, "Oh, the shift is the big problem"? The shift is why we don't have more baseball fans. I don't
Exactly.
think so.
Nah, right, no.
Games are too long. There's too little. There's too little action. And frankly, if there's action, I don't think people really care about the time of the game. That's my opinion.
No, I think you're
because
right.
that's
I
how
think.
I feel.
Look, right.
If it's entertaining, do you care if it's 3 hours as opposed to 2?
look, people will sit and watch, and I'm one of them. Right, have all the extended versions of the Lord of the Rings movies. If you're providing a
Yeah.
great product, I mean, and Return of the King extended version is like 4 hours and well, it's long. It's yeah, my stream's now longer than the Return of the King for tonight, but people will watch it. They'll watch it. It's not that, you know. I mean, it's not the length of the game. If you provide a good, exciting product and people are engaged, and still maintaining it, something else that makes baseball beautiful is the ability to talk between the plays and stuff like that. Right, where
Yeah,
it's not just this
it's a
din.
pastime.
It's a pastime.
It's something you watch. It's
Hmm.
so that's unique. I can't sit at a f ball game in the stands and sit there and talk about f ball all that much without missing the plays. Well, what just happened?
Right.
I've got to by the time they hike the ball, I'd better be staring at the field again, or else who knows?
Hmm.
That kind of thing. Baseball, it's and I can sit there and watch because oh hey, I noticed the shortstop's moving 5 feet back.
Hmm.
Oh, I noticed this guy. The guy on first base is taking 2 extra steps towards second here
Yep.
before the pitch is thrown. This type of stuff. Oh,
The
look, the
game within the
pitcher's
game.
the game within the game. Yeah, and it's the answer to that. If people don't get that, is a market it, b teach it. Here's
Exactly.
something that again, short-term profits should not be prioritized. If and that seems easy to say when I'm not the one who owns the team, sure. But if I own a team, one thing I do every game, anyone who shows up in attendance gets a free pencil and a free scorecard.
Nice.
Because I want to teach anyone, because anyone who comes to the game, I hope they learn how to score a ball game. They will be more interested in baseball if they learn how to score a game.
That's what I and you know that's one of the things I loved about it as a kid. Going to a ball game, didn't matter what level, and keeping
Yeah.
score. Man, you were invested. You
How,
were
how much do you suppose that costs over the course of 81 games for a team to have what 30,000 scorecards and 30,000 pencils
come
per game?
negligible. Nothing. Come on.
Negligible when you're talking millions of dollars for personnel.
Precisely.
But at in fact, you could pay for the scorecard and the pencil easily with a fraction of the advertising dollars you got for the ads that you put in the scorecard anyway.
Yep. Yeah.
All it
Well.
means is I don't at the end of the day my bank account is I don't know $50,000 shorter that year,
Hmm.
but when that creates an extra 1,000 new fans a year that will be team fans for life,
You're making money. You're
how
making
many
money.
lifetime dollars is that generating my team over the in sold
Exactly.
jerseys, tickets?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's where that becomes really nothing. Pocket change. It's nothing.
Yeah.
Anyhow, my friend, my goodness gracious, guys, there's only three of you left, and one of you is Big Clue. Guys, give it up for Big Clue. It's just awesome. This has been a fantastic, fantastic conversation. A Big Clue bringing up some amazing points. I know cousin Ken earlier, talking about just how presenting things and everything, and I appreciate it. The community loves it. But guys, that being said, while I could easily go another 5 hours, realistically,
Yeah.
we are at 5 hours and 20 minutes. So
Yeah.
Hannes Wagner says goodbye. Natalie already got rid of her, so maybe another time.
T208, man.
There it is, baby.
Yeah.
So because the stream went so long, I can't thank everybody all at once
Yeah.
because Jack, the first person up in the chat was Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans talking about he discovered the secret of making great chili, while Steve Tate was talking about Barney Dreyfus. So that is the way it works. And Aaron Reed was talking about
Oh
hot
my
teams. So
god.
guys, to all of you in this community, thank you so very much. Big Clue, especially. Thank
Yeah.
you, and Steve, who is
Oh,
off
my
in
pleasure.
Slumberland. You guys made this a great success, a lot of fun. We got into some good things about this game that we love. We didn't
And now you
know
know
anything.
how to recognize different types of trees.
Trees. Yes, exactly. And just one more time for those of you who missed, because let's face it, there will be a quiz. There we go. And that is
So
not the
you
Larch.
can chop them down
You
and
can.
shove them up Rob Manfred's private parts.
That would be nice. All right, my friend, thank you. Guys,
Hey,
Christopher
my
Sloan
pleasure.
says the Larch. Next time I'm gonna sneak a Larch in here. I'm
There
gonna
you
just
go.
see if it. You know, with YouTube, what you could do is make a little watermark for your channel. And I mean, right now, you guys saw that
There you
tiger
go.
briefly, which is something that I've drawn fairly recently, and that's kind of like my
Uh,
avatar now. But I think I'm thinking about designing a Larch and making it as my watermark on my channel. Maybe,
there you
or maybe
go.
one night a picture of Michael Palin and the right the Spanish Inquisition.
Thanks. Yeah, that was. Yeah, as soon as I just popped that in MV's chat just to be a pain.
Uh, that's why you guys have. That's it.
Yeah,
Do it.
he actually clicked the link during his game.
Nice. Gotta love MV. All
Yeah.
right, Big Clue. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Live
Hey,
baseball. Play it digital. It cards and dice it. Love it, no matter what. And
yep.
be safe. Be cool. And as I usually say, see you around the batting cage.
Have a great night,
All right.
everybody.
Hey, man.
Bye bye.
Thanks a lot, Big Clue. I'll catch you tomorrow, man.
Anytime.
All
Yep.
right.
Later.
Good night, bud. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you for hanging in with us.